members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you. You want to take it all at once?
Thanks. The member for Monash has the call.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests, I present the committee's report entitled Register of Members' Interests, Complaint concerning the member for Pearce. Thank you.
I thank the member for Monash.
Mr Speaker, I wish to draw attention to and raise a matter of privilege concerning the report of the Committee of Privileges Interests that I have just presented. An article appeared on the Guardian website yesterday evening which contained details of the Committee's report and its deliberations. It is clear that this article is a result of the unauthorised disclosure of information contained in the report and the Committee's private deliberations. I present a copy of the article by Paul Karp of The Guardian, titled Rules that allowed Christian Porter to keep donors secret should be overhauled, committee finds. This is a matter of considerable concern to me as chair of the committee. Members will be aware that under the Standing Orders and the Parliamentary Privileges Act, unauthorised disclosure of committee documents and proceedings are prohibited and may amount to contempt of the House where the disclosure causes or is likely to cause substantial interference with the work of the House or the committee system. In accordance with established practice, I intend for the committee to investigate this apparent breach in the first instance and report back to the House. Mr Speaker, it is not the title but the task. It is not the office. It's the outcome. Clearly, the Privileged Committee confidence has been surely offended. This is an important committee of the House, where someone has decided to use the committee as a dirty rag and throw it in the bin. The article in The Guardian suggests the committee is partisan. It is not. There has never been a vote in that committee under my stewardship. Any conversation around the timing of and tabling of the report was my error, mine alone, no other. The integrity, in fact the walls of the integrity, intention and spirit of the committee has been breached, and I take full responsibility for that breach. Having regard for the integrity of the work of the committee and its important place in this House, I intend on the first meeting in the next sitting, I will tender my resignation as chair, that is the first sitting next year, allowing the Prime Minister of this nation to appoint a chair that will have the confidence of all the committee.
I thank the member for Monash. The member, yes, the member for Lingiari is seeking the call.
Yeah, I just want to make some observations and comments about the Chair of the Privileges Committee's contribution. I don't think it's a matter for him to fall on his sword about. And I would say to him that I've been on this committee many years over various iterations. It's going back some time. And I have to say, that the committee, under the stewardship of the member for Monash, has operated in a completely bipartisan way, with cooperation from everyone on the committee, and with great respect for the member for Monash's leadership. Now, I have no idea or what the explanation is as to why this matter was leaked into The Guardian, but I concur with you, the member for Monash, about its inference around how the committee operates. And I think it is appropriate that you do raise it as a matter of privilege with the Speaker, but I would ask you most sincerely to reconsider your decision about tendering your resignation at the next sitting of the committee. Now, I don't have my other committee comrades from this side of the House in this chamber, but I'm almost certain, in fact I am certain, that I'm speaking on their behalf as well as on behalf of your own party members who are on that committee. Please understand that there's great respect for you in your committee role. This committee, as you rightly pointed out, is a very important committee. It's dealt with a number of very serious allegations, the most recent of which you've tabled today. Those deliberations were held collegiately, well-informed, with good advice. So I just ask you to reconsider your decision and understand that you have the confidence of the committee.
The Minister has the call.
I wish to associate myself with the remarks of the member for Lingiari, and just to note that the government joins with the opposition in expressing full, complete and absolute confidence in the leadership and work of the member for Monash as the Chair of the Privileges Committee, and we would equally encourage him to reflect and reconsider. His respect and standing are immense.
I thank the member for Lingiari and the Minister. The member for Menzies seeking the call.
I seek leave, yes.
The member for Menzies has the call.
Can I add to the words of the member for Lingiari? I speak as, I suppose I speak as the father of the House in this regard, and I speak as a long-term member of the Privileges Committee. What has happened is absolutely regrettable, but it's not the fault of the member for Monash. And I would join with and concur with the member for Lingiari, and I'm certain I speak for the other coalition members, one of whom at least is here, of the Privileges Committee, the member for North Sydney, in saying that we support the chairmanship of this committee by the member for Monash, and I too would ask him to reconsider. The member for Monash is one of the most honourable people who sit in this parliament in my long experience of him. Don't always agree with him, but I hold him in the utmost respect. And his leadership of this committee as chair has been exemplary, and as I said, it's not his fault in any way that what was leaked into the media, regrettably, should be the burden of him leaving the position which he has. He has the utmost respect of the members of the committee.
I thank the member for Menzies. The member for Menzies has
Thank
the
you,
call.
Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme, I present the following reports: the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission and the General Issues Report 2021, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the reports.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The member for Menzies has the call.
And I thank the House. Mr Speaker, the establishment of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission to provide centralised oversight of safeguarding for the NDIS was an important step towards improving safeguards and the quality of service provision for people with disability in Australia. This oversight is especially important for NDIS participants who may face increased risks of being subject to abuse, exploitation or neglect. The committee decided to conduct an inquiry into the Commission after issues with the oversight and regulation of disability service providers, including by the Commission, emerged in the light of the media attention and subsequent inquiries into the tragic death of Ms Anne-Marie Smith. The inquiry has identified areas in which the Commission's approach to its work could be improved. In particular, the committee heard that the Commission should be more proactive in its engagement with participants and the sector, and in its compliance and enforcement measures. In addition, gaps persist in safeguarding arrangements for NDIS participants and people with disability more broadly, particularly in the areas where NDIS services interface with services provided by state or territory governments or other areas of the federal system. This report includes 30 recommendations in relation to these matters and other areas of the Commission's work. As noted throughout the report, since the inquiry began in mid-2020, the Commission has adopted a range of measures to improve its practice and processes. The committee welcomes these changes and was pleased to note the Commission's willingness to listen to people with disability, their advocates and the sector, and to adapt processes in response over the course of the inquiry. It is nonetheless clear that safeguarding gaps continue to exist for people with disability, and that work by the Commission and all Australian governments need to continually identify safeguarding gaps and quickly address them. The review of the NDIS Quality and Safeguarding Framework is crucial in this respect, and in addition to its specific recommendations, the committee urges the government to carefully consider all the matters raised in the report, in that review. I turn then, Mr Speaker, to the General Issues Report for 2021. The committee's inquiry into general issues related to the implementation and performance of the NDIS, which provides an ongoing opportunity for the public to present important evidence to the committee related to the NDIS, including its implementation, performance, governance, administration and expenditure. This is the committee's second report in the 46th Parliament for this inquiry. It examines new issues raised in evidence to the General Issues Inquiry since the tabling of the first report in December 2020 and provides an update on the committee's recent activities. Chapter 5 of the report also contains the committee's interim report in relation to its inquiry into the current scheme implementation and forecasting for the NDIS and makes one recommendation in relation to that inquiry. Mr Speaker, in conclusion, the committee thanks all those who contributed to the committee's inquiries by lodging submissions, providing additional information or expressing their views via correspondence. The committee would also like to thank those who gave their time to attend the committee's public hearings. In particular, the committee acknowledges the people with disability, their families and carers who shared their experiences. The testimony of people with lived experience is crucial to identifying issues with the NDIS and improving the operation of the scheme. Mr Speaker, I thank all the members of the committee, the Deputy Chair, Senator Brown and the other members, and I thank the Secretariat for their wonderful ongoing work in this regard. Thank you.
Thank the member for Menzies. The member for Maribyrnong seeking the call.
Yes, I would like to say a few words on the tabling of these critical reports, important reports on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. I congratulate and commend the work of the Chair.
You'll need to seek leave.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I had that.
Leave is granted. The member for Maribyrnong has the call.
I'd like to commend the work of the member for Menzies as the Chair and Senator Carol Brown as the Deputy Chair and commend the report. I also too want to thank the Secretariat for their conduct of both of these particular reports. They make a series or a number of important recommendations. Let me turn to the first report on general issues tabled. The Morrison government has, I'm afraid to say, been undermining public confidence in the National Disability Insurance Scheme by talking down the sustainability of the scheme at every public occasion. I also think they've done a disservice to the 467,000 participants on the scheme by listing 2 or 3 or 4 matters where funding was granted in controversial circumstances. This has been about reducing the NDIS. In 2021, the Speaker might be interested to know that the Morrison government has put out 10 conflicting sets of numbers about the financial health of the scheme to justify some of the changes which it's proposed bringing into the scheme. They have, I think, underestimated and undermined the scheme also by failing to look at the benefit of the $22 billion scheme. Now, National Disability Services, the peak body for employers in the disability services sector, did a report from an independent group of economists who revealed that the $22 billion scheme was injecting $52 billion into the Australian economy. So for every dollar spent on the NDIS, it was generating $2.25 in economic activity. I also think that this overreach and undermining of the scheme has been used to justify an extraordinary power grab, which would see the Morrison government hand unprecedented God powers, if you like, to the unelected public servant heading the National Disability Agency, the power to step into people's plans and change any matter. It has described the NDIS as a welfare agency rather than the great generous Australian safety net of universal support which was originally intended to be. Also, I need to report my concern that there's been an explosion of NDIS appeals against the Morrison government as revealed by the Administrative Appeals Tribunal annual report. The 2020-2021 AAT annual report reveals that the NDIS division of the AAT has seen a 21% increase in appeals lodged since the last financial year, a 77% increase in the number of cases that were not finalised by the end of the financial year, with 1,631 outstanding decisions. The median time to finalise cases is now blown out by 5 weeks to 23 weeks. The explosion in appeals I submit is being driven by ordinary Australians having to resort to take their own government to court in order to receive a universal safety net payment. It has become a battleground where the Morrison government turns up with all of its Samson-like resources, it's Goliath-like resources, the expensive private law firms, to fight Australians in their David-like struggle where they have just themselves or advocates if they can find the scarce advocate resources to do so. But what shows that there is a deliberate strategy of undermining the NDIS by litigating until the participant and the person with a disability just gives up is that of the percentage of cases brought to the AAT that are finalised in the AAT process without a decision, it is 98%. So there is a lot of settling at the door of court by government lawyers once they realise the participant will simply not give up on their right to a modest level of support. The Morrison government should explain the huge increase in appeals and the blowout in finalising cases. These are facts which cannot be spun away. It should explain itself to participants and parents like Liv Calavassi and her mum Gemma, who were forced to take the government to the AAT when Liv's funding was slashed. She was refused assistive technology which could assist her walk. I do not make this up. The increase in AAT appeals is a symptom, I submit, of the Morrison government's increasing attempts to cut the scheme by stealth, by refusing supports or slashing plans and defying the participant to fight on. The number of AAT cases as a proportion of NDIS participants has more than doubled from June 2020 to September 2021. The government is doing everything in its power it can to discourage participants on the plan, to make changes to the plans of people with disabilities, forcing them to fight. Now, in regards to the second report, the Quality and Safeguards Report, we still need an independent inquiry into deaths of participants who are under the care of the NDIS, and we will continue to push for an independent inquiry. The government makes its point about pink bats and talks about people who died as the contractors were rolling out poor health and safety in that scheme. But it is unfortunately silent when we talk about participants of the NDIS who die while they're receiving NDIS packages or have had the NDIS packages terminated. I talk about the 2nd of May this year. Jeff Barker, passed away on the 2nd of May. His family had told the NDIA Range Support Coordinator that Jeff was in crisis and needed daily checkups or he would die. Despite raising the alarm on April the 20th this year, Jeff, who was aged 50 when he passed, had uncontrolled diabetes and experienced severe bipolar condition. He was found unconscious by a carer on May the 2nd. The family notified the support coordinator on April the 20th. He was found unconscious by a carer on May the 2nd. He hadn't been checked on for several days when he was found. His family have since discovered that the approved regular checks on Jeff and his partner, who also lives with a severe mental illness, were not being conducted. The family do not know how long he was unconscious before he was found. It is the latest in a series of tragedies in the NDIS caused by negligent stewardship of the scheme by the current government. In South Australia, Anne-Marie Smith died of severe neglect after being left in a cane chair for many, many months, where she was toileted and fed and slept in the cane chair. In New South Wales, Mr David Harris was found dead months after he had died, after the NDIS cut off his supports because he hadn't attended a planning meeting. In Tasmania, Mr Tim Rubinek, who passed in 2018, he died in severe pain while waiting for the NDIS to send him a new bed and a chair. And in Queensland, Liam Danaher, who died earlier this year after months of fighting the NDIA for a seizure mat to help his epileptic condition that his family say would have saved his life. The report makes 30 recommendations with respect to safeguarding people with disabilities in the NDIS. But where you have not one, not two, but at least 5 tragedies, surely this would prompt the government to do an independent investigation. How many people have to die on the NDIS before the government thinks this is more than just another day at the office? So we should look at this report on the Quality and Safeguard Commission, and it should be acted upon. I think that as we break for the summer break, that if Minister Reynolds does not take heed of these clearly articulated solutions to a glaringly obvious, a well-documented, well-known problem, a problem, though, which has lives at risk, that people with disabilities are disproportionately unsafe under the Morrison government's toothless watchdog and ineffectual safeguarding system. Do we need to ask ourselves that every person who's harmed from the passing of this report and the government fails to respond to the report, upon whose head does that rest? In a similar vein, the government's record on protecting people with disabilities during COVID has been disappointing, to say the least. They were promised to be at the top of the queue, the front of the queue, with the rollout of the vaccinations, and we find out in a Senate hearing that the government had reprioritised people with disability down the queue. You can get up and say whatever you want later, Minister for Health. The truth. The Minister for Health finds the truth of the neglect of this government on the NDIS uncomfortable, and he seeks to shut me down. You can try and shut me down, but the voters will have their say on your poor stewardship. The federal government has a responsibility to show leadership. The minister says that it's unfair of me to raise these issues. I bet you haven't even read the member for Menzies' report, which talks about 30 recommendations. 30 recommendations. Which one do you agree with? Which one don't you agree with? Or indeed, haven't you even read it? But that doesn't stop you from lambasting me. The government looks forward to the prompt response. Prompt, quickly. You've had 8 years, government. 8 years. You've had 8 years. I look forward to your prompt response. The minister's very good to lay the blame stick around at Labor about mistakes made under previous administrations, but he doesn't have a mirror in his own policy house to examine their own failings. There are too many heart-rending stories. These people I read out are real people with real families. There is too much victim blaming. There is too much quiet whispering in the corridors of the gallery where they say to the journalists, the scheme's too expensive, the housing packages are too expensive, too many people with autism are getting funding, and the Safeguards Commission is not functioning as it should. This is the report. There are too many stories of misery inflicted on people the scheme was meant to help. The first step of comeback, of build-back of the NDIS has to be honouring the scheme's original intent. The reforms which are being made, which are proposed in the member for Menzies report, I just hope they're not another report to gather dust on this work-shy government, whose stewardship and record in the NDIS and its care for the vulnerable tragically leaves a lot to be desired. In the case of some people, is just too late.
Is the minister seeking the call? Is the minister seeking the call? The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, National Health Amendment, Enhancing the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendments moved by the members for Hughes and Hindmarsh.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hindmarsh moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Hughes has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after whilst be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Hughes to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Hindmarsh be disagreed to, and I give the call to the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank all of those who've spoken during the course of this debate. The amendments in this bill will support patient access to medicines and reflect new long-term 5-year agreements with Medicines Australia and with the Generic and Biosimilar Medicines Association, or GBMA, who collectively represent the medicines industry in Australia. These agreements build upon the long-standing partnership the government has fostered with Australia's medicines industry with the shared goal of supporting Australian patients. The new 5-year strategic agreements with Medicines Australia and GBMA will, 1, ensure that Australians continue to gain access to new breakthrough medicines and treatments as early as possible. 2, deliver robust and uninterrupted supply of the medicines that Australians need and use every day. And 3, keep the PBS on a long-term sustainable footing for patients, the industry and taxpayers. Specifically, the measures in this bill, which are part of a comprehensive package of reforms and improvements to the pharmaceutical benefits scheme co-developed with the medicines industry, will deliver 1, an improved statutory price framework which will support the ongoing investment in new PBS medicines, and 2, a new medicine supply security guarantee which will deliver greater levels of stock of commonly prescribed older and very low-cost PBS medicines which in recent years have become susceptible to global medicine shortages. As part of this, there will be 4 to 6 months mandatory stock holding requirements for the relevant medicines, which will provide more reliable supply of medicines for many conditions including high blood pressure, diabetes, epilepsy and for mental health conditions such as depression. I would like to acknowledge representations from some of the pharmaceutical companies in relation to proposed Section 99ACN of the bill, which gives effect to some of the statutory price reductions agreed with the sector. The intention of Section 99AC9 to apply a one-off statutory price reduction on 1 April 2023 to brands of pharmaceutical items that include drugs that have been listed on the PBS for 15 years or more and have not taken a price disclosure reduction. Whilst these provisions are intended to ensure judicious use of taxpayer money for the subsidy of medicines, importantly, as is the case now and consistent with the broader intent of the bill, the prices of important PBS-listed medicines will not be allowed to be reduced below that which is needed to secure supply for Australian patients. The bill provides for several safeguards, including the continuation of ministerial discretion for statutory price reductions to not apply, as well as the introduction of new price protection and floor prices. I thank in particular the opposition and the Shadow Minister for Health for their assistance in and support of these provisions, and I undertake that this will be a careful consideration during the life of this parliament for any issues that arise under that discretion. Since its initial introduction in 2018, ministerial discretion has been an effective and reliable mechanism for preventing statutory price reductions where they would not be appropriate. The bill therefore provides for continuation of these powers for all statutory price reductions under the Act where necessary to ensure that statutory price reductions do not jeopardise the supply of important medicines. The Australian Government appreciates the importance of these protections for the pharmaceutical industry and for patients that rely on their medicines. This has been conveyed to Government during the parliamentary engagement process over recent weeks and during consultation with the sector. Accordingly, my department is commencing consultation with Medicines Australia, the GBMA and other companies on the consequential amendments and updates to ministerial discretion guidance material that will arise from this bill and will inform the application process going forwards. Should a company believe that a statutory price reduction under the Act would result in an adverse outcome for patients, they will have the opportunity to request ministerial discretion prior to any reduction occurring. It is important to note that forecast price reductions to specific medicines anticipated for 1 April 2023 will be published well in advance of that date to ensure predictability for companies, patients and the government. The legislative elements of these landmark agreements are in addition to the significant policy and process reforms committed to in the strategic agreements with MA and the GBMA that will benefit Australian patients and taxpayers and advance the interests of the medicines industry. These include at least $5 billion of uncapped new investment in PBS medicines listed over the life of the agreements, which consists of the PBS New Medicines Funding Guarantee and the reinvestment of efficiencies agreed with the sector and enacted through this bill. The co-design and implementation of an enhanced consumer engagement process to better capture the patient voice early in the medicines assessment process, ongoing timely access to medicines through a review of Australia's health technology assessment, policy and methods to support continuous improvement. A horizon scanning forum to assure Australians have early access to breakthrough treatments, commitments to policy stability and predictability for the industry and for government. These landmark agreements build on the government's strong record on the PBS, which is demonstrated through the 7th Community Pharmacy Agreement between the Australian Government, the Pharmacy Guild of Australia and the Pharmaceutical Society of Australia, signed in June of 2020. Improvements to the pharmaceutical wholesaler arrangements designed with the National Pharmaceutical Services Association and established through the 7th CPA. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, the amendments in the bill will deliver improvements to the operation of the PBS for the benefit of patients, taxpayers and the medicines industry. I would like to thank the negotiating team from Medicines Australia and GBMA and my department, who have demonstrated incredible commitment to achieving this outcome in the interests of patients and taxpayers. Penny, Adriana, Nikolai, Dan and Sam Devlin from my office have all worked tirelessly, along with the teams from MA and GBMA, and all have operated in good faith. In particular, I'd like to thank Anna Lavelle, Liz de Soman, Neil McGregor, Liz Chapman and Bruce Goodwin from MA, and Jane Holton, Marnie Peterson and Dennis Bastis from the Generic and Biosimilar Medicines Association for their hard work, creativity and ingenuity that have contributed to the new strategic agreement and the innovative reforms in this bill. As I mentioned, Penny Shakespeare, Adriana Platona, Nikolai Sarganov, Daniel Shaston and Andrew Whitehead from the Department of Health, Sam Devlin from my office, Stacey Edmondson and Nicole Green have all contributed. In particular, I do want to note and thank all speakers who have been part of this, and to note the New Frontiers Delivering Better Health for Australians report, inquiry into approval processes for new drugs and novel medical technologies in Australia from the House of Reps Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Sport. This is an important initiative, Mr Speaker and Mr Deputy Speaker. We will consider and we look forward to responding as constructively as possible on as many of the recommendations as possible. It's about giving better access to new medicines as early as possible, and it's about ensuring the continued strengthening of the medicines and device technology sectors in Australia and the clinical trials sector in Australia. So it's an important reference. We thank the opposition and the crossbench for for their proposed amendments. We respectfully will not be adopting either of those. And I want to note, on a very positive, front, Mr Deputy Speaker, that on the weekend I was pleased to be joined by Sian Coombs, our candidate in the seat of Dunkley, for the listing of another new medicine, venetoclax, which will be available tomorrow for over 340 patients with acute myeloid leukemia. This venetoclax is an important and significant measure to ensure that patients who suffer from acute myeloid leukemia will have access to a medicine which would otherwise cost $88,000 and now will be available for as little as $41.30 or $6.60 per script for concessional patients. That's what the PBS is about. That's what these amendments are about. As many medicines as early as possible to as many patients as possible. In conclusion, since October 2013, on precisely that front, over 2,800 new or amended medicines listings have been made on the PBS for an overall investment of around $14 billion. The government has a policy to list all new medicines recommended for listing by the experts on the PBAC, and this bill will ensure that this can continue to occur long into the future. I thank the members for their contributions to debate on this bill. I commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Hindmarsh has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Hughes has moved an amendment to that amendment that all words after whilst be omitted with a view substituting other words. So the immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Hughes be disagreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Hindmarsh be disagreed to. All that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for other purposes.
I received a message from His Excellency, the Governor-General, recommending in accordance with section 56 of the Constitution appropriation for the purpose of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail, understands the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. So the question is that the bill be agreed to, and I call the member for Hughes.
I move the amendment circulated in my name. Deputy Speaker, there are 5 separate sections to this one amendment which I've put together as a single amendment for the ease of the House. The first amendment, I'll do the amendments number 1 and 4 firstly together, as they are basically the same. They amend to enhance the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. Firstly, section 9B, which is the provision of vaccines, and also section 132G2, which is the provision of COVID vaccines and treatments. Both amendments have the same wording, which I'll read out. They add 2 additional paragraphs to both those sections, and they are: nothing in this section or any other Commonwealth law allows the Minister to A, require a person to receive a vaccine, or B, provide or arrange for the provision of a vaccine unless the Minister is satisfied on reasonable grounds that the vaccine is not or will not be administered to a person without the person's free or informed consent. The second additional paragraph reads, without limiting the above paragraph, a person's consent to the administration of a vaccine to the person is not free and informed if A, when the person consents, a person is under the threat of negative consequences, including prejudice or disadvantage, if the person does not consent, or B, the consent is the result of coercion. Mr Speaker, these two additional amendments to the National Health Act are most important. We have two provisions in there, in that Act, about the provisions of vaccines, but neither of them have any requirement that the administration of those vaccines be only done with free and informed consent. This is a fundamental tenet of medical ethics that has developed over the centuries, and it should be in our National Health Act to spell it out loud and clearly. And the reason that this amendment is needed is it is very clear, when it firstly comes to free consent, that we have medical treatments being administered in this nation today that are not given with free consent. If someone, and we see it in thousands of jobs, tens of thousands of jobs and occupations, from airline pilots to nurses to school teachers to people that work at Woolworths, they are facing not only a loss of their job unless they submit to take one of the COVID vaccines, but in many cases they are facing the loss of their career. They are being prohibited to work in their career of choice. When someone has a mortgage to pay, when someone has rent to pay, when someone has children that they need to look after, they have no option. It is coercion, and threats that they are actually taking these COVID vaccines under. That is not free consent. We have a society at the moment where you cannot cross a state border unless you have been vaccinated. In Sydney today, I cannot sit in a barber's chair and get a haircut. I cannot sit in a barber's chair in Queanbeyan, but if I come across the border here to Canberra, I can get a haircut. In Sydney today, Mr Deputy Speaker, inside, I cannot sing. I cannot dance because I'm unvaccinated. This is an absurdity. We are abandoning those principles of medical ethics that have stood us in good stead and have been developed over the centuries. Those two provisions need to be put in to ensure that we are getting free consent. Because it's free and informed, is the phrase. There is also no informed consent. How can we have informed consent in this nation when we have doctors that are censored and silenced and face threat of deregistration if they decide to put up an alternate expert medical opinion? There is no one source of truth in this issue. It is important that we allow doctors to be doctors, to practice medicine.
The member's time has expired. Do you want to seek the call to...
I seek the call again.
The member for Hughes.
Doctors must be free to give their own opinion to their patients. The sanctity of the doctor-patient relationship is important, and we cannot have informed consent in this nation if our doctors are silenced, censored and face threat of deregistration, because that is exactly what is happening. There cannot be informed consent when other medical experts from around the world, such as Dr. Peter McCullough, probably one of the most highly qualified medical minds in all of the United States of America, who says, in his belief, that the vaccines are not sufficiently effective and they are not sufficiently safe and should be stopped tomorrow. But his opinion is not allowed on any mainstream media. His opinion is censored from places like Facebook and Twitter. How can there be informed consent if there is a suppression of free speech? And how can there be informed consent when we continue to say safe and effective, but yet there is zero, I repeat, zero long-term safety data? And as for the short-term safety data, the method of data collection is not fit for purpose. it is grossly underreporting the number of adverse events. And I'll give an example of this. We not only have the TGA that collects data for adverse events, and they currently say that the number of adverse events from the COVID vaccines is 0.21%. The question is, how many are being underreported? The TGA say very little. However, we have another group that reports on vaccine safety called AusVac Safety. And what AusVac Safety do, they actually contact, rather than wait for a voluntary response, they are sending SMS messages out to people after they have the COVID vaccine. Now, they have got over 4 million responses back, and those responses show that the number of people that are going to a hospital, an emergency department or a doctor's surgery, which according to the TGA should all be reported under the method that they use, they are running at 0.9%. So the TGA data, 0.12, AusVac Safety, 0.9. On those numbers alone, and we know the AusVac Safety data is underreported because it only goes out on the third day. So from that we know that the TGA's data of adverse events is missing at least 75% of the adverse events occurring. Yet that is not reported. How can there be informed consent? Do people know, do parents know, when their child goes and gets the Moderna vaccine, a 12 to 17-year-old child, are they aware that their 12-year-old child, if it was in the United States of America, would not be getting the Moderna vaccine because the Food and Drug Administration in the US has not yet decided that it is safe for injection in a 12-year-old child? Do Australian parents understand, and are they given the information that that Moderna vaccine that is being injected into their 12-year-old child has been suspended for injections in 12-year-old children in places like Germany and France and Denmark and Sweden and Finland and many other countries? Is that information being given to parents? And do parents know, Deputy Speaker, the data from AusVac Safety about young adolescents, which shows, in comparison to the Pfizer vaccine, where the Pfizer vaccine in adolescents reports at least one adverse event in 48% of kids after the second dose, the Moderna vaccines report an incredible 61% adverse effects. And are parents informed, Deputy Speaker, that from the Pfizer vaccines in adolescents, just over 1 in 100 people report seeing a doctor going to the emergency department after the second dose of Pfizer. But if they were given the Moderna dose, it is just under 2 in 100. So your chances of ending up to needing to see a doctor or going to hospital for adolescents, if you take the Moderna vaccine over the Pfizer vaccine, is almost a 100% increase. Are parents being informed of that?
The member's time has expired. Do you want to seek the call again?
I seek the call again.
Great if we could do it quietly.
There is clearly not informed consent, and that is the reason why I have moved that amendment. The other amendment, Deputy Speaker, that I have moved in this series of amendments is after section 1014F about the functions of the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee, which says the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee must review recommendations made by the Advisory Committee on Medicines Scheduling in relation to new restrictions on prescribing drugs off-label. Now, why this is needed? We have had this Advisory Committee on Medicines deciding that they would ban ivermectin in this country. Who reviews this decision? Who questions them? We have experts in this country. Men like Professor Thomas Borody, with more letters after his name than the alphabet. Men like Emeritus Professor Robert Clancy, that have not only been using these treatments on Australians, but have documented and shown that they are saving lives. They have documented and shown that they are keeping Australians out of hospital. And yet, an unelected group of unaccountable, faceless bureaucrats, many of them not even medical people, have come forward and have told those two medical geniuses, some of the highest qualified medical people in this country, they cannot use a treatment that they have demonstrated saving lives. There clearly needs to be more oversight of these groups because they are not doing their job as the Australian public would want them. The other amendment, Deputy Speaker, is 132, which relates to provisions of the COVID vaccines and treatments. And what it calls for is that before the minister engage in any conduct that would restrict the ability of medical practitioners, such as Professor Borody and the other 30 doctors he had working underneath him, there should be some consultation. Has the minister sat down with Professor Borody to go through his results of his trials? 600 patients, 0 deaths. And we know in the equivalent group of 600 Australians that had COVID, the numbers would normally be 7 deaths. There should be in the legislation a requirement for the minister and the department to consult with these medical doctors that are saving lives before they pull the rug from underneath them. These are sensible provisions to this bill. They enhance the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. To talk simply about more oversight, more consultation, the making sure that the concepts of free and informed choice and consent are enshrined in law. I would hope every single member of this House supports them.
Finished? I thank the member for Hughes. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. No. Think the ayes have it? Noes have it. Division required? Division required. Okay. Well, there's only one voice. So the... There's only one voice? Yeah, your microphone's not on, you can yell, but it's not going to matter. But resume your seat. The amendment is lost. So the question now is that the bill be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has now been agreed to. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? The member for Moreton. Thank the member for Moreton. The minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The clerk. Oh, the bill. Question is the bill be now read a third time. All the opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for other purposes.
The clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment exempting disability payments from income testing and other measures Bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment exempting disability payments from income testing and other measures Bill 2021, and I move the amendment circulated in my name, namely that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House criticises the government for 1. Failing to increase the totally and permanently incapacitated payment for disabled veterans and ignoring the concerns of Australians' 27,000 TPI veterans, and 2. Ignoring the recommendation of a Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee inquiry into the TPI payment special rate of disability pension that recommended that the government consider an increase in the TPI payment. At the outset, Deputy Speaker, Labor is on the side of Australian veterans and their families. We will be supporting the legislation as it will simplify and streamline assistance to veterans and improve their well-being. The bill addresses recommendations made by Mr David Tune in his 2019 review of the totally and permanently incapacitated payment, the Tune Review as it's now known, and the Productivity Commission's 2019 report entitled A Better Way to Support Veterans. I do note the Morrison government first announced these measures in the 2020-2021 budget, and its intention to bring forward these important changes from the 20th of September to the 1st of January 2022 in this year's budget, following pressure from Labor and the TPI veterans. These reforms will simplify the administration of some payments for veterans and their dependents. This will be done by exempting disability payments from income testing under the Social Security Act 1991, simplifying payment arrangements for approximately 14,000 veterans and their dependents. The government will also increase access to rent assistance for most of our veterans with disabilities. This will benefit approximately 6,900 veterans and their dependents. Specifically, the first schedule will implement the government's commitment to exempt the adjusted disability pension defined in the Veterans Entitlements Act 1986 from the income test under the Social Security Act. This will remove the need for the Defence Force Income Support Allowance, known as DFISA. Introduced in 2004, DFISA was paid as a top-up to ensure that veterans who received an age pension under the Social Security Act were not financially disadvantaged. Changes in this schedule will ensure that veterans will receive the same payment as before, but the administrative process will be much simpler. The second schedule will remove the disability income test, rent test from the Veterans Entitlement Act. This will mean that veterans with disabilities will now have access to the same rent assistance as those who receive it from Centrelink. It will increase rent assistance payable to veterans or enable some veterans with disabilities to receive rent assistance for the very first time. The disability income rent test results in severely disabled veterans receiving less rent assistance than those with a lower level of disability. In particular, this measure will benefit totally and permanently incapacitated veterans who presently do not receive any rent assistance due to the amount of compensation they receive. The third schedule will remove reference to the term disability pension in the Veterans Entitlement Act. In future, this payment will be referred to as the disability compensation payment. This change will clarify that these payments are compensation and will reduce the potential for the payment to be confused with the Department of Social Services disability support pensions. The measures contained in these first three schedules will commence on the 1st of January next year. The bill's fourth schedule will streamline indexation of disability pension compensation. Currently, the Extreme Disablement Adjustment, Intermediate Rate and Special Rates Pension, colloquially known as the TPI payment, are split into two components for indexation purposes. Each is indexed separately. The fourth schedule will remove this anomaly so that the whole amount is indexed as one. This measure will commence on the 20th of September 2022. This will simplify the Department of Veterans Affairs legislation, policy and procedures. It will also help avoid confusion for veterans about the purpose and structure of the Extreme Disablement Adjustment, Intermediate and Special Rates of Disability Pension. The fifth schedule in the bill introduces a pilot program for earlier access to rehabilitation. Labor supports this legislation as it will improve and streamline assistance to veterans and improve their well-being. Mr Speaker, while those measures that I've just referred to in this bill are beneficial, we know it's actually not what most TPI veterans want. The reality is most actually want an increase in the TPI payment. As I foreshadowed earlier, I am moving a second reading amendment on behalf of my colleague Shane Newman, who is not in a position. He is in the position to speak to this bill, but not in a position to procedurally move an amendment to this bill. But on behalf of Labor and indeed my shadow ministerial colleague, we moved that amendment because we are concerned, of course, that the commitments that were made, undertakings that were given by the Prime Minister to this constituency, this very important constituency, has gone without proper realisation of what was undertaken by the government. There was a very, very strong impression left by veterans and their families that this government, prior to the last election, was making an undertaking to increase the TPI payment, but we've seen no such increase to that payment, and for that reason the government should hang their heads in shame, because that was the impression that the Prime Minister left them, made the impression that they would be providing an increase to the TPI payment, and that's not forthcoming. So whilst of course we support the provisions, because it will provide some support to some veterans with disabilities, particularly in relation to rent support, we believe it is too little and there should be more done to provide support to this very important constituency who have been advocating now for years to see increases to their TPI payment. While measures in this bill, as I say, are beneficial, we know it wasn't what they actually expected or wanted. I am moving this second reading amendment to call out the Morrison-Joyce government for its appalling treatment of Australia's 27,000 TPI veterans. The Australian Federation of Totally Permanently Incapacitated Ex-Servicemen and Women, known as the TPI Federation, has raised the issue of the TPI payment for several years now, but the government has ignored their concerns. This is why Labor referred the issue of the adequacy of the TPI payment to a Senate inquiry earlier this year so that TPI veterans could have their say. The Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee inquiry into the TPI payment reported on the 1st of July this year and recommended that the government consider an increase in the payment. At the time, Labor called on the government to respond to the committee's unanimous recommendation, which would ensure that those veterans who have severe disabilities in particular would not be left behind. However, in its response to the inquiry tabled on the 7th of October, all the Morrison government could say was that it notes the recommendation and will take it into account when considering future policy options for support to TPI veterans. This was a grave disappointment to TPI veterans and their families, and it does underline that this government does like to make announcements, does like to give the impression of providing support to particular constituencies in the country, but doesn't follow through and doesn't always deliver despite its undertakings earlier. It was just another blow for these long-suffering ex-service men and women. As I say, before the 2019 election, the Prime Minister raised hopes of the TPI Federation that he would increase the payment by commissioning the review, only to dash them after the election with his flawed response to this review. After sitting on the report for more than a year, the Prime Minister announced in last year's delayed October budget that he would provide only rent assistance to a small proportion of TPI veterans, about 10% of all TPI veterans, leaving most very dismayed that they will miss out. In response to Labor's question and Senate estimates last year, it was revealed these benefits would not start to flow until September next year, while the government made changes to legislation and IT systems. Following pressure from Labor and the TPI veterans, the government did bring forward the measures in this bill to January next year, but given that they have left it to the very last sitting week this year to introduce and pass legislation, it's probably fair to say that they're cutting it very fine, Mr Deputy Speaker. So given that this is now time critical, Labor will not stand in the way of these measures and want to see some assistance, however modest, for these most deserving former defence personnel. But we do censure the government for ignoring the recommendation of a Senate inquiry to boost the TPI payment and for its appalling treatment of TPI veterans over 8 long years. The Prime Minister should listen to his colleagues, including the Senator and former Major General Jim Molan, who said that this is the most deserving issue in the veteran community. I don't agree all the time with Senator Molan, but the fact is he is absolutely right when he says that this is one of the most deserving issues for the veterans community. On top of this, we know that the Department of Veteran Affairs is struggling to deal with a huge backlog of veterans with disability pension claims, with 68% of claims yet to be finalised as of April this year. This, along with long waiting times for most veterans' claims, has prompted the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel to commission a fresh review of the DVA claims processing system by one of the government's favoured consultants, McKinsey. Meanwhile, the government refuses to address the real reason behind these dangerously long delays, with assistance that are having a terrible impact on veterans' mental health. That is, chronic staff shortages and record levels of labour hire workers, many of whom are not skilled to deal with this constituency, with the people who are in need of help. And we do say to the government they need to do better in providing proper support and advice to the veterans community. It is just not good enough, and our veterans and their families deserve so much better. Mr Speaker, notwithstanding this, the bill currently before the House is better than nothing and will go some way to support some veterans with disabilities and their families and former defence personnel more broadly. So to that extent, Labor does support this bill.
I thank the member for Gorton. Is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment, Deputy Speaker, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank the member for Patterson. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Gorton has moved an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And at the outset, I acknowledge the member for Herbert in the chamber and recognise his fine service in uniform and indeed his ongoing contribution to Veterans Affairs and to his community at large since he has resumed life as a civilian. I also acknowledge that today in Brisbane the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicides continues. Acknowledge that Senior Counsel Assisting Kevin Connor SC has said that inquiry hearings will be held in regional centres such as Townsville, so proudly represented by the member for Herbert, as well as Wagga Wagga, my hometown, a city with tri-service representation. Royal Australian Air Force at Forest Hill, Royal Australian Navy at the RAF base, and indeed the home of the soldier, Kapooka, where that long line of car keys stretching back to Gallipoli, and even before that, have marched out of there. Indeed, just the other day, Governor-General David Hurley was the reviewing officer at the latest march out, where 60 or so recruits joined the 350,000 before them, who now and in the past have proudly worn the khaki uniform, and we say thanks to them. Thanks to you for your service. Thanks to you for your sacrifice, and may that long continue and endure. Mr Speaker, I listened carefully to the member for Gorton and heard what he had to say about the total and permanently incapacitated payments. I would say to any veterans listening that don't just listen to what Labor says, observe carefully what Labor does, and I will recall when I first served in this place what Labor did in the defence space, what Labor didn't do in the veteran space, and I'm proud to be part of the government which has provided record investment to defence and very much listened to the needs and wants of our veterans community. As a former Veterans Affairs Minister, I'm very in tune with what veterans have to say, particularly as though I know many veterans not just do their recruit training through Wagga Wagga, not just end up being posted to Wagga Wagga, but indeed return to Wagga Wagga and the Riverina once their military careers are over. And as far as the help being required, if any veteran is seeking to reach out to say that they are not okay, and it's all right to say that you're not okay whether you are in uniform or indeed part of the wider civilian network here in Australia. But for veterans, Open Arms 1800 011 046. It's a 24-hour line. The Department of Defence All Hours Support Line 1800 628 036. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased that when I was the Veterans Affairs Minister, that the defence-centric or veterans-centric reform legislation was put into the parliament. Very important that that piece of legislation for the current and future needs of those who wear and have worn our uniforms. Indeed, at June 30, 2019, the Australian Defence Force comprised about 58,000 permanent, 47,000 men and 11,000 women, 27,500 active reserve personnel across the RAN, the Army and the RAF. And at June 2019, there were more than 290,000 DVA beneficiaries in receipt of pensions, allowances and treatment or pharmaceuticals. And this included about 184,000 veterans and 110,000 dependents. The Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment exempting disability payments from income testing and other measures Bill 2021 is an important piece of legislation. This bill assists in ensuring some of our most vulnerable veterans will be better assisted, better supported and helped to the point where they require that assistance and we are giving them exactly what they need. It delivers on the government's budget commitments announced in October 2020 and May 2021. And I note that the member for Gorton talked about the delayed budget and the favoured consultants, dripping with sarcasm. This isn't about having a crack at the government. This should be about doing what we need to do in a bipartisan way for our veterans. And I'm pleased that, that Labor will not stand in the way of this bill passing the House of Representatives. This bill implements the recommendations of the review conducted by esteemed public servant David Tune into the adequacy of the TPI payment. This bill includes provisions to exempt disability pension as income under the Social Security Act. These alterations simplify the support system for more than 14,000 veterans and dependents and negate the need for the Defence Force Income Support Supplement. Deputy Speaker, provisions to remove a means test imposed on rent assistance for certain veterans and dependents. About 6,900 veterans and dependents will now become eligible for rent assistance or an increased rate of rent assistance. And this ensures that even under the provisions of acts that are passed and changes that are ultimately made as time goes on, even if a veteran drops, say, $100, that's $100 that they can't make up on. And that, for many veterans, means the difference between having a reasonable life and being on the breadline. It truly does. And that's why we know that the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment is so critical and so time-sensitive as well. It also includes provisions to clarify the existing disability pension is a compensation payment and that it should not be confused with other income support measures such as Centrelink's disability support pension. And it also provides the simplification of indexation arrangements for the disability pension, which is presently an overly complicated bureaucratic process. And if there's one thing I know, and veterans certainly know it, what they don't want is a complicated, intricate bureaucratic process. They want to know that they're going to be supported without having to go through all sorts of rigmarole, without having to go through all sorts of hardship just to get the payments that they so desperately want, need, expect and, most importantly, Deputy Speaker, deserve. Because it's their money. It's their money. And they have been sent by us, by the government, by the Commonwealth, to do a job. They've done that job proudly. They've done that job diligently. They've sacrificed so much, and that's why this is so important that this pass the House. This bill also includes a measure to implement a 2-year trial of non-liability rehabilitation. This will enable veterans participating in the trial to access DVA rehabilitation services in a more prompt manner, without the need to make a claim for compensation or have to wait for the determination of liability. The government has accepted all of the recommendations of the review undertaken by Mr Tune, and if passed, this bill does give effect and will give effect to changes to meet 4 of these recommendations, they being Defence Force Income Support Allowance be abolished and adjusted disability pension, including the TPI payment and permanent impairment payment under the MRCA, be defined as exempt income under the Social Security law. That is Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. In addition, the disability income rent test should be done away with, should be abolished. This would simplify payment arrangements and allow TPI veterans who are renting to receive Commonwealth rent assistance. The bill also gives effect to changes including the indexation of TPI payment be changed to index the whole payment all at once, rather than in 2 components, that being Schedule 4. This could also apply to the intermediate and extreme disablement adjustment rates of disability pensions. The split indexation mechanism was brought in 2004 as a result of the different indexation mechanisms in place for the general rate and above general rate components, but it is now redundant as the indexation mechanisms were all brought into line back in 2008. Now, the bill also changes the terminology and language in legislation, guidelines and policy documents, which will mean that no longer will there be reference to the TPI pension as a pension, but as a payment. Some stakeholders are concerned that the term pension in Schedule 3 implies welfare instead of compensation, and it's not welfare. It is indeed compensation. Feedback received by the government when these measures were introduced and announced in the October 2020 budget was that the measures were supported, and the proposed legislation before the House today is critical because veterans know how important this is. They know how important that every dollar in their account is deserved and needed, and that is why we've listened to that feedback. Of course, we've brought the implementation forward to 1 January 2022 as part of this year's budget, which was handed down in May. Now, veterans will not need to apply for rent assistance. DVA will contact those income support recipients who may be eligible, and we will seek up-to-date rent information from them. Once received, this information will be used to undertake the assessment process of rent assistance, with payments commencing on the first payday following New Year's Day next year. And finally, Mr Speaker, the Senate inquiry recommendation that the government consider increasing the TPI payment, that is, I appreciate what the member for Gorton says. We are indeed in a process of consultation constantly with veterans. We will continue to be the side of politics that listens to veterans, that acts on their concerns. We understand full well the service and sacrifice that they have made, both at home and abroad. We will continue to take on board those discussions, that feedback, and that is why we are bringing forward this particular legislation and those particular payments as part of this legislation, because we know that it is needed, we know that it is expected, and we know that it is deserved. And I just say, finally, to veterans, please know that help is always at hand, whether in mental health support, financial support, because you deserve it and because you have sacrificed so much for and on behalf of our nation. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member for Riverina. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Blair by virtual presidents.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on this bill, the Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment exempting disability payments from income testing and other measures, Bills 2021. And I speak in support of the amendments moved by the member for Gorton. This government has ignored the concerns of 27,000 TPI veterans. The government has ignored the recommendations of a vital Senate committee which recommended an increase in the TPI payments. This bill is better than nothing. As the member for Gorton has indicated in his speech, there are 6,900 veterans and their dependents who will benefit by this bill. So Labor won't stand in their way of them receiving some additional assistance. The bill removes the Disability Income Rent Test under the VEA, Veterans Entitlement Act, one of 3 acts that apply in the area of Veterans Affairs, MERCA, DERCA and the VEA, and VEA applies to TPI recipients. So this change will operate from the 1st of January 2022. So the government's left it very late to assist a small cohort of veterans who need help. So these are veterans on low incomes in private rental accommodation who will be eligible for Commonwealth rental assistance or receive a high rate of rent assistance, and they'll get a bit of help. It also exempts the disability pension from Social Security income tests from the 1st of January 2022, which means that what is commonly called the FISA top-up payment will be abolished as it's simply not necessary. There's some renaming of the disability pension to the disability compensation payment to clarify the disability pension is not an income support pension or welfare, but a compensation payment. Some adjustment in terms of combining some separate indexation components, and also the establishment of that 2-year non-liability rehabilitation pilot program in response to Productivity Commission review recommendation in relation to cultural change and encourage early voluntary participation in rehabilitation. I might add the government's not responded to even half of the Productivity Commission recommendations, the report that was released on the 2nd of July 2019. So the government advises that the changes to the bill are beneficial and no veterans receiving disability compensation payments will be worse off. I note the government first announced these changes in the October 2020 budget. Perhaps the government should consider backdating the measure to provide rent assistance to some TPI veterans to October 2020, when the government accepted the recommendations of the Tune Review. After all, the government knew it was underpaying TPI veterans, but is not prepared to compensate them for the long time it took for this legislation to be drafted and eventually passed. It must be said Labor is supporting this bill because, frankly, it's better than nothing and better than anything the government's delivered for disabled veterans today. We can't let this legislation go through without mentioning the government's abysmal treatment of TPI veterans over the last 8 years. This is what our second reading amendment's all about. The fact is the TPI Federation has been raising the issue of the TPI payment for several years, and the government's ignored their concerns. They have been the victims of gross bad act of faith on behalf of this government. Before the 2019 federal election, Prime Minister Scott Morrison effectively promised to increase the payment by announcing a review of the TPI pension to be conducted by Mr David Tune, and that would report after the election. The TPI review was really a cynical marketing exercise by a Prime Minister desperate to win an election, to placate veterans and to ask for their votes before the election. It was a pretend move. In a letter to the TPI Federation in April 2019, on the eve of the May 2019 election, the Prime Minister committed the government to the review, and he stated in that letter, and I quote, "The TPI Federation makes a compelling case in relation to the relative value of the above general rate AGR component of the SRDP, Special Rate of Disability Pension. The fact that TPI veterans are not able to earn an income as a result of their service to our nation means that their loss of income during what would have been their working life should be appropriately recognised and replaced." The Prime Minister said TPI veterans have a compelling case. If ever there was a case of raising expectations, this is it. In fact, in a Senate estimates hearing in October last year, the Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs, Ms Liz Cosson, conceded that the Prime Minister's letter had raised expectations that the government would increase the TPI payment, and the TPI Federation had made a strong argument for an increase. Ms Cosson herself admitted that she thought that the Federation had made a strong argument for an increase in the TPI pension. But this is not what the government's doing, and it's not what this legislation does today. Following the election, the TPI Federation revealed there was a very limited consultation with TPI veterans as a result of the review undertaken by David Tune. Mr Tune met with the TPI Federation only once so they could put their case to him. However, shockingly, the review completely dismisses the group's submissions, and they were not even given a copy of the report. The review was then completed in August 2019, but was buried under the cloak of cabinet confidence until the delayed October 2020 budget. Then, after sitting on the report for more than a year, the government finally announced the response in the budget. Far from increasing the TPI payment, all the government offered was some modest rent assistance to about 10% of TPI veterans. That's what they said at the time, about 2,700 people living in private rental accommodation, leaving most TPI veterans disgusted that they were missing out. So after raising the TPI Federation's hopes before the election, the government went on to dash them after the election. This was a huge disappointment to TPI veterans and just shows that veterans who are TPI and other veterans can't trust the Prime Minister or this government. To add insult to injury, in response to Labor's questions and Senate estimates last year, it was revealed these benefits were not due to start and flowing until September 2022, while the government made changes to legislation and IT systems. In other words, it would have been many years before even these people who were acknowledged by the Tune Review as being in desperate need of support would receive any assistance. When asked by Labor in the hearing what these people should do in the meantime, DVA Secretary Liz Cosson said, "Good question, good question." It was only after pressure from Labor and TPI veterans the government brought forward the start date to January 2022, and they've been left until the very last sitting of the year, this year, 2021, to pass the enabling legislation. They were in very real danger of running out of time to deliver the budget measure from October 2020. And it goes to show this government's priorities and the lack of urgency concerning support for TPI veterans. Given TPI pensioners have had to wait for answers since April 2019, when the Prime Minister commissioned a review on the eve of the election, these delays only created more anxiety and frustration amongst TPI veteran communities. This is why Labor listened to TPI veterans and referred the matter to an independent Senate inquiry earlier this year so that TPI veterans could have their say. The Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee was established by Labor on the 18th of March 2021 to examine the adequacy of the TPI payment special rate of disability pension and the case for an increase in the payment. The committee included government and Labor senators, as well as independent Senator Jackie Lambie, and allowed for an open and transparent examination of the issues and to establish the facts, and the report was adopted unanimously, although I must say the government members played little role in the inquiry. In its deliberation, the inquiry noted a number of reviews of the TPI payments in recent years, including the Tune Review, concluded an increase in the TPI payment was not warranted and recommended more targeted assistance instead. However, and this is really critical, the inquiry recognised these reviews factored in other benefits, such as service pension and other payments, wrongly when considering the adequacy of support provided to TPI pensioners. The committee found the submitters made a persuasive case for a fair and just structural adjustments of AGR above general rate component of the TPI payment to restore the relative value of the payment and recognise and replace TPI veterans' loss of income. Further, in evidence before the committee, DVA officials did not even attempt to defend the government's position and the response to the Tune Review. And they agreed, DVA officials, that the level of compensation for TPI veterans was inadequate. Based on all these submissions and evidence provided at the public hearing, the committee recommended the government consider an increase in the TPI payment and the government consider the next exact level of the increase. And yet the government has failed to do so. Labor welcomed the report, and we have called on the government to do better and more. The government has failed to respond to the unanimous recommendation in a way that satisfies TPI veterans. The government has given platitudes in relation to the issue. There's a MyEFO coming up, There's a budget in March next year. If the government wants to take action, and so they should listen to the voice of TPI pensioners and give them the increase they need and deserve. As this amendment sets out, Labor condemns the government for the failure to accept the recommendation of the Senate inquiry and to listen to the voice and the cries and the pleas of TPI veterans. On behalf of the Labor opposition, I call on the government to do the right thing. We'll support this legislation today.
The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Brand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sam Sewer contacted my office in February this year seeking assistance with a partnership visa application for his wife Leda to travel from Afghanistan to Australia. Leda's application had been pending for 3 years, and with the situation in Afghanistan deteriorating, Sam Sewer and Leda were pleading for action. Yet with my urgent letters to the Morrison government going unanswered for months, Sam Sewer and I are confronted with the sad fact that this government did not care about him and his family. When Leda finally received a humanitarian visa on the 23rd of August, about a week after the Taliban took over in Kabul, she was turned away at the airport due to a communication breakdown between the Australian agencies. The Morrison government's negligence in failing to process visa applications for 3 years almost cost Leda her life, with 2 suicide bombers and multiple gunmen attacking crowds at Kabul airport shortly after Australian authorities turned her away into the chaos, clutching her humanitarian visa and her documents. After a terrifying 3 months trapped in Kabul, and despite the Morrison government's disgraceful mismanagement of the Afghanistan crisis, Leda has since made it back to Australia. Sam Sewer and Leda are thrilled to be reunited, and I welcome Leda to Australia with open arms, and I look forward to meeting her when she arrives in her new home in WA. I want to thank the people who worked tirelessly to get Leda here, particularly Matt and those in my electorate office who refused to give up hope that Sam Sewer and Leda would be reunited. This is just one good story that ended well. There are 3,000 others waiting for their humanitarian visas.
I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Australians and nuclear energy a perfect match. Australia hosts 33% of the world's uranium deposits. It's the world's second largest producer of uranium after Kazakhstan and Canada. After Glasgow, Alan Finkel, our chief Australian scientist, has stated that Australia must consider nuclear energy as a part of our mix as it offers net zero emissions. Australia is perfectly placed to take advantage of this resource. Vast supplies of uranium reduces our energy cost, able to supply energy to Southeast Asia and sell uranium and technology to the rest of the world. Nuclear technology has advanced a lot in the recent years. Modular reactors can fit on the back of a truck and transported. Molten salt reactors can't melt down, and built-in water cooling systems now exist. Modular reactors have many advantages: small, cheap, easy to establish, suitable for the Australian electrical market. It can use the existing poles and wires, and it's a great mix with coal, gas and renewables. A survey of Australian population or polling revealed the Australian population, 44% of Aussies support nuclear power, 40% of Aussies oppose nuclear power. Net zero, not taxes, is the way to go.
Member's time has expired. I call the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I stand here today to recognise Bega Valley born and raised carriage driver Boyd Excel. Some people find their calling and know from a very young age what they are going to do with their life. And this is what happened to Bega Valley's Boyd Excel. Like many country kids, he's always had a deep love and fascination for horses. So when his teacher introduced him to carriage driving, there was no going back. Boyd won his first Australian Pairs Championship when he was just 16 years old, and since then he has become practically unbeatable in the sport of carriage driving. In fact, he's been crowned the world champion 5 times and has won the FEI World Cup Driving Championships 8 times, with his most recent win in Stockholm just this week. Carriage driving isn't very big in Australia, but on the world stage this is a professional sport that attracts sponsorship and large crowds. Boyd is out there on the world stage doing Bega and Australia proud. He's worked incredibly hard to get to the point where he dominates this sport, and he's a perfect example to country kids from all over Australia who may have big dreams. Boyd's family still live in the Bega Valley. They're incredibly proud of his achievements, and I'm proud to stand here today to give this man the recognition he deserves here in this parliament.
I call the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yesterday was a time to celebrate for the majority of the population that live in my hometown of Kimber, with the naming of the town as the host of the National Radioactive Waste Management Facility. Now, we've been on this pathway for 6 years. 6 years since I first raised it in a public meeting in Kimber, the possibilities of putting our hand up for this place. And for the majority, as I said, and I understand there is a group that are opposed to this going ahead, and we have listened to their voices, but in the end you can't listen to every voice, and the majority is going to have their way. There's going to be 45 permanent jobs in Kimber. In around about 1983, there were nearly 1,900 people in the district. There is now around about 1,050. And so 45 jobs in that population will make an incredible difference. There is a $300 million facility to build, and it is my intention to draw that out as long as we can to make sure we maximise the benefit to the local community and build capacity in the community, which will then be able to generate services for the rest of Eyre Peninsula. We're going into the third round of a $2 million community grant funding program. There is $8 million for facilitating the capacity in the town, and a $20 million trust fund that I think will sit in eternity. $3 million for the Bungala. There is a proposal to bring the school in, to bring STEM funding, agriculture, and to generate extra capacity off of this great
member's time
decision.
has expired. I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to congratulate an amazing territory business, Monsoon Aquatics, which has been announced as the 2021 Australian Exporter of the Year. Now, from 89 finalists from around Australia, Deputy Speaker, this territory company were acknowledged for the growth in their business and the growth in their exports. They sustainably harvest fish and coral for aquariums around the world. In 2011, Monsoon Aquatics became the first company to sustainably export coral, and more recently they have been engaging in a world-first program of coral aquaculture, where they're spawning endemic Australian coral with a view to commercialising this particular practice and product. It's world-leading stuff, and it's a very exciting development. Huge congratulations to the Director Dan and Brooke and the entire team at Monsoon Aquatics. This award is a direct reflection of all their hard work and effort they've put into the business since it was established in Darwin in 2008. They're now operating in 3 states. It's very impressive, and Mr Deputy Speaker, Monsoon Aquatics was just one of 7 territory businesses which made it to the finals of the Export Awards, and I want to congratulate them all. But we're very territory proud of our businesses. We have ingenuity and innovation, and Monsoon Aquatics have done us proud.
I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, in March last year I was pleased to announce $20,000 through our government's Stronger Communities Fund for the Berry Church of Christ to support the establishment of a men's shed for the local community. On Sunday, that men's shed was officially opened. The men's shed movement is a great Australian success story that has seen a staple of the Australian backyard evolve into a vital component of communities all around Australia and indeed the world. Men's sheds are at the centre of so many communities across Barker, and I'm so pleased that we can now add Berry to the growing list of sheds. In fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm a member of all 25 men's sheds in Barker, and I enjoy dropping in when I can to have a cuppa and to catch up with the shedders. They have formed integral parts of their respective communities. Good mental health is based on a number of factors, including feeling good about yourself, feeling productive and valued by your community, connecting with friends and maintaining an active body and an active mind. Becoming a member of a men's shed gives a man that safe and busy environment where he can find many of these things in an atmosphere of good old-fashioned mateship. I wish the members of the Berry Community Men's Shed every success. While I couldn't be there on Sunday to celebrate this milestone, I look forward to dropping in on them now at their new Berry Men's Shed very soon.
I call the member for Doe Bell.
Deputy Speaker, millions of people across Australia are now fully vaccinated against COVID-19, and it's in no small part thanks to our pharmacists. There are close to 6,000 community pharmacies across Australia, and while they weren't included in our vaccine rollout from the beginning, ever since they've joined the race, vaccination numbers have safely and steadily risen. In fact, according to the Australian Immunisation Register, pharmacists have administered over 1 million doses of AZ, over 1 million doses of Moderna, and are now administering the universal booster Pfizer at a rate of 3,000 jabs a day. As a pharmacist of over 20 years, I'd like to personally recognise the contribution of pharmacists to helping keep Australians safe. And I was pleased to join those efforts as a volunteer immuniser at Camel Village Pharmacy in my electorate. Deputy Speaker, it's a critical role and becoming more vital as we face emerging variants, but unfortunately pharmacists aren't always properly recognised for the work they do. Given the training, compliance requirements and time taken for pharmacists to support the vaccine rollout, I don't know how the government can justify their remuneration. According to the government's own schedule of payments, pharmacists are paid as little as $16 for first doses, $26 for second doses and $16 for boosters. Healthcare workers doing the same job deserve to be paid the same. Pharmacists are some of the most trusted and most accessible healthcare professionals out in our communities. And there are around 70 towns in Australia that have no GP or other health service, but they do have a pharmacy. These communities and communities across Australia rely on pharmacists, and pharmacists deserve proper remuneration. Same job, same pay.
Give the call to the member for Casey.
And thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In 2009, I initiated the Casey Apprentice Trainee of the Year Awards to recognise, reward excellence and achievement and to encourage careers in local trades and small business. A committee of 4 local prominent business leaders was formed to decide on the finalists and the winners for each year, a difficult task given the number of nominations. They volunteered their time and they've done so since 2009. Mature age apprentices all over the age of 30 have also been chosen as overall winners in a number of years. The winners have come from a range of industries: manufacturing, horticulture, landscaping, electrical, plumbing, glazing and automotive. This year will be the 13th year of the awards and my final year, given I am not standing at the next election. And of course I hope the next member for Casey continues the tradition. Just here in this House, I wanted to thank the judges: Phil Munday from the automotive sector, Sue O'Brien from hospitality, Nick Ferraccio from manufacturing and Clive Larkman from horticulture for giving their valuable time and being part of these awards from the beginning. And I think it's something special that a group of 4 people who donate their time to do this have stayed together for all those years as a dedication to our local community.
I call the member for Melbourne.
Time is up for more coal and gas. It's the leading cause of the climate crisis. We need to reduce emissions 75% by 2030, but Liberal and Labor are taking us backwards. If you don't have a plan to phase out coal and gas, you don't have a plan to deal with the climate crisis. But instead of phasing it out, Liberal and Labor want more coal and gas. They have plans for 116 new coal and gas mines. This burns our future. It burns our reputation. It endangers people with every extreme weather event. It affects our national security and it will wreck our economy. The Liberals' plan is a joke. The Nationals don't take it seriously and neither will the voters of Kooyong, Higgins or Brisbane. But the Labor Party isn't taking the science seriously either, opening new coal and gas mines. But I know that the voters of Macnamara, Griffith and Richmond take our safe future seriously. Liberal and Labor, you are using our money to ruin traditional owners' lands in the Beetaloo, giving public money, our money, to tax-dodging coal and gas corporations that send profits offshore. It's time to draw a line in the sand. No more coal and gas. So before too many people lose their homes, their livelihoods or their culture, let's kick this terrible government out and put the Greens in balance of power so we can push the next government to act before it's too late.
I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This Saturday, constituents in my electorate of Wentworth will be going to the polls to vote for their local councillors and mayors in the New South Wales local government elections. These elections, which have been twice delayed due to COVID-19, provide the opportunity for the community to elect their representative in Australia's closest level of government. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I wanted to acknowledge and thank our group of outstanding Liberal candidates who are currently standing on pre-polls working tirelessly for their communities. In Waverley, Sally Betts, Will Nemesh, Leon Goltzman, Tony Kay, Angela Burrell, Dov Fraser, Brad Cole, Phil Achudo, Josh Spicer, Kerry Pinkstone, Andrew Cusack and David Plastier. In Woollahra, the current Mayor Susan Wynne, Richard Shields, Isabel Shapiro, Mary Lou Jarvis, Tony Zeltzer, Peter Kavanagh, Sean Carmichael, James Ardoin, Kevin Berry, David Saw, Hugh Woodgate, Georgina Jarvis, Sarah Swan, Jeanette Mitchell and Dixie Coulton. And finally in Randwick, Christy Hamilton, Alan Sangster, Jason Young, Joanne McCafferty, Pat Moore, Carolyn Martin, Andrew Hay, Brad Keane, Grace Tan, Daniel Rosenfeld, Joseph Tesorero, Gerald Fogarty, Bill Bust, Henson Lang, Amanda Wilmot, and finally, City of Sydney, the candidates there, Shauna Jarrett, Lyndon Gannon, Sam Danieli, Felice Stanton, Richard Hicklin and Ricky Lee. I urge residents to vote Liberal and support this great local team. Thank you.
I call the member for Fenner.
This year, many are celebrating Hanukkah, the Jewish festival of lights. Yet something very dark is happening in the anti-vax and anti-lockdown protests. Extremists are exposing vaccine-hesitant audiences to anti-Semitic propaganda on a wide scale. Jewish news outlet Plus 61J reported that over 100,000 users now follow Australian anti-vax pages that promote anti-Semitic bigotry. In Melbourne, recent anti-vax protests were attended by several prominent neo-Nazis and addressed by a speaker who once decried the influence of Australian Jews in media and business. The organising page in Adelaide anti-vax rally claimed satanic Jews run the health industry. The member for Hughes has reposted from a neo-Nazi page that described Hitler as a hero. The member for Dawson was advertised as a speaker at an anti-lockdown protest, alongside an activist who termed Israel an occultist testing hub. Yet they won't acknowledge the many anti-Semites in their midst. Meanwhile, anti-Semitic incidents have escalated. Jewish gravestones have been desecrated in Tasmania. Anti-Semitic graffiti has appeared in Victoria. Days before the anniversary of the Kristallnacht pogrom, a Nazi flag was flown directly opposite the Brisbane synagogue. As Plus 61J's Oscar Caspi-Crutchett notes, RDA and the UAP should acknowledge and denounce anti-Semitism in their movement. Labor stands uncompromisingly with the Jewish community against anti-Semitism. Every MP should do the same.
I call the member for Ryan.
Deputy Speaker, this government is lifting the veil of secrecy from cowards that are online trolls. I, along with many of my colleagues, have been advocating for reforms that would give Australians the same rights online as they have in the real world, and the recent announcements made by the Prime Minister and the Attorney-General do exactly this, and they will further protect Australians from harms online and hold big tech accountable. It sends a strong message to those who wish to send vile and toxic content and slurs online. Let's be clear about what we are talking about tackling. It's not the slings and arrows of public debate or censoring the left and the right, as those opposite want to do. It's about protecting predators, targeting and bullying a 14-year-old into suicide. It's about vile predators who harass a person about their looks to the point of them developing anorexia. This is what we are tackling, and Australians have every right to go online without being abused or trolls, and those opposite across from me should support it. Under these new powers, social media companies will be declared as publishers, meaning they are liable for the defamatory remarks unless they actively assist in identifying anonymous trolls. This important reform will help those parents who feel helpless to protect their kids online to unmask the bully or predator that is targeting their children. For too long, social media companies have taken massive profits and turned a blind eye to the effects on the end users. Along with our other measures, we are going to continue to act to keep Australian families safe online.
I call the member for Richmond.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to report to the House that 45,000 people have now signed Labor's petition to scrap the Morrison government's cruel and unfair cashless debit card and to protect our pensioners. This is a huge number of Australians who are seeing through this government's lies, and they're joining our fight for fairness. Since launching the petition just a few months ago, this issue has resonated deeply right across the country, from those who are already on the card to those worried they'll be forced onto it. Well, Australians have seen the evidence, and they know the Liberals and Nationals are coming for them next. And as the chair of Labor's Protecting Pensioners Task Force, I have been inundated with heartbreaking stories from those already on the card, people who have been cruelly directed by this government about where and when they can spend their own money. We know the Morrison government wants to roll the cashless card out nationally, and we know the Liberals and Nationals have already started forcing pensioners onto the card. Well, Labor will keep fighting this all the way, every single day. Thank you to those groups like No Cashless Debit Card Australia and Say No 7 for your tireless work, and thank you to the 45,000 people who've signed the petition. Let's keep it going, and let's keep sending this government a message all the time. And at the next election, make your vote count. Vote Labor, because only a vote for Labor will scrap these cruel cashless debit cards for good.
I call the member for Sturt.
Sorry, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thought you'd be able to get a full 90 seconds out, but not quite. But look, I'm
members on my left.
I rise to welcome the progress and work from South Australian Power Networks along Lower North East Road in my electorate, where they are undergrounding a section of power lines from Gorge Road down along Lower North East across the front of the Campbelltown shopping centre. This is an excellent project because one of the unfortunate things about my beautiful city is that when they installed the electricity network, we didn't have good, reliable trees, and so all of our power lines are held up by these rather ugly cement slabs with two sort of railway tracks along each side. That's how we strung the electricity network in Adelaide, and wherever we can, whenever we can, it's good to invest in burying the power lines, putting them underground, creating an excellent outcome for the streetscape. And this presents an opportunity for us to deliver the vision of the Campbelltown Council, being the Campbelltown Urban Village. After we underground the power lines, there will be an opportunity to undertake further streetscaping and beautification of that area. It would be a great outcome for residents. I'm an enormous supporter of that project. There's more work to be done on it, but it's an excellent start as we see South Australian Power Networks undertake this project, and over the next 12 months we'll get rid of around 1,000 metres of overhead power lines so we can get on with that project and deliver it locally.
I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If there's one thing about politics that unites people across my community, it's a deeply held, almost desperate wish for better standards of behaviour, of debate, of integrity. The despair and cynicism about politics, the loss of trust, the distinct and depressing feeling that those who are currently in power just aren't held to the same standards as your average person, that those who are currently in power are in it for themselves and their mates and not for their community, has only increased under this Morrison government, with the scandals, the pork barrelling and the displays of, quite frankly, bullying macho behaviour that this government, that this Prime Minister has been known for. The Set the Standard report released today by Commissioner Jenkins revealed distressing statistics of 1 in 3 parliamentary workplace staff experience sexual harassment and more than half experiencing bullying, sexual harassment, actual or attempted assault. But it also put forward reforms to make this place, Parliament, politics and government, better. How is it that members of Parliament don't have a code of conduct? It's just not good enough. I participated in the Jenkins review and I welcome and support her recommendations, particularly the holding of parliamentarians to account for their behaviour by an independent Parliamentary Standards Commission. It's what I've called for and what I'll keep working towards achieving. It's my promise to my community.
Has expired. I call the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. More than 1,600 jobs were on offer at Townsville's Job Fair, hosted in the electorate of Herbert earlier this month. That equated to around 4 jobs per person of the people that came through the doors. These job fairs are a fantastic initiative of the government which aim to bring together employers and employees, connecting them with job opportunities. Not only did job seekers have the opportunity to meet with potential employers, they also took part in workshops, were able to receive individual support to help them brush up on the interview skills and resumes. It was pretty encouraging to see a lot of younger job seekers walking around in suits and ties, looking at the jobs board, going over and speaking to potential and future employers. You know, going around this event, it was really good to speak with businesses who are looking for staff. It was good to see the people out there wanting a job, asking, what are you looking for? What do I need to do to present to be competitive to get this job. I think that's pretty encouraging to see job seekers out there at the jobs fair asking what the employer wants. And I think it was good to get the employer to look at resumes and go, well, have you thought about explaining this better? Have you thought about explaining that better? And I think that's what we need to be doing, in especially my electorate, to be able to get these 1,600 jobs filled. These were skilled, unskilled, but there was jobs for everyone, and I encourage job fairs to be active around the country.
Member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Cowan.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to give a shout-out to all the amazing schools, students, teachers, parents and school staff throughout the electorate of Cowan. This year, the 2021 WA Premier's Secondary Teacher of the Year award was won by Cowan's very own Sharon Pabler from Girraween Senior High School. She believes education is a pathway to a better life and has a focus on making science and mathematics fun and interesting. Gosh, I wish she was my maths teacher back in the day. Sharon has inspired students to attend national and international youth science forums and pursue further studies in science and medicine. Well done, Sharon. Congratulations. And, Mr Speaker, the 2021 WA Secondary School of the Year was won by Ashdale Secondary College in Cowan. Go Ashdale, just down the road from my house. Great school community. I've had the pleasure of getting to know them over the last 5 years. Congratulations, Ashdale. This is so well deserved. And just finally, Mr Speaker, it's a tough choice every year to choose my Christmas card competition winners, but congratulations to Assis from Hampton Park Primary School, Scarlett from Hawker Park Primary School and Aria from St Gerard's Catholic Primary School. Thanks to all the kids who entered. Your artwork was fabulous, and congratulations to all the winners this year from across the schools in Cowan.
I give the call to the member for Braddon.
Why, thank you, Speaker. Last week I received an email from Rachel Croswell, Tasmanian Coordinator of Charity Hope in a Suitcase. Mr Speaker, when kids are placed in emergency care, they often leave with simply the clothes that they're wearing on their backs. If they're able to grab a few things, then they're lucky. Throw it in a plastic bag, maybe. Hope in a Suitcase's mission is simple: to provide each child with their own suitcase filled with items like toiletries, clothing, something to cuddle, a blanket and a few things for fun. The suitcases are a vital reminder that they are loved and have worth at a time that they need it most. Mr Speaker, Hope in a Suitcase relies on donations from the public in order to undertake its important work. It's no surprise that on the northwest coast of Tasmania, donations are pouring in. Bernie's Carmen Guard, an active foster carer, has been instrumental in that. Carmen has helped Hope get up and running along the coast, and she's currently the sole drop-off point for donations. For Hope to continue to do their important work, then they're looking for more businesses to be used as drop-off points for donations. My office has put up its hand, and I'm encouraging other businesses right across our region to consider supporting this great local charity. Please get in contact with my office if you feel you can help give these kids hope.
The member for Shortland has the call.
Mr Speaker, well, when next the Prime Minister visits the Hunter and Central Coast, I'd like him to be honest with my constituents and explain why is he cutting the GP after-hours service that helps 75,000 families every year. Why has he changed the workforce classification for my doctors, which means it's almost impossible to find new doctors in our area, leading to much longer waits? Why is he cutting the bulk billing incentive for GPs, which means that my families have to pay more to see a doctor if they're lucky enough to find one? He might also explain why he stuffed up the national vaccine rollout, why he failed to establish a national quarantine system, why he encouraged the New South Wales government not to lock down East Sydney when he had a chance, leading to the virus to escape to my region, why his incompetence led to the New South Wales government stealing our vaccines. All of these things the Prime Minister must explain. He must be honest. He must explain to my constituents why is he attacking the health outcomes of my constituents. Because the truth is, the Prime Minister is happy to come up to Williamtown, have the red carpet rolled out, have Top Gun play on a soundtrack, but when he flies out, all that is left behind is cuts to our health outcomes, cuts to our services, attacks on my families, and my region says enough is enough.
The member for Forde.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And it's a great pleasure to share with the House that Windaroo Valley State High School has qualified for the finals of the Australian Space Design Competition to begin in January next year. The competition is regarded as the premier STEM competition for high school students and is recognised by universities around the country. The students are required to respond to industry-level engineering and request for tender, a design
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. Questions without notice. Are there any questions? The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel will be absent from question time today, and the Minister for Defence will answer questions on his behalf.
Thank the Prime Minister. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Kate Jenkins has made shocking findings in her report today. Does the Prime Minister agree that everyone working in this building, including staff, deserve a safer and more respectful place at work?
The Prime Minister has
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm sure I join with the Leader of the Opposition and the leaders of all parties represented in this chamber, including the members of the crossbench, the Independents, the Leader of the Nationals, in answering that question on behalf of all of us, which is yes, Mr Speaker, of course we do. Because in this place, Mr Speaker, we are not just members, we are also employers individually. Each and every one of us are employers, and we have responsibilities as employers to make this workplace as safe as it possibly can be, Mr Speaker, as it possibly can be. And so today, the report, Mr Speaker, that Commissioner Jenkins has provided to all of us, to the government, Mr Speaker, and happy to table that report, Mr Speaker. This report, I think, goes to the root causes here that we have had to address in our workplaces. This is a challenge that, for those of us who have been in this place a long time, have been experienced over that course. And it deals with the issues of power imbalances, it deals with the issues of gender imbalances, it deals with the issues of accountability and independent complaint mechanisms, which I'm very pleased we have already taken action on, as we have with the counselling support and other services. We didn't have to wait, Mr Speaker, for this report before taking the action. I commend again Commissioner Jenkins, as I indeed have already commended Brittany Higgins, Mr Speaker, because it was her speaking up that has led to this chain of events, Mr Speaker, that has brought parties together in the multi-party process that has been working together to produce this set of recommendations. And I now look forward to us continuing to work together in a multi-party process. The recommendations cover the full terrain, I think, of the issues that need to be addressed, and we need to come together now and work to those together to ensure that this place becomes a safer place and set standards, Mr Speaker, for all who work in this building. The surveys that are in this report don't just relate actually to the staff of members of parliament and senators. They in fact relate to all people who work in this building. All people who work in this building, whether it's in the press gallery or elsewhere, Mr Speaker, amongst members, senators. And so it is important that we read this, reflect on it carefully, understand what Commissioner Jenkins has rightly set out as the drivers. As I said earlier today, we have the great privilege to work in this place, and all of those who are here also have that privilege. But the significant matters of state and the importance of our work and the stresses that we work under are no excuse whatsoever, Mr Speaker, for inappropriate behaviour, for bullying, for harassment, for any of these things, Mr Speaker. There is no place for that in this workplace or any others. So I join with all members of this House, and I'm sure the Leader of the Opposition, in condemning that behaviour and doing all we can, Mr Speaker, to make this a safer workplace for everyone in this building, and that is also the truth for those who work outside this building as well.
I give the call to the member for Reid.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to our Prime Minister. Australia has the best records on the COVID-19 pandemic of any other advanced nation, with amongst the lowest mortality rates, the strongest economy and the highest vaccination rates. Will our Prime Minister outline to the House how the Morrison government is continuing to keep Australians safe through the pandemic and secure our economic recovery, including the actions to address emerging COVID variants?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Reid for her question and the leadership she has shown in ensuring that the government's policies in response to the pandemic have been addressing the critical issue of mental health. We know that as a result of this pandemic, the immediate impacts have certainly been there, both physical and economic, Mr Speaker, but there will be a tail. There will be a tail of impacts on Australians' mental health as a result of this pandemic that Australia has stood out in addressing amongst the nations of the world, and I thank the member for her contribution to that in her professional capacity, but as a member of this House. Mr Speaker, throughout the pandemic, our government has always taken an evidence-based, expert, informed and led response to save lives and livelihoods. We've always understood that we needed to get the balance between those, and that is what we have achieved. We have kept our heads, Mr Speaker. We have taken sensible, balanced, effective and cooperative action in our response to this pandemic, and the results, with the great support, endurance and strength of the Australian people, have been world-leading. The lowest fatality rates in the world from COVID, saving more than 30,000 lives in this country as a result of our combined efforts. One of the strongest advanced economies in the world to push through this pandemic, retaining our AAA credit rating, and in the last 5 weeks the Treasurer advised 350,000 jobs coming back after the lockdowns have ended, and we'll see that flow through into our economic figures in the months ahead. Mr Speaker, we have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world now, at 87% double-dosed, and in Western Australia and Queensland they're fast approaching that all-important 80% mark. Mr Speaker, we have confronted many challenges and overcome them, and the national plan we brought together and brought the states and territories together, Mr Speaker. That national plan is seeing Australia open safely so we can remain safely open. And the work that Australians have done has put us in a position now as we confront these new variants, and there's been 13 and we'll deal with this one. But, Mr Speaker, the work that has been done by Australians means now is not the time for turning back in terms of moving forward in our response to this virus. Mr Speaker, we have taken the sensible precaution for a 2-week pause on the next steps that we had, and we will examine the evidence and the advice that comes through, and we welcome that advice, and we have acted on that advice. Our response to Omicron, Mr Speaker, is sensible and balanced, and it's formed and it's calm, and we seek to maintain the momentum into Christmas so that we can continue to open up as Australians have worked hard to have those freedoms, Mr Speaker, so the government can over time continue to step back so Australians and the businesses they run can step forward. Premiers are meeting this afternoon. The flights have been suspended for this period of time, and we've reinforced, Mr Speaker, the strength of the PCR testing regime and giving that the enforcement capability. We are enabling Australians to continue to move forward.
And I give the call to the member for Hindmarsh.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Home Affairs Minister said today that Australia doesn't need purpose-built quarantine because hotel quarantine has worked very effectively. Can the Prime Minister confirm that there have been almost 30 breaches of hotel quarantine which have led to closed state borders and statewide lockdowns?
The Prime Minister has.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for the question. And this has been the experience throughout the pandemic, Mr Speaker. They say they seek to support the response on one hand, Mr Speaker, and then on the other hand, Mr Speaker, having a bet each way on the pandemic response is what I've become and the government has become very used to. They support JobKeeper, they bag JobKeeper, Mr Speaker, even in this place, a program that saved hundreds of thousands of jobs.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The member for Hindmarsh has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On direct relevance, we didn't ask about the opposition's views, we asked about hotel quarantine.
The Prime Minister is entitled to a preamble. He is talking about hotel quarantine. He is talking about. He is on point. He is on point, and the Prime Minister is entitled to a preamble in any event. And I give the call to the Prime Minister.
And thank you, Mr Speaker. And one of the most urgent actions taken in the course of our response to the pandemic, as we looked into the abyss back in the early part of 2020, Mr Speaker, was to move quickly to ensure that we could put in place a system where those coming into Australia would quarantine, and together with the states and territories, who are meeting together with me again this afternoon, we put that scheme in place and supported them, Mr Speaker, to do that, and followed that up with the establishment of the National Resilience Facility in the Northern Territory, which has a capacity of 2,000, Mr Speaker. Now, I note that those opposite make reference to the hotel quarantine system, Mr Speaker. I can tell you, Mr Speaker, that system, Mr Speaker, while certainly not perfect, but in the context of hundreds of thousands of people, Mr Speaker, who came through, then on less than 10 occasions, not as the member put in the question, on less than 10 occasions, Mr Speaker, there were breaches in that scheme that led to the outcomes that the member referred to. Now, Mr Speaker, in the context of hundreds of thousands of Australians who are coming back over that period of time, I thank the states and territories whom we worked with closely to put this into place, Mr Speaker. I thank them for the work they did. Those opposite, Mr Speaker, may wish to condemn them, but then that would be the same thing they have done throughout this pandemic. Mr Speaker, they're happy to say they support, so as long on the other hand, Mr Speaker, they can undermine. And that's why, Mr Speaker, it hasn't been our experience that we'd had the confidence to rely on those opposite, Mr Speaker. We have forged the way of this government, Mr Speaker, on these benches and with other governments around the country, because those opposite simply couldn't be relied upon, Mr Speaker.
The member for Flynn has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister presenting the Minister for Resources and Water. Will the Deputy Prime Minister please provide an update to the House on how the Australian resources and energy sector is driving our economy through record exports, and what this means to regional communities like those I represent? Is the Deputy Prime Minister aware of alternative policy approaches?
The Deputy Prime Minister representing the Minister for Resources and Water has the call.
Well,
Order.
Mr Speaker,
Order.
Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and might bring some attention to some of the deriding sneers that happen across the chamber at a person who has been a very accomplished business person, who has stood behind the great city of Gladstone, a deneering sneer towards the member for Flynn, as a deneering sneer to the people of the great city of Gladstone and the people of central Queensland. It follows their usual line of thinking that regional people are somehow below contempt. But, Mr Speaker, the minerals industry is so vitally important for our nation. Mr Speaker, when we look at exactly what Australia produces, iron ore and concentrates, over $153 billion in exports in 2021. Coal, $39 billion in over $39 billion in exports, and I'll say a little bit more about that later on. Natural gas in excess of $30 billion. Then education-related travel services at $26.6. Then gold again, another mineral at over $26 billion. Then beef at 8.3, and then aluminium and ores at over 8.1. Mr Speaker, you can see that it's followed up with copper ores, crude petroleum, and then wheat. In those top 10, Mr Speaker, one is from the service industry. Everything else is from primary production. And for our terms of trade, Mr Speaker, if we are not putting things on the boat that the world wants, we are not going to be able to get all the things off the boat that are so emblematic in the lives we lead, from the fuel in our car to the car we drive to the phone we listen on to the clothes on our back. Product that comes off the boat is determined by people's desire for our currency, and our currency is determined by people's desire for the products that they buy off us and their minerals. Mr Speaker, the honourable member for Flynn talked about alternate policies, and we know that within the Labor Green caucus there is a desire to shut down our coal industry, to shut down our gas industry, to move away from fossil fuels, but they never tell us what they're going to replace it with. Mr Speaker, the member for Grayndler went up to Moranbah. He wouldn't even take a media contingent with him, saying that a Facebook post was as far as he was going to go. He might have been in Murwillumbah as Murrumba. Who would have known? He was never seen near a coal mine. He was never seen with mine workers in the media. So we are proud. We are proud of our mineral exports. We understand where the wealth of this nation comes. We'll continue to stand behind the people of the great city of Gladstone, and we won't be the sneering cohort that we see on the other side.
The member for Gorton has the call.
Back to the harbour for you, Sunshine.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The Home Affairs Minister said today we do not need purpose-built quarantine because hotel quarantine had worked very effectively. How many state borders have been closed and how many lockdowns have occurred because of the Prime Minister's reliance on hotel quarantine instead of purpose-built quarantine facilities?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, the Commonwealth Government has established and did establish the National Resilience Facility, Mr Speaker. And so the questioner is in error to suggest that the Commonwealth has not established those facilities. We indeed have, Mr Speaker, and they were there to support. Mr Speaker, the broader quarantine arrangements that were put in place necessarily with all the states and territories, because the sheer volume of arrivals that would come back to Australia and needed to be accommodated in that way. The Labor Party seems to think that we would have somehow established facilities to accommodate 100,000 people around the country, Mr Speaker. I mean, that's simply absurd. So we came up with a practical, innovative solution, Mr Speaker, a solution that was actually followed by the New Zealand government, Mr
Members
Speaker.
on my left.
And I don't hear those opposite criticising the Labor government in New Zealand about having hotel quarantine, Mr Speaker. But they're happy to criticise their own government for doing it, Mr Speaker. They're happy to criticise the Australian government for taking exactly the same response to the New Zealand government, which tells you everything about this Labor opposition when it comes to the handling of the pandemic.
The Manager of Opposition on a point of order.
On direct relevance, Mr Speaker, and I put it that we're at the point now where it's quite a deliberate breach of the standing orders from the Prime Minister that he knows there's no reference to alternative policies or alternative approaches, and every single time he has to pivot to an attack on the opposition. The question does not invite that.
The Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The Prime Minister will remain relevant to the question.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister has
Well, Mr Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition may wish to reflect on the chair and those comments, Mr Speaker. He may wish to reflect on the chair, Mr Speaker, but that goes to the nature of the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker. Happy to play political games in here every other day of the week.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Standing Order 91, the Prime Minister's disregarding your rule.
The Manager of Opposition will resume his seat. The Prime Minister will return to the dispatch box and remain relevant to the question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I will resist responding to the sneering interjections of the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speaker, because what Australians know is, as a result of the response to this pandemic, Mr Speaker, more than 30,000 lives have been saved by the very arrangements we put in place with the states and territories. Now, those opposite might want to sneer at that and not support it, Mr Speaker, but this country has come through this pandemic and continues to move through this pandemic, particularly, Mr Speaker, in response to new variants, and we are dealing with Omicron now in a calm and sensible and balanced way. We'll deal with other governments on these issues because we know when it comes to the pandemic, the Labor Party always plays politics before putting forward the national interest.
The member for Melbourne has the call.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Official data released today shows emissions have just gone up by 2% under your government. But the Independent Climate Targets Panel has determined that for Australia to meet the Glasgow Climate Pact requirement to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees, emissions must be cut by at least 74% by 2030. Given Australia will be required to update our targets in Egypt next year, will you take a 75% by 2030 target to the next election? Or is the only way we're going to get science-based climate targets to kick your terrible government out and put the Greens in balance of power?
The Prime Minister has the call. The Prime Minister has the call. Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order.
I thank the Shadow Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, in what hopes to be a Green Labor government, Mr. Speaker, after the next election. That's what they hope for. They're calling themselves shadow ministers down there in the Greens, Mr. Speaker. I tell you what, they'll never be in an alignment with this government, Mr. Speaker. There will never be, and there never has been, Mr. Speaker, a Liberal Nationals Green government. But, Mr. Speaker, I do know that the Labor Party did a deal in government with the Greens to bring in the carbon tax. I know they formed an alliance with the Greens, Mr. Speaker, last time they were in the government. I remember the photo. It was almost, Mr. Speaker, as shameful as the photo we saw with the former Leader of the Opposition measuring up the curtains before the last election with all the hubris, Mr. Speaker. So there they are, getting ready, Mr. Speaker, thinking the Greens and Labor are going to walk onto the Treasury benches of this country.
The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order. 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 Members on my right, the Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
On relevance, Mr. Speaker. Well, hang on. Sit down.
I'm still hearing.
You sit down, Buffett. You sit down. I've got the
Leader
call.
of the House will
I've got the
resume
call.
his seat.
Sit down.
The Leader of the Opposition on point of order of relevance.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. On relevance, the only coalition in this parliament is the rabble over there.
The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, if there was a standing order on glass jaws, he would be in order.
The
Clearly, there is
Leader
not,
of the House,
and he should be sat down.
The Leader of the House will resume his seat. Order. The question asked by the member for Melbourne was extraordinarily broad, and I would ask the Prime Minister to return to the dispatch box.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note that the Leader of the Opposition takes objection to the suggestion that the Greens and Labor would actually form a coalition. Now, where would I get that idea from, Mr. Speaker? They actually did it, Mr. Speaker. They actually did it when they were last in government. And I remember many years ago when Lindsay Tanner, the former member for Melbourne, Mr. Speaker, the former member for Melbourne said, I think it was before the 2004 election, Mr. Speaker, and he said, you know, if it's a close election, we might have to do some of the crazy things the Greens want us to do, Mr. Speaker. That's what the former member for Melbourne says, and now a Greens member sits in that former Labor seat, just as a Greens leader would seek to sit in a Labor government, Mr. Speaker. So, I can tell the member that under our government, Mr. Speaker, emissions have fallen by over 20%, Mr. Speaker. Under our government, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we have a target for 2030, which we took to the Australian people at the last election, and we will meet and beat, and we'll see emissions fall by 35% by 2030. The Labor Greens target, Mr. Speaker, not set yet. They still haven't told you what they want to do in 2030. There's no plan for 2030. There's no plan for 2050. We've been very clear that we will do this through technology, not taxes, but Labor, forced by the Greens, will tax you on that issue.
The member for Moore has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer explain to the House how the Morrison government's strong and measured economic management is helping the Australian economy to weather the COVID-19 pandemic, especially with the new Omicron variant? And is the Treasurer aware of any alternative approaches?
The Treasurer has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Moore for his question, acknowledge his experience as a councillor, as an accountant, and he's famous for his calendars, Mr. Speaker, in this place. Now, as we approach Christmas, it's appropriate to reflect on how far this country has come in the last 2 years. Last March, consumer and business confidence fell to their lowest levels on record. And we saw thousands of our fellow Australians having lost their jobs lining up outside Centrelink. And Treasury were forecasting that unemployment could reach as high as 15%. Now, we responded with programs like JobKeeper, the cash flow boost, support for veterans and carers and pensioners and others on income support. And Australia, ahead of any other advanced economy in the world, saw GDP higher than it was going into the pandemic, and it saw employment higher than it was going into the pandemic. Then we were hit by Delta, and our two largest states went into lockdown. And we responded with around $20 billion of economic support. And now restrictions are easing and our economy is on the road to recovery. Now, there are new variants like Omicron, and we know that we are in a strong position to respond with one of the highest vaccination rates in the world and one of the strongest economies in the world. Now, this is our track record. After the biggest economic shock since the Great Depression, unemployment today is lower than when Labor left office, Mr Speaker. Now, I'm asked, are there any alternative approaches? Well, we know this weak Labor leader, does not have the courage to come clean with his policies to the Australian people. And this weak Labor leader will not stop.
The Treasurer will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker, it's not in order for the Treasurer to just sledge members of the opposition. It's not a policy debate, it's just a personal sledge, and it's out of order.
The Manager of Opposition Business, I'm happy to hear from you on a particular standing order if you want to take me to that.
Speaker, I'll give you a few different ways, but if you start with direct relevance. Now,
on what, sorry?
Direct relevance. There's nothing in the question that invites a character assessment. The question, if the question's inviting, or you've allowed both alternative policies and alternative approaches. What the Treasurer is doing now is neither. He's not referring to an alternative policy. He's just giving a character assessment sledge. He's not referring to an alternative approach. He's just giving a character assessment sledge. If we go down this path, question time just continues to go downhill. And in terms of the standards of the place, this is beyond what the question invites on direct relevance.
The Leader of the House.
Well, Mr Speaker, it's a bit rich, if I might say, for the Leader of the Opposition, who sits there sledging constantly all question time, to somehow all of a sudden be all virtuous. Now, if he's got a glass jaw, he's got a glass jaw. The whole debate in this place, back and forth, is about a contest of ideas, and you sit there weak as water all day.
Leader of the Opposition.
On the point of order that was raised by the Leader of the House.
No, he wasn't. He was just responding to.
He was responding about a point of order.
He was
and he invited. He said he was up for a debate. We're up for a debate. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever you want, mate. Anyone on your side on any policy of your choice.
Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. Order. Order. Member for Wills. One of the issues that the Jenkins report deals with is respect, and I'm not quite sure what whoever found that so funny laughed out loud then, but I would call upon members of the House to, as I said in my first speech as Speaker, I don't expect this place to be a monastical library. But the Australian public does not want to see this place descend into a political coliseum. There will be a lot of discussion over the next days and weeks over respect in this place, and I would ask members, all members, to show that level of respect in this chamber as well. And I'll give the call to the Treasurer.
Mr Speaker, with apology, there is a policy from the Leader of the Opposition, and that's for a Nationals driver's licence, Mr Speaker. And there is a policy from the Leader of the Opposition, and that is to waste $6 billion of taxpayers' money giving for people who have already had the jab to get a payment, Mr Speaker. The reality is this weak Leader of the Opposition will not stand up to the shadow ministers in the Greens.
Has the Treasurer finished his answer? No. The Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr Speaker, under Standing Order 91, you made a ruling as to what the standard should be. The Treasurer has now gone back to the exact language he was using before you made that ruling.
Well, look, I didn't rule on those words. I called upon all members to be respectful in this place, and I would ask the Treasurer to do the same. The Treasurer has the call.
Mr Speaker, the fact is that if given half a chance on the Treasury benches, this Leader of the Opposition will increase taxes on the Australian people. Whether it's family businesses, whether it's superannuation, whether it's income taxes, whether it's franking credits and retirees, whether it's housing, Mr Speaker. And we know that from their previous record, and we know that from the $387 billion of high taxes they took to the Australian people.
The member for Hindmarsh has the call.
See, that was powerful.
Thank you again, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. In her National Review of Quarantine published this month, the Prime Minister's hand-picked quarantine advisor, Jane Holton, told him, and I quote, "Some quarantine settings, such as quarantine in a purpose-built facility, are better able to mitigate transmission risks, especially for high-risk travellers and in respect of variants of concern." And further that, and I quote, "The Centre for National Resilience at Howard Springs was not purpose-built for quarantine. Why has the Prime Minister failed to establish a single purpose-built quarantine facility?"
The Prime Minister has the call.
The member will be aware that that was a report that I, in fact, commissioned, Mr Speaker. That was a report I commissioned, and, Mr Speaker, that led in the process of developing that report to the decisions that were taken for the additional facilities, Mr Speaker, that are being completed in Victoria, in Queensland, Mr Speaker, and in Western Australia. Mr Speaker, those facilities are important not just for what we may have to face next year for the more severe cases that may have to be taken, and as we've discussed those with state governments, but for future pandemics that may present in the future, and that's why we have invested in those facilities. So, Mr Speaker, I would only encourage those opposite. As Australians continue to push through this pandemic, and as we continue to face these new variants of concern, and it is a variant of concern, but we've dealt with many before. What I do know from certainly the Premier of New South Wales, and I appreciate the measures that they've taken in relation to this most recent variant, and I believe the view was also held by the Victorian Premier, that we don't want to return to those arrangements that were put in place for those quarantine facilities, that is in hotels, Mr Speaker, that they are moving now to home quarantine. Home quarantine and isolation, and that is how we live with the virus, and we live together with the virus. Now, those opposite have been playing politics with this pandemic for 18 months, Mr Speaker. Australians know that our government has worked closely with others to ensure that we have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. We have one of the strongest economies coming through this pandemic, of advanced economies in the world, and we have one of the lowest fatality rates, Mr Speaker, of any country in the world from COVID. So what part of those three results, Mr Speaker, that many other countries, in fact most around the world, would happily exchange places with Australia to have achieved, do they find so offensive, Mr Speaker? So offensive. Why is it, Mr Speaker, that this opposition constantly throughout this pandemic has not sought to support but has only sought to undermine for their petty political purpose?
Member for Chifley. Member for Chifley. The member for Mackellar has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Can the Minister please inform the House how the Morrison government is dealing with new COVID variants such as Omicron, and how our vaccine rollout has helped protect Australians?
The Minister for Health and Aged Care has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Mackellar and
acknowledge that his electorate has achieved a 95% double-dosed vaccination rate. And that's helping to save lives and protect lives, as the vaccination program is around Australia. And indeed, just in the last 24 hours, another 650,000 cases worldwide, over 7,300 lives lost officially. And so the pandemic, which some would almost pretend was not a pandemic but was uniquely an Australian event. In fact, it's a global pandemic which has wreaked profound impact around the world. But Australia, thankfully, has had one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, one of the lowest losses of life in the world, with over 30,000 lives saved by comparison with the OECD average, and 45,000 lives saved by comparison with those agonies that we've seen in the great nations of the United States and the United Kingdom, and one of the strongest economic recoveries. All of these things have come together. The program that we put in place to protect Australians, borders, testing, tracing, distancing, and the vaccination program has worked together through these rings of containment to give Australians some of the strongest outcomes of any nation in the world. And let us never forget, as a parliament, that of all the nations in the world, Australia is one of the few with a loss of life that is so limited. Each life lost is to be deeply regretted, but no nation is immune. But few nations have done better than Australia. That's what is fundamentally important. And now, as we face the latest news about the Omicron variant, we know that the very systems that were established on our watch, in our time, have been put in place immediately. On Saturday, off the back of the briefing with the Chief Medical Officer and the Secretary of Health, the Prime Minister instructed that we take steps to cease flights from the southern African nations, that we sadly put in place a pause on non-Australian arrivals from the southern African nations, that we would ensure that there would be quarantine for those who have been in the southern African nations, and to ensure that we made efforts to ensure that all those who had already arrived in Australia were put in quarantine. These elements have come together. They are saving lives and protecting lives. Now additional measures have been taken by the National Security Committee overnight with regards to new arrivals and pausing those for 14 days. Together, these actions are protecting Australia and continuing to protect Australia.
The member for Canberra has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm, in a report released this month, the Prime Minister's hand-picked quarantine advisor, Jane Holton, told him purpose-built facilities represent the gold standard of quarantine and monitoring variants of concern should ensure high-risk travellers are allocated to these purpose-built facilities. Can the Prime Minister confirm he has failed to establish a single purpose-built quarantine facility?
The Prime Minister has
that report. I thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, we are doing exactly that as recommended. Exactly that as recommended, Mr. Speaker. But I reinforce what I've already said to this House, that over the course of this pandemic, the arrangements we put in place, Mr. Speaker, that unlike other countries, and the Minister for Health has just made the reference, OECD countries, had we gone down the same path and not taken the steps that we did take, more than 30,000 Australians would be dead today, Mr. Speaker. 30,000 Australians would have perished in this pandemic were it not for the timely and effective measures that this government put in place, working with the states and territories, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that result. And not only that, the economic strength that this country has shown through the course of this pandemic, some 350,000 people coming back into work, ensuring that the structure and strength of our economy was maintained through the pandemic so it can be springing back now after the lockdowns have been over and seeing Australians going back into work. I was talking to the Confederation of Australian Industry this morning. And, Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, Australian businesses were taking advantage of the investment allowances we put in place in the budget to set up for the economic recovery. And, Mr. Speaker, their vote of confidence in the Australian economy in the midst of a pandemic shows great character and shows great resilience and fortitude, and that is what is setting up the opportunity in the years ahead. But we cannot take that economic recovery for granted. Australia must secure this economic recovery, Mr Speaker, and that requires the continued economic policy settings which our government has put in place for a business-led recovery, Mr Speaker, for an enterprise-led recovery, for an entrepreneur-led recovery, not having government crowd that out, Mr Speaker, as those opposite would do, and not understanding when it's time for governments to step back so Australians and Australian businesses step forward. That will only risk that recovery. The higher taxing DNA of the Labor Party will only risk that recovery, Mr Speaker, and that's why we must secure that recovery with the policies.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The question goes to the member for Lindsay. Has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Will the minister please update the House on how the Morrison government is dealing with the challenges of the Omicron variant while continuing to ensure the safe reopening of our international border, as part of our plan to secure Australia's economic recovery and return to our way of life?
The Minister for Home Affairs has the call.
Good Minister. Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question and also for her great advocacy in Western Sydney on a wide range of issues, including a number of matters in home affairs. Mr Speaker, late last week we became aware of the Omicron variant, which presents a range of new challenges for us here in Australia and also globally. Now, it's very early days. The world is yet to have a complete understanding of it, and here in Australia, of course, we need to learn more about that particular variant. That's why this government took the very sensible step last night to place a 2-week pause on our planned reopening, stage 2 of our border reopening from December 1. So it would be a 14-day pause from the 1st of December for a number of cohorts that we had previously indicated we were going to be able to open to. Those cohorts include economic workers, skilled workers, it includes international students, humanitarian refugees, temporary visa holders. And also we've had to pause our reopening to citizens of Japan and South Korea. That pause will be in place for a period of 14 days to make sure that there is time, particularly in Australia, for our health professionals to understand more about this new variant. Now, this is not a decision that the government took lightly. We know that many plans had been made. We know that businesses are desperately wanting skilled workers, and they need those skilled workers here. We know that visa holders in Australia want to be able to see loved ones, many of whom are overseas that they have been separated from for a very long period of time, and many of those people want to come to Australia to visit us here. So we're very mindful of the impact that those border changes have on many individuals, on many families and, of course, on many businesses here in Australia. And we certainly feel for all of those who have been affected. But we took this very sensible and this very prudent decision based on health advice. And that advice was that we needed to put in place a pause on the next stage of reopening our international borders. Now, the Morrison government is absolutely committed to doing all that we can to reopen those borders as soon as we possibly can, but we need to do that in a very safe and considered manner. That's why the decision was taken last night that we would pause our international arrivals that we had planned to allow into this country as of the 1st of December. Now, we need to be very conscious as we move forward that we need to bring in those skilled workers, and again, the Morrison government will do all that it can to make sure that we open our international borders as safely and as quickly as we can.
The honourable member's time has expired, and I give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The 2022 parliamentary calendar of the Morrison-Joyce government has in practice only 10 sitting days for the House and 5 for the Senate before August. Doesn't this show the Prime Minister has no intention of establishing a federal anti-corruption commission before the election?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition knows full well that we have 349 pages of legislation and $150 million, Mr Speaker, committed to this measure. All it takes is for the Labor Party to support it, which they don't. They have a two-page policy.
Members on my left.
A two-page policy, Mr Speaker. We have a 349-page set of legislation, which, if they wish to support, Mr Speaker, we would welcome that. But I'm asked also about the parliamentary calendar, which is, I know, a topic that the Leader of the Opposition has been taking keen interest in. Now, Mr Speaker, as the Leader of the Opposition may not be aware, that in order to prepare a budget, Mr Speaker, next year, the normal practice is to ensure there are a set number of weeks before the preparation of that budget, before the budget is delivered. Now, Mr Speaker, I've personally delivered 3 budgets as a Treasurer, as there have been 3 budgets as Prime Minister, Mr Speaker, and I have served 7 years on the Expenditure Review Committee, Mr Speaker. Now, I can understand why the Leader of the Opposition would be unfamiliar with the time taken to prepare a budget, Mr Speaker, because he's never delivered one, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, there are people who have been serving refreshments in the Expenditure Review Committee longer than this person, Mr Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, spent in that chamber, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, our government knows how important the economic recovery for this country is as we emerge from the pandemic. And we have the economic management experience to ensure that we secure that recovery. Last year's budget, Mr Speaker, set out once again the further iteration of that economic recovery plan. That economic recovery plan that has already seen 217,000 Australians who are currently in trade apprentice training right now, Mr Speaker, the highest level on record since 1963.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Speaker, on relevance, the question was about an anti-corruption commission and whether the government has any intention of introducing and dealing with that legislation prior to the next election.
The question was posed also in relation to the 2022 parliamentary calendar. The Prime Minister is on point in relation to the calendar. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. That economic recovery, Mr Speaker, as we go into next year and we do the preparations for next year's budget, will continue to support measures that keep Australians in work. Now, Mr Speaker, under our government there are 1 million Australians who are working in manufacturing today. Mr Speaker, I was in Adelaide on Friday and I met former Holden workers, Mr Speaker, now working in manufacturing. Now working in manufacturing again, Mr Speaker, in the medical industry.
The Manager of Opposition on a point of order.
On a point of order, Mr Speaker, you ruled before that the Prime Minister would be in order if he was talking about the parliamentary calendar or the Anti-Corruption Commission, and I don't see how this is either, even close to either.
Your point of order is in relation to relevance. But
it's in relation to your previous ruling. I wouldn't be allowed to make one on relevance.
The Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The Prime Minister will be relevant to the question.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I can understand why the member for Watson also doesn't understand why it is relevant that you need to set a parliamentary calendar which enables you to bring down a budget, Mr Speaker, a budget that is absolutely critical to the economic recovery of this country. Those opposite don't understand budgets, Mr Speaker. They don't understand economic management, and the Australian people do not trust them on economic management. That's why when they look at these things, all they see the parliament for, Mr Speaker, is an opportunity to come in here and play their little parliamentary games. Mr Speaker, in government, the job is to put together a budget.
The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
I was just letting you know the time had expired some time ago.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
You are a good little timekeeper.
The member for just before I call the member for Ryan, the interjections from both sides of the House is far too high. A number of members, well, one member has received a warning. I will start acting under 94A. The member for Ryan has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And my question is to the Minister for Defence. Will the Minister please update the House on how the Morrison government's partnership with the United States and the United Kingdom is ensuring that Australia can meet the threats posed by the changing strategic environment, and is the minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Defence has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Ryan for his question, acknowledge the hard work that he does in his local community, supporting all of those that work and live on the barracks at Enoggera, at Gallipoli Barracks, and the strong support he provides to those veterans and to their families. Mr Speaker, as we know, the Indo-Pacific's witnessing a dramatic military build-up. We know that the Chinese government has 355 vessels, boats and submarines. They have an increase in that number to 460 by the end of 2030. And we know that over an 18-month period at the moment, they're producing on a tonnage rate more in their naval fleet than what the Australian Royal Australian Navy has in its entire fleet, Mr Speaker. We know that overnight the United States has just released its Global Force Posture Review, and that review,
is warned.
Mr Speaker, directs additional cooperation with allies and partners to contribute to Indo-Pacific stability and deter potential Chinese military aggression. Mr Speaker, this is why the Australian government has entered into the AUKUS arrangement with both the United States and the United Kingdom to make sure that we can take steps to keep our country safe and secure now and into the future. And as part of the deal on AUKUS, we have, of course, announced that we are going to acquire, Mr Speaker, to build at least eight nuclear-propelled submarines. That gives them the stealth and the ability to operate in the Indo-Pacific to protect our country and our interests and the interests of our friends. And part of that process, Mr Speaker, means that there needs to be a consultation through the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, to sign off on the deal. And there has been some opposition, Mr Speaker, and I note that there's some opposition from those opposite, because, as we know on national security, this Leader of the Opposition always plays both sides of the fence. There's always an each-way bet on national security for the Labor Party. In here they say they're in support of AUKUS, and when they get outside they tell a very different story. But I noticed yesterday, Mr Speaker, that the member for Fremantle, in relation to this IAEA process, says, and I quote here, he says in relation to our country, to Australia, that we will have broken new ground in weakening the existing non-proliferation regime. Now, those words sounded familiar, Mr Speaker, because when you look at those that have contributed to the process at the Energy Agency, there's only two other countries that are making a claim that Australia is not doing the right thing here. That is the Chinese government and the Russian government. Those two. So, Comrade Wilson, you are on message. You're on message, and weak leader here would be very proud of you.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Mr Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion: that the House declares our support for our alliances with the United States and the United Kingdom.
Is leave granted?
You don't grant leave to stunts, Mr Speaker. And I'll tell you what, you could speak here all day, you wouldn't convince the Australian public you're strong.
The member for Sydney has the call. Order. 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 Members on my left. If members on my left and members on my right want me to hear the question, I'll stop their interjections. The member for Sydney has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister's model of a National Anti-Corruption Commission have the power to investigate the Energy Minister's use of forged documents to attack the Lord Mayor of Sydney?
The Leader of the House has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The standing orders are very clear in relation to those sort of baseless allegations, impugning a member of this House. And, Mr Speaker, they are false allegations, unfounded, and it should be withdrawn.
I'm happy to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Mr Speaker, it's been the case for quite some time that if a minister wants to reject something within a question, they have the opportunity to do so in the answer. But the question does not assert something as fact. It asks a question. It asks a question, and
the Manager of Opposition Business will resume his seat. The Standing Order 100D Roman numeral 4 talks about imputations, and certainly there's an imputation in that question. I'm happy to give the questioner the opportunity to reword the question. I can come back to the member for Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister's model of a National Anti-Corruption Commission have the power to investigate the use of forged documents to attack a Lord Mayor?
The Minister has the call.
Well, I do thank the Prime Minister for the opportunity to respond to the question asked by the member for Sydney. Our model will deal with serious allegations of serious criminal corruption at the Commonwealth level. That is what our model will do. It's a well-developed, serious, substantiated model. And if the opposition was serious about engaging in it, if the opposition was serious about tackling the risk and challenge of serious, suspected serious criminal corruption at the Commonwealth level, what they would do is engage seriously with this government on what we've put on the full text, the 349 pages of legislation which have been out there for many months, rather than engaging in a series of political stunts, Mr Speaker. One side of this House is genuine and serious-minded about engaging on the issue of suspected Commonwealth criminal corruption. One side of this House has detailed exposure draft legislation which is out there ready to go, and the other side of this House is sitting on its hands doing nothing, and they need to take a good hard look at themselves.
The member for Boothby has the floor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education and Youth. The Morrison government is securing Australia's economic recovery by investing in technology and research. Will the minister please update the House on the government's university research commercialisation agenda and how this plan will create more Australian jobs?
It's a good thing some people are wearing masks. The Minister for Education and Youth has
Thanks,
the call.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Boothby for her question. It's nice to get a further question on education policy from this side of the House, because despite the member for Sydney interjecting over there, she's asked one question on education in 12 months. Such is her concern about education policy. Mr Speaker, an important part of our plan to secure Australia's economic recovery is to get the best brains at our universities to work with our business leaders to convert their great research into products, into new companies and ultimately into jobs and wealth creation. Now, this close collaboration between academics and businesses occurs so well in places like Silicon Valley or the innovation country of Israel, but in Australia we know that we can do better. Now, to be fair, we have brilliant research. We punch above our weight in terms of primary research, but on nearly every metric of research commercialisation, we don't do as well as where we should be, Mr Speaker. Now, we want to change this. We want to be more like the United States. We want to be more like Israel in this regards, where those universities do work with business to create the new products, to create the new companies, to drive the economy, to create wealth for the nation. And, Mr Speaker, last week we announced our first step to see this happen. And, Mr Speaker, $243 million is being invested in what we are calling trailblazer universities. And these are going to be universities that are hungry to aggressively go down the research commercialisation path and can showcase to others how it can be done. They're going to be trailblazers. They'll be focused on this task. They'll receive $50 million each in order to do the job, to recruit the best, to purchase kit, and in exchange they'll be focused very much on research commercialisation, have industrial relations frameworks to underpin it, Mr Speaker, and absolutely showcase what can be done in this particular area. Now, this has been warmly welcomed by both the business community and indeed by university leaders alike. The Business Council of Australia, for example, said that this will help give us an edge in the global battle to turn our ideas into new industries, new jobs and new opportunities. Universities Australia said that this investment, and I quote again, will ensure that the best and brightest can play their role in our nation's recovery from the pandemic, Mr Speaker. This is what this particular program is going to do. It's the first instalment of our research commercialisation agenda, Mr Speaker. There'll be more to come. We want to see our universities work with the industry to create the jobs of the future.
The member for Solomon has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does the Prime Minister's model of a National Anti-Corruption Commission have the power to investigate a Cabinet Minister's decision to grant visas to au pairs for mates?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. These questions go to the very heart, Mr Speaker, of why the model we have put forward in 349 pages of draft legislation that is there publicly available, Mr Speaker, on the Attorney-General's website, go absolutely to the issue of why, Mr Speaker, it's important that an integrity commission which is introduced not to be used and weaponised for the sort of political stunts and game playing that we're seeing here from the Labor Party. They don't want an integrity commission, Mr Speaker. They just want to engage in the slurs. Mr Speaker, criminal corrupt conduct is the sort of conduct, Mr Speaker, that sent the former Minister Ian MacDonald, Mr Speaker, to prison, which the Leader of the Opposition was a keen supporter of, Mr Speaker.
The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
I ask that it be withdrawn, Mr Speaker.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. Order. It would assist the Leader of the House.
You backed him into the upper house.
Leader of the House.
Again, Mr Speaker, the standing orders are very clear. If the Leader of the Opposition claims to have been misrepresented, he should make that claim at the end of question time. If he has a question of you, he should put that question to you at that stage. Nothing that's been said is unparliamentary, or for that matter untrue, but if he claims it to be untrue, he should do so at the end of question time.
Member for Isaacs is warned. The Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Mr Speaker. I have supported all of the processes, including the ICAC processes.
No, the Leader of the Opposition is on a point of order.
The Prime Minister cannot make the accusation which he has made, and it cannot be allowed to stand. I oppose criminal conduct, and I support the jailing of people who break the law.
Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The order. It's not in order for a member of parliament to accuse, and just hear me out for a moment. It's not in order for a member of parliament to accuse another member of parliament to have acted criminally. Over the last week, there's been discussions around mates being in jail, and it is sailing close to the wind. Whilst it's not technically a breach of the standing orders, it is sailing close to the wind. And I would just ask the Prime Minister and all members to be very, very mindful that whilst an accusation may not allude to criminal conduct, there's a form of guilt by association type arrangement, and I would ask the Prime Minister just to be careful with his wording, please.
Mr. Speaker, my statement was based simply on the fact of the Leader of the Opposition's support for Ian McDonald to be in the New South Wales Parliament, Mr. Speaker. There are matters on the public record. He can take a personal explanation if that's not true.
The Leader of the Opposition will resume his seat. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also asked about matters involving immigration, Mr. Speaker, and the conduct of people involving immigration. And the former Labor member for Dovell, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Speaker, was found guilty of 13 counts of theft for spending money on prostitutes, fine dining, and he's later been charged with...
The Manager of Opposition. Order! Order! The Manager of Opposition on point of order.
Mr. Speaker, simply on relevance. The Prime Minister is referring to conduct that is appropriately being called out. It's just not relevant to this question.
Well, the question, Manager of Opposition Business, the question was in relation to an anti-corruption commission.
What the Prime Minister is doing is saying because there's a reference to a specific form of visa with respect to au pairs, that therefore it's open to him to talk about anything within the immigration system. That's an extraordinary stretch.
No, I don't agree. The question is in relation to anti-corruption commission, particularly in relation to visas, and the Prime Minister has the call.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to Mr. Thompson, Mr. Speaker, this is what the Leader of the Opposition had to say about him, Mr. Speaker. He said he had complete confidence in Mr. Thompson, Mr. Speaker. As we know, we saw him on the beers with Mr. Thompson, Mr. Speaker. This, Mr. Speaker, is the standard that the Leader of the Opposition set, Mr. Speaker, when he was in government. He was indeed the Leader of government business in this House, seeking to secure the vote of Mr. Thompson, Mr. Speaker, who has been shamed by his own actions. Mr. Speaker, those opposite talk a big game on this issue. As I said, more of their members are in the Silverwater branch of the Labor Party, Mr. Speaker, than they'd care to admit to.
The Prime Minister will withdraw that last comment, please. The Prime Minister will withdraw that last comment. Order. 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 I just spoke about the issue of sailing close to the wind. The Prime Minister has referred to Silverwater and the Labor Party. It would assist the chair if the Prime Minister withdrew that last comment, please.
I'm happy to withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The member for Nichols.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture and Northern Australia. Will the Minister explain to the House how the Morrison-Joyce government's substantial investment in agricultural innovation will boost productivity, jobs, prosperity in regional Australia and assist agriculture in reaching its target of being a $100 billion industry by 2030?
The Minister for Agriculture and Northern Australia has.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Nichols for his question and acknowledge the rich and very proud history that the Nichols region has in producing some of the finest food and fibre in the world, and will play a significant part in Australian agriculture reaching $100 billion. And in fact, will play a significant part in us, for the first time in our nation's history, reaching $70 billion this year. And he knows better than anyone that innovation plays a very important part in providing our farmers with the tools to be able to provide the best food and fibre in the world. And that's why we're investing and modernising our innovation systems, making sure that we put the environment and framework. We are currently ranked number 23 in the world, but we have set ourselves a target to become number 1 in the world. We have the same number of researchers and scientists as the United States and Netherlands, who are 4 and 6 in the world.
So all we have to do is put the environment around the best and brightest in the world that are here to achieve that goal. And we're doing that by, firstly, creating Agriculture Innovation Australia that will get back to the first principles of utilising the $1.1 billion worth of R&D levy dollars that go into making sure our farmers do have that research money. And that comes from the taxpayer, it comes from the levy payer. And we're getting back to first principles of value to the levy payer, value to the taxpayer, no duplication and commercialisation of what we're doing. And AIA is in fact started that journey of making sure that we're removing the duplication, saving millions of dollars of levy payers' dollars and taxpayers' dollars in removing the duplication of research across the 15 commodity RDCs that are there at the moment, getting real value for dollar for us and making it go further. We're also giving AIA the tools to be able to do this properly. We've, for the first time, created a digital platform, GrowAg. And what that does is put all the research and development that our 15 research development corporations have and are undertaken on a digital platform that the world can see and that in fact other commercial entities can see so that they can invest. And so far since April this year, in which we launched this, there's been over 40 commercialisation opportunities that have come from that, not just from Australia, from around the world, from over 15,500 customers that looked at it from over 130 countries. We're also backing this with physical platforms that people can come and see and feel and touch the research that we are doing, because that's where you get the adoption. And we're putting one out near Shepparton at Dookie College, where we're partnering with universities to make sure that cutting-edge research can be developed and farmers can actually see and adopt it. This is making sure that we have a closed loop in terms of the environment we're creating to ensure that that investment dollar that we are putting up, that the farmers putting up, is partnering with new commercial capital, having real results in driving not just innovation, but protecting the over 330,000 jobs in agriculture, but also creating the new jobs of agriculture into the 2030s and beyond. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper, and as discussed with the Leader of the Opposition prior to question time, Mr Speaker, on indulgence and very briefly I wish to pay tribute to a formidable force in Australian cinema and Australian cultural life, Mr Speaker, and that is David Daltungu, AM. He was a gift from our country, a gift to our country, who through dance, song, art and the stage allowed our country to see a better self. He was a mirror to the soul of Australia. On stage, television and the big screen, David shone and reflected something massive, Mr Speaker, of the 60,000-year history of Indigenous people in this country back to ourselves. We all knew him, and many in this House for the first time would have seen him, I suspect, as young children, as Fingerbone Bill in Storm Boy, Amudu in Rabbit Proof Fence, Neville Bell in Crocodile Dundee, showing another side to his great talents, King George in Australia, and the Tracker in Rolf de Heer's film by the same name. David was a Murrayuan of the Murrayu clan, of the Yulngu people. He was grounded in the rich traditions of those people, schooled in multiple languages, living in a community that kept performance cultures alive. He understood story and meaning. He carried himself with elegance, grace, dignity and beauty. According to historian Dr Amanda Harris, who has written extensively about the history of Aboriginal music and dance, he had a strong desire to tell his own story, the story of his culture, the story of Australia. She said he saw the arts, dance, music, opera, acting as acts of diplomacy and dialogue, acts that could bridge divides and let us see each other as we truly are. There was always something bigger about his work, and that was reflected on stage and screen. It is often said that David lived in two worlds. It wasn't easy for him to bridge this gap between his two worlds, but one thing brought those ties together, and that he was a storyteller. He allowed Australians to see something richer. In lauding him, we should not rob him of his joy, his cheekiness and the ease in which he carried himself. On occasion he'd begin an acceptance speech with the word, "I deserve this." And he did. The director, Peter Weir, recalled when they first met, he said, "As I was leaving and I got in my old car, he leaned in through the window and he said to me, 'I've told you very special things, Peter, just for you. And just remember, as you drive away, my shadow will be beside you in the car.'" And he said, "I remember driving off and looking at the passenger seat." On this day we say to David, he deserves the accolades, and we know his shadow is beside us. This country, its history, its joys, and travails were at the essence of his being, and to his family and his friends and his people, we extend our deep sympathies for their loss and Australia's loss. May he rest in peace.
The Leader of the Opposition on indulgence.
David Dalatingu faced the end with the same grace he carried himself with through so much of his life. Contemplating the final stretch, he said this: "It's like I'm walking across the desert of country until the time comes for me." And now the time has come. Australia has lost a great actor, dancer, painter, writer, proud Yolngu man, a great Australian, a rare human being, a titan. From the moment the 15-year-old David first graced the screen in Walkabout, it was clear that Australia was witnessing the emergence of more than just another fresh face. At a time when non-Indigenous actors were still being cast in Indigenous roles, here he was, bringing his own culture so vividly and mesmerisingly alive on the screen. More than just a film role, it was a turning point. As the great Jack Thompson put it, "I think it was the first time I'd seen the Aboriginal culture presented on screen as not only interesting but dynamically attractive." The script was slender, just 14 pages in total, but director Nicholas Rowe was a visionary, and above all, he had David. In the words of Shane Danielson in The Monthly earlier this year, he was, to quote, "the kind of secret weapon a filmmaker dreams of, a figure of coiled energy and casual, effortless grace, someone who commands the screen simply by the act of allowing themselves to be photographed." That his performance was no fluke of beginner's luck was made clear just a few years later, when he became Fingerbone Bill in that great movie Storm Boy. As his filmography grew, so he grew as a remarkable and powerful presence in our cultural life. David himself was succinct about his own talents, telling an interviewer, "I don't pretend, I don't have to go and act, I just jump in and stand there and the camera sees me." He knew the bright lights of Hollywood, but he never stopped holding on to the glow of his own country. Arnhem Land was always waiting for him, and it rarely waited in vain. He held on to his roots because ultimately they are what nourished him. As for his role as a Yolngu ambassador out in the world, he put it this way: "Everything right, for my culture, I made it true." The road wasn't always smooth for David. That was something he never shied away from. But he walked tall in two worlds, with grace, truth and humour. Now he walks in another place.
The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Thank the Leader of the House. I've received a letter from the honourable member for Greenway proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's mismanagement of the NBN. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their place. And I give the call to the member for Greenway.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, going into the 2007 election, Labor took a policy to the Australian people that spoke to a smart future in which the transformational power of ICT would be harnessed for the betterment of all Australians, irrespective of where they lived or worked. But it also spoke to a decade of policy failures under this Conservative government when it came to broadband, including where Telstra was privatised as a vertically integrated monopoly, entrenching the disincentives to invest and to engage in the best consumer welfare. They sold out the needs of rural and regional Australia, and we had a litany of half-baked proposals that left Australia languishing as a broadband backwater in a region that was investing in fibre as the best form of communications infrastructure. Mr Speaker, their hearts just weren't in it. And if you needed any proof that absolutely nothing has changed since that time. We only have to look at 8 long years of technological incompetence, cost blowouts, policy backflips to prove that their heads aren't in it either. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, nothing encapsulates proof of this more eloquently than the incoherent, rage-induced response by the minister opposite to the positive and well-received policy announcement by myself and the Labor leader recently to invest $2.4 billion expanding fibre access to up to 1.5 million additional premises currently relegated to a copper service under those opposite. And it's noteworthy, Mr Deputy Speaker, that up to 660,000 of these premises are in the regions. And I think this media release is a timely reminder of why the minister opposite shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a keyboard when he's in a bad mood. There was so much tension in this media release, you could have cut it with a butter knife, and even the shareholder minister, the Minister for Finance, wouldn't put his name on it. It was too much for even Senator Birmingham. But let's be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's difficult to know where to start with this rant of a statement by the minister on the 17th of November, but I'll give it a go. I'm going to start at the end. Now, I want to remind members, this minister, along with those geniuses, Malcolm Turnbull and Tony Abbott, abandoned fibre. They said their NBN would be a multi-technology mix incorporating copper and HFC. They said they'd deliver it quicker and cheaper. They said it would cost $29 billion and be finished by 2016. Well, the price tag today, Mr Deputy Speaker, is $57 billion and counting, and we've still got about 200,000 premises on copper around Australia that can't get the minimum broadband speeds required by law. And in September last year, in the most humiliating, wasteful, expensive policy backflip in the history of the Federation, this minister announced, wait for it, that they would go back and overbuild with fibre. So, after all that, Mr Deputy Speaker, what's the punchline? What's the punchline from this minister? What's his knockout blow? What's his knockout blow in his last line? Only the coalition can be trusted to deliver an upgraded NBN. Now, you can't make this up. Just let that anti-logic sink in just for a moment. It's the stuff of satire. It truly takes a unique lack of self-awareness to issue a statement like that. And if we follow this statement, Mr Deputy Speaker, to its illogical conclusion, the minister is arguing that only the Liberals can undertake a technology repair job that would not have even been needed if they weren't so incompetent to begin with. So let's just be clear about what that is. And look, well, I mentioned 660,000 premises in the region benefiting under Labor's policy. And we've got this other perler in the minister's media release. What Labor proposes here is more wasteful government spending of taxpayers' money. Let's be clear. So Labor's original proposal, 93% of the fixed-line footprint having fibre, not copper, millions of additional premises in regional Australia have been relegated to copper under this minister, and this minister's view is that to upgrade those people to fibre is wasteful. Well, I look forward, Mr Deputy Speaker, to every rural and regional member opposite coming in to back in their minister. And I look forward to the Liberal candidates for Eden Monaro and Macquarie and Gilmore and Corangamite all coming out to back in the minister. I think I'll be waiting a while, Mr Deputy Speaker. But I tell you what else in our announcement speaks to the Labor mission. Look, it's a modest one, but it makes a real change to the lives of children and their families. Because prior to COVID, we know from ABS data that there are around 55,000 households in Australia that didn't have any access to the internet for whatever reason, no access to the internet at home. And the first time we actually obtained this data was during lockdown, when we had remote learning going on, which became the norm for many of us. Now, we had schools various state education departments, carriers and NBN Co, they intervened with mostly temporary solutions to help these students, and that's a good thing. And I've heard firsthand about the difference that that assistance made. But I tell you what, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's still estimated that there's around 30,000 households around Australia where there is still no internet at home for whatever reason. So we have announced that Labor, working with NBN Co and the retailers, we will give free internet access for a year to those households. We'll do that while we work on a long-term model. In some cases, it might be quite bespoke, depending on the needs of those houses, because central to the Labor mission is equality of opportunity for everyone in Australia, regardless of your income, regardless of your postcode, regardless of what country you or your parents were born in, because that is the Labor mission. And we know, Mr Deputy Speaker, Australians are looking to the future. We want to be better prepared in the new normals that we have going forward, how we work, how we study, and it speaks to Australians needing to have the best, not the substandard, but the best. And we've got substandard under this government. We are ranked 59th in the world for average broadband speeds. We are ranked 32 out of 37 nations in the OECD. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would put money on the minister's script, what he's going to come and say in response to this. It's a document called Same Old Talking Points. Same old talking points. Consider this, Mr Deputy Speaker. The minister's response every time, just like he did only a couple of weeks ago, is to talk about 2013. Now, let's consider this. These tired old arguments have been systematically proven wrong over the past 8 years on every single count. And consider this, Mr Deputy Speaker. We have Labor talking about the future and making it better. And all this government can do is talk about the past. Talk about the past, but neglecting to mention all of their failures. We are talking about a future narrative here, how to make this national piece of utility infrastructure better for our needs in the post-COVID world. So it's very clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, that COVID has demonstrated that reliable, quality, accessible high-speed internet is not a luxury or a nice-to-have. And we said this all along. It is essential 21st century economic infrastructure. A future made in Australia requires the best quality communications infrastructure. Optical fibre is the right technology to shape our future, and we said this all along. Do it once, do it right, and do it with fibre. It's always been the right technology. And it's not just about speeds. It's about our national story and asserting the kind of country we aspire to be. Because I tell you what, Mr Deputy Speaker, if Labor wants to be a leader in the digital industrial century, not just a participant, we have to do better. That is our aspiration, a future made in Australia, a future shaped by the best quality ICT. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, we've known all along that the NBN is a critical piece of national infrastructure. But this tired, decade-old Liberal National Party can't be trusted when it comes to technology. They always get the big calls wrong, on technology, just as they get it wrong in other portfolio areas, including energy. They always get it wrong. For them, it's always about short-term politics and never about the long-term progress of this country. That's why, Mr Deputy Speaker, only Labor can deliver a better NBN and be trusted to shape our future the way it should be.
Members' time has expired, and I call the Minister for Communications.
I do thank the Deputy Speaker for the call, and I want to start with an area where there is, I think, agreement between the government and the opposition, and that agreement concerns the fact that what the pandemic demonstrated more than ever is that people really valued having reliable, high-quality broadband. Overnight, millions of us moved to working and studying from home, and we really needed a good broadband connection to get through that period. And indeed, when the pandemic hit, 98% of Australian households were able to connect to the NBN, and what that meant was that they could have access to a reliable high-speed service one offering good upload speeds as well as good download speeds, compared to the previous generation of broadband DSL, which offered lower broadband speeds down, but particularly offered very low speeds up. And if you're video conferencing, you need good speeds in both directions. So Australians found, when they turned to the NBN in their hour of need, that it was there, it was reliable, and in a very real sense, the NBN and ubiquitously available good quality broadband, 98% of households around the country able to connect to the NBN, was critical in getting Australia through the pandemic. Now, the question, Mr Deputy Speaker, given that there is agreement between Labor and the government on this, the first question, obviously in terms of the language of the motion before the House this afternoon, is does the fact that there was 98% availability of the NBN demonstrate mismanagement of the NBN, or on the contrary, demonstrate that our government, the Liberal National Government, has managed the NBN in a way which allowed that to happen, and we did so notwithstanding the fact that in 2013 we inherited a train wreck of a project from those opposite. Because when we came to government, Mr Deputy Speaker, Labor had spent $6 billion. They'd had 6 years in government, and at the end of all of that there were barely 51,000 premises connected to the fixed-line NBN around Australia. By contrast, today, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are 8.3 million premises connected around Australia, 77% of those on a speed of 50 megabits per second or higher, and there are 12 million premises that are ready to connect. So you will see that it is chalk and cheese between the train wreck that we inherited and the methodical, systematic process that we have gone through to deliver a rollout such that by 2020, 98% of all premises were able to connect. If we had stuck, Mr Deputy Speaker, to Labor's ill-conceived original plan, then in 2020, when the pandemic hit, there would have been several million fewer households able to connect. And so the Australian people have good reason, I think, to it's been a matter of good fortune for the nation that our government has been in charge of the rollout of the NBN, in contrast to the chaotic and demonstrated incompetence of the NBN implementation in the years that Labor was last in government. The Labor Party, the NBN under Labor government, missed every target they set themselves. In their business case, their corporate plan, issued in December 2010, they promised that by 30 June 2011 there would be 223,000 premises passed or covered. The actual number, 10,500. By 30 June 2013 they said there'd be 1.221 million premises passed or covered. The actual number, 235,000. A remarkable display of incompetence, because Labor cannot deliver, Mr Deputy Speaker. They have no competence at execution, they have no competence at delivery, and indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker, the mess that we inherited was not easily turned around. It took a lot of detailed work, sustained work. We had to put in place a competent, capable board and management, because the previous government hadn't bothered to do that basic thing. We had to come up with a workable, deliverable strategy so that we could get the network rolled out as quickly as possible. Labor, with its fetishistic insistence on connecting fibre to the home of every premises around Australia within the fixed-line footprint, regardless of whether the customer wants it, Mr Deputy Speaker. Canberra knows best. You may say you don't want to order a speed that needs fibre, but Canberra knows best, and we are determined to roll the fibre to your home whether you want it or not. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, one of the key consequences of moving to the multi-technology mix was that it was more capital efficient. The latest numbers from the NBN corporate plan, fibre to the node, $2,330 per premise, fibre to the premises in brownfields, $4,395, $2,000 per premise more. Now, if you want fibre to your home, and you're prepared to order a service which needs fibre, then there's a logic for providing that. But if you don't want fibre, why does it make sense to spend more than $2,000 extra per premise? This is a basic piece of logic which Labor has struggled with for a very long time. Now, by contrast, Mr Deputy Speaker, not only have we delivered to a point where now, in fact, over 99% of all premises can connect, but what we also did last year was laid out a way forward for the NBN. We did what we said we would do back in 2013, that we'd get the network rolled out and we would continue to upgrade it to drive fibre deeper into the network in response to customer demand. And so what we committed to last year was a plan to spend $4.5 billion, under which by 2023 8 million premises around Australia will be able to order a speed of up to 1 gigabit per second. That is blazing fast broadband. And included within that is a footprint of 2 million fibre-to-the-node premises where we'll roll fibre down the middle of the street, and as soon as the customer chooses to order a speed which needs fibre all the way, we will then build the fibre lead-in. That is the business-like way to do it. That is the logical way to do it. That is the capital-efficient way to do it. And you know what's extremely interesting, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that despite all the fiery rhetoric from the Shadow Minister, what Labor has done is that they've adopted our policy and they've said they're going to have exactly the same approach. They're going to have exactly the same approach. They're going to only connect fibre to the home when the customer chooses to order it. Now, it's perhaps not surprising that the Shadow Minister hasn't chosen to emphasise that particular complete backflip in Labor's approach. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, the fact is that when you look at Labor's track record of execution, the question in front of the people of Australia today is who can be relied upon to do what they say they're going to do in rolling out the national broadband network. And the fact is that when you look at what we said we were going to do in 2013, we've done exactly what we said we would do. And as a consequence of us having been in government for the last 8 years, it meant that when the pandemic hit, 98% of premises around the country were able to connect. If Labor had still been in government, if they'd stuck to their original plan, if they'd maintained their dismal track record, then when 2020 came along and the pandemic hit, millions of premises would have been unable to use video conferencing or other technologies which require the current generation of broadband. And I'll say this to you, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll say this to the House, that it would have been very little consolation to those Australians unable to access good quality broadband that Labor had bold aspirations, that Labor had a bold vision for the future. Because visions are very easy to articulate, Mr Deputy Speaker. They had visions. They had lots of visions when they were in government between 2007 and 2013, but across portfolio after portfolio, including communications, including the NBN, they could not deliver because they are hopeless. They are beyond hopeless when it comes to delivery. They've got no business experience. They've got no capability in this area, and when you look at their track record when it came to the NBN, when we came to government in 2013 and we opened up, we got under the hood of this project, what a complete train wreck we inherited. What a dismal mess. We've methodically turned it around, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thanks to that, when the pandemic hit, 98% of premises were able to connect to the NBN. We're continuing to upgrade it, and I say to the Australian people, look at the track records of the two major parties. Only one of them can be trusted to deliver the NBN.
I call the member for Gellibrand.
Speaker, well, after 8 long years of the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government, Australians are entitled to look back and ask, what has been the point of that? As it heads into its 9th year and as it prepares to ask the Australian public to start a second decade in office, what has been the legacy of the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government? You really have to feel for the historians of future generations. When they set about trying to tell the story of the achievements of this government, they're going to confront a very difficult challenge indeed. The first thing they're going to have to do is dig through a mountain of marketing guff, because those opposite, across Abbott, across Turnbull, across the Morrison government, They certainly know how to produce a pamphlet. One cynic has gone so far as to call this model of government a pamphletocracy. But for all of the glossy graphic design and the marketing slogans, this government has never had anything at the heart of it. It's never had a vision for the kind of country that they were setting out to create, or a policy agenda for how to deliver it. Even worse, they haven't just taken up space, they haven't just wasted time. The Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government has actively taken us backwards. The only thing that they have set about doing with any zeal has been trashing the policy achievements that have been put in place by the previous Labor government. And there's no better example of this than the NBN. Now, for this MPI, I've delved into the back catalogue of this government's pamphlets for a deep cut. Tony Abbott's Real Solutions election pamphlet. You remember that one? It's a classic. It's a real classic. I was looking at it this morning. I can't see the current Prime Minister on it. He didn't make the cut back in 2013. That's how many Prime Ministers and leaders this government has churned through. Prime Minister Morrison didn't even make the top 6 in the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government, in the Abbott government in 2013. But this one, it's full of greatest hits, and I know the members opposite are really looking forward to this one. Greatest hits like, quote, "We will get the budget back under control, cut waste and start reducing debt, start delivering real budget surpluses." You remember that one? It's a good tune, isn't it? Take a breath, remember to breathe. It is breathtaking, I know, because since then, those opposite have delivered 8 consecutive budget deficits, a 9th in March in the new parliamentary sitting calendar that we saw recently. They doubled the deficit before COVID hit, and now we are left with $1 trillion of Liberal debt as a legacy for the nation going forward. And what do we have to show for it? But I'm distracted by this. It's the NBN commitments I'm most interested in here. The first Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government pamphlet promised that this government would, quote, "deliver broadband faster, sooner and at less expense to taxpayers and consumers than Labor's national broadband network." It's almost as embarrassing as the deficit quote, because, of course, despite this pamphlet-thin commitment, Tony Abbott also explicitly asked Malcolm Turnbull to demolish Labor's fibre-to-the-home NBN, and he did this and then some. When he axed Labor's fibre NBN, Malcolm Turnbull announced that he'd deliver a multi-technology mix NBN for a total cost of $29.5 billion. What they've delivered is a copper and HFC NBN that costs nearly 3 times as much, $57 billion. It's a $28 billion budget blowout. That's even bigger than the $20 billion blowout that they wasted on JobKeeper payments to companies that increase their revenues to the pandemic. So it's a big one in policy failures under that government. It's billions of dollars more than it would have cost to deliver Labor's full fibre-to-the-home vision for the NBN. It's a special achievement to bungle a policy so badly that you deliver half as much for twice the price. But that's what happens when all you have is a political strategy rather than a policy vision. It has led the Abbott-Turnbull-Morrison government to sacrifice this nation's future in pursuit of short-term political interests. And here we are, 8 years later, and what do we have to show for it? Australia, ranked 59th in the world for average broadband speeds, 32 out of 37 OECD countries. An Albanese Labor government has a vision for the future of our country and the courage to pursue it and the plans to deliver it. A vision for Australia to be a leader in the new digital economy, not just an international follower. We'll restore the original vision of the NBN as best we can, given the mess this government has made of it. We'll extend access to a full fibre NBN to an additional 1.5 million Australian homes and businesses. An Albanese Labor government will make sure that NBN co-invests an additional $2.4 billion to boost fibre throughout the country, making sure that 10 million premises in Australia have access to a gigabit connection by 2025. That's 90% of Australian businesses, and we'll keep NBN co in public hands while we do it.
I call the Minister for Immigration.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, what do you say to that, Deputy Speaker? I mean, what do you really say to that? The vision. We used to hear a lot about the vision at this dispatch book, the vision about what Labor would do if they're elected, but some of us were actually there and remember the vision that Labor had when they were last in government about communications. And I remember the vision of the NBN Co. It was on the back of a napkin. I think it was conceived on a flight. Kevin Rudd, yeah, on the back of a napkin. And see, that's the problem when you have a vision but you don't have the know-how on how to implement something as important and technical and practical
as a national broadband network. And I remember also at the time, Deputy Speaker, when you think about Labor and their rollout at the time, the original rollout of the NBN, Deputy Speaker, didn't go to important things like hospitals, business parks, and including in my own electorate, the largest business park west of Parramatta in north-west Sydney wasn't on the rollout plan. Now, why wasn't it on the rollout plan? The member for Greenway had a lot of streets and suburbs on her rollout plan, and the original rollout of the NBN wouldn't be because it was a marginal seat, would it, Deputy Speaker? Some whole suburbs and streets had rollout plans, and yet hospitals were not being connected to the NBN. Critical manufacturing and other facilities that needed the NBN access weren't doing it. This is the wrong priorities that Labor had with their initial rollout of the NBN. And we remember their record on communications, and the public shouldn't forget it. I remember very clearly the wonderful phrase, mandatory internet filter, Deputy Speaker. What a wonderful idea that was of the Labor parties in office, to filter the internet. 5 years they promised a mandatory internet filter, talking up their record on communications. They're the tech heads, to quote a former Prime Minister, the ones that understands communications. But they tried to filter the internet for 5 years. 5 years before they had to kill this egregious waste of money that attempted to filter the internet. Well, thank goodness that went to bed. It was also good that the coalition got elected in 2013, and our Real Solutions brochure I highly recommend it. Good reading, and the Australian public saw that as well. They saw it and they voted for the coalition again in record numbers. Another one of those election victories, the Real Solutions pamphlet, was an election-winning set of policies. And what it was with the NBN was, of course, to take something they connected to, 51,000 premises by the time they left off, 51,000 users connected to the NBN. And in Western Sydney at the time, if you remember back to that period, you couldn't get a subby anywhere in Western Sydney to do anything because all of them were chasing the NBN contracts from Labor. Now, I'd say, great, that's fantastic, they were trying to build the NBN. Well, the reality was, Deputy Speaker, under Labor, under the mismanagement of the people they put in place, under the egregious amounts of money that they were offering, every subby knew that if you worked for the NBN, you'd be paid 2 to 3 times what you could be paid in any other job for less work. For less work, Deputy Speaker. And subbies were literally, people were not doing any work for anybody else because they were being paid 3 times for the same work. Now, what company, corporation or anyone could afford to pay 3 times the price for the delivery of a service? Well, of course, a Labor-run facility. So when the member for Gellibrand says we want it in public ownership, what he means is completely and utterly incompetent administration run by the Labor Party. And people shouldn't forget the cost of that, the cost versus the service. 51,000 users, just 51,000 users after all of that waste. So what did the coalition do? Well, we came to office, and of course, that's why people elect coalition governments, because they get real solutions. And what did we do with the NBN? Well, we actually fixed it. We made it work. We got it ready for the pandemic. And thank goodness the coalition had been elected to office before the pandemic, that when people needed it, the NBN was there. It was there for people at home and in their businesses. We connected business parks, Mr Speaker. We connected hospitals. We connected people to the services they need, the productivity to driving a force that this was supposed to be all about. It wasn't on the back of an envelope, the coalition's plan. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was in detailed policy brochures. We don't apologise for that. It wasn't a mandatory internet filter that we focused for 5 years on and then scrapped because it's a complete waste of time and energy. This was the chaos that Labor represented in all areas of policy, and communications were no different. $6 billion the NBN Labor wasted for just 3% of Australian premises. We came to office, we've got it fixed, the NBN is working, it is viable, it is delivering for Australians, and again, that just shows this coalition government, the Morrison government, has delivered real solutions for people, continue to do the job, not just the vision, but the how you are going to get the job done. Only a coalition government can be trusted.
I call the member for Macquarie.
Well, I'd like to see some of the coalition government come and talk to businesses in the Blue Mountains, because what they'll tell you is that fibre to the node has been an absolute disaster for their businesses. Let me tell you the story of Ron. When it rains, his fibre to the node connection stops. There's nothing, and what his customers get is a message telling them that his number doesn't exist. So there's Ron running a sound and light production company, and yet his customers get told with a drop of rain that he just doesn't exist. Now, how's that for the party who reckons they stand for small business? Then you have Keaton, a filmmaker, a children's filmmaker. He does want to see kids' quotas. That's his other issue that this government's let him down on. But the main problem he has now is he cannot run his business in the Blue Mountains. He cannot get the upload speeds that he needs because fibre to the node is a substandard technology. He has to commute down to Sydney, to Gore Hill, where his production company sits. This is what this government has done to people who'd hoped to be able to base their business in the mountains. My third example is Aaron. Aaron runs one of the most beautiful B&Bs that you'd find in Leura. He rates really high on every score from his visitors. The one thing that lets him down is his NBN connection. Now, we've tried everything we can to help Aaron, because he doesn't want to have to wait for Labor to come in. He knows when we win government, he will have fibre to the premises that his customers and visitors will absolutely love. They'll be able to stay not just a weekend, but spend some of their working week there as well. But they can't right now. And what he's been told is that he is more than a kilometre from a node. He cannot only get a 21 megabits per second download and a 4 megabits per second upload. How do you upload your photos to Facebook or Instagram with that? You can't do that, let alone do your work. So he is being let down by this government. And it is such an irony that it's a government that pretends it cares about small business when they are exactly the people you pushed aside and said you don't count when fibre to the node was rolled out to the upper Blue Mountains. Now, that was a failed experiment. And these people knew it was a failure because they didn't roll it out to the lower mountains. Now, Labor will fix the upper mountains. We will make sure that anyone who wants it will be able to get it. Now, Aaron did ask the question, how much would it be for me to get fibre to the premises under the Morrison government's plan? He was given a neat figure, $12,500. Was the quote that he's got to get fibre to the premises. Now, that is beyond his means. It's beyond the means of mums who need their kids to be able to access the internet for school. It's beyond the means of families where there's a student at university and that exam is due and the fibre to the node is so slow that they can't connect. That's what those opposite have done to people living in the upper Blue Mountains. Now, it also applies to great swathes of the Hawkesbury. You've got 4,000 kilometres square in Macquarie, and you've given them 5 different types of technology. Satellite, wireless, some fibre to the premises, that would be when Labor was in government, fibre to the node and fibre to the curb. And what happens to the satellite people? They're switching off. They're going to Elon Musk's Starlink satellite because they get such good speeds at the moment from that. But they have to pay, and it's only those who can afford to pay. The antithesis of what this program was all about, which was equity, giving every Australian a fair go, a fair chance to make their way in the world, to build a small business, no matter where they lived. You have taken that away from people, those on the other side. People who have wireless are left with this ridiculous technology that also doesn't meet their needs. I have one constituent who works for the NBN. He refuses to connect to wireless. 100 metres up the road, people are on fibre to the curb, but he is on wireless. These are the sorts of stupid decisions that have been made by this government and the NBN, guided by nothing other than small-mindedness without any vision. Now, I'm going to finish with the problems with fibre to the curb. Fibre to the curb in the Blue Mountains in particular, when the storms hit and lightning strikes, it goes off. It disappears, little bits of ash come out of your box and your box is blown. Now, we're told the new boxes are better. We're not seeing that. This government has let down everybody in the Blue Mountains.
Call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Macquarie for her contribution. Let me start by saying that in that contribution we have exactly the reason why Labor's NBN failed and failed so badly. It wasn't about actually providing telephony services and data services to Australians. It was about making sure that their mates in the telecommunication industry got as much money as they possibly could, and that's why they talk about equity, and that's why they talk about, you know, all the sorts of things they love to talk about, but they never talk about the opportunity for small businesses. They never talk about the opportunity for households. They never talk about the things that really matter. So when I first got elected to this place in 2016, Deputy Speaker, I met a gentleman by the name of Ben Christie, who runs a global company from Warriewood Valley in my electorate. And I say to the member for Macquarie, Ben Christie had been waiting under Labor's NBN for nearly 7 years for there to be a connection. He literally had to drive to Parramatta to be able to run his business. The dislocation, the amount of business he lost, the number of people he could not employ due to Labor's incompetence was just extraordinary. So when the Shadow Minister for Telecommunications put an MPI topic up like this, I'm kind of torn between whether this is some sort of black humour or whether she just wants us to have a great laugh at their expense. I mean, what could go wrong with a program that was designed on the back of a beer coaster at the front of the Prime Minister's plane as he returned from Townsville in less than 3 hours? Of course, who of us in this place has not designed a $4 billion infrastructure spend on the back of a beer coaster in less than 3 hours? I mean, none of us, of course, because we're all geniuses and know exactly. I mean, none of us have experiences in rolling a telecommunications company out, or probably data, but not Prime Minister Rudd, not Minister Stephen Conroy. They knew that they could do. I mean, I thank God, Deputy Speaker, that they couldn't find a second beer coaster. God knows what the two of them would have come up if they had an extra hour on the plane with a second beer coaster. I mean, they could have saved this country from, I don't know, I mean, let's think of a disaster that they could have solved. But you know, give them a couple more hours, they could have probably spent, you know, $170 billion. And that's what we have from those opposite. You know, they come up with all this vision. I mean, it's preposterous in its statement. It's preposterous in its thinking. I mean, we have the member for Macquarie accusing this government of not caring about people in the upper Blue Mountains when those opposite were more interested in an equitable telephony system than they were in actually delivering services. And why? Because they don't actually care about the practicalities of life. They only care about the ideological outcomes. And so now we have people in the upper Blue Mountains who can't get access to data services because of their poorly designed NBN, which once again those on this side had to fix, just like the NDIS, just like the apology to the disabled and people who were sexually abused in institutions. That is always left to this side of the House to actually come up with practical outcomes that make a difference to real people. I mean, you won't hear us talking, you know, at length about equity. You'll hear us talking about equality of opportunity. You'll hear us talking about freedom. You'll hear us talk about personal choice, like whether you want fibre to the node or fibre to the premises, because we don't believe that all wisdom in this nation resides only in this chamber. We believe that Australians, ordinary Australians, that your average Australian has the capacity to actually make decisions for themselves. We know those opposite don't trust Australians. We know those opposite believe that they're not up to making even the choice as to whether they want fibre to the node or fibre to their premises. We know those opposite believe that these are decisions that should be made in a prime ministerial VIP jet on the way back from Townsville on the back of a beer coaster. Because after all, ordinary Australian, your average Australian, they don't have the capacity to use a beer coaster. Only Senator Conroy and former Prime Minister Rudd can do that. So we have a project that massively overran, massively under-delivered, and once again it was left to those on this side of the House to fix that problem.
I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. An Albanese Labor government will fix the sadly botched NBN rollout that the Morrison government has given Australians. We all know that good quality, fast internet is crucial in today's society. If we didn't know that prior to COVID, we certainly know it now. Working from home, studying from home and simply keeping in touch with family and friends relies on fast and reliable broadband. Many families in my electorate of Corangamite are totally dissatisfied, frustrated and quite honestly angry at this government's woeful copper-to-the-node scheme. Some in my electorate don't even have NBN yet, despite the Morrison-Joyce government telling us that the rollout is complete. That's why Labor's recent announcement that we will connect 1.5 million households across the nation to fast fibre was enthusiastically applauded in my electorate. An investment of $2.4 billion to boost fibre access nationally makes absolute sense. What doesn't make good sense is why this wasn't done by the coalition government. Instead, the coalition introduced an inferior system relying to a great degree on copper wire to the home. By international standards, this was never going to cut the mustard. It was short-sighted and it's limited our nation's productivity. Australia is now ranked 58th in the world for average broadband speeds. It's just embarrassing. So I was recently thrilled to announce to my electorate that under Labor, many areas now struggling with copper wire-based NBN will have access to full fibre, high-speed internet in my electorate. That means places like Bannockburn, Clifton Springs, Port Arlington, St Leonards, Marshall, Moolap, Queenscliff and Point Lonsdale will all have access under Labor to fibre to the home. None of these areas were earmarked for upgrades under this half-baked proposal by the Morrison government to retrofit fibre to the home under its discredited NBN. Deputy Speaker, as a result, my office has been flooded with complaints about the Coalition's NBN. A local project manager and software developer who works in Warm Ponds, an urban area in my electorate, tells me NBN is his biggest concern to turning a profit. He says it's so embarrassing, it's frustrating. Another has said, David in Barwon Heads, he tells me he's battling serious communication challenges with NBN at a time when his wife is pregnant and needs to keep in touch with medical specialists. In Torquay, the NBN can be so pathetic, a trickle of between 5 and 8 megabytes per second. That's not even usable in this day and age for even the most basic of data communications. Deputy Speaker, how can this government hold its head up when talking about their woeful NBN that they've delivered to Australians? The truth is the NBN has been a giant, expensive headache for so many in my electorate and across the nation since the Coalition began rolling it out in 2013, and everyone knows it. It's riddled with problems. More than 27,000 Australians have made complaints about NBN in 2020, including complaints about slow speeds and poor connectivity. The Coalition's failed fibre-to-the-node infrastructure is now going to have to be rebuilt by a Labor government. The irony is, under former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, we were going to deliver a fast-speed, fibre-based NBN. But it was bagged by the Coalition at the time. We had Prime Minister Abbott saying, do we really want to invest in $50 billion of hard-earned taxpayers' money in what is essentially a video entertainment system? And I quote, Mr Turnbull in the same press conference said laughingly, even by standards of 10 years ago, should the taxpayer be paying $50 billion to substitute people staying at home watching movies? The facts are now obvious. The Coalition has wasted 8 years on an inadequate system when they could have rolled out Labor's fibre-to-the-home model right from the start. What does the Coalition's failed NBN model matter? Well, it matters to Australians. It matters to them because they want a fast-speed system for their home businesses, for their students to study. It is absolutely imperative that we have a better system instead of this incompetent system that we have under the Coalition. So it's going to be up to an Albanese Labor government to fix the Coalition's NBN mess, and I look forward to that taking place.
I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the matter of public importance. I'd like to start by putting on record congratulations to everyone at the NBN for what they have been able to do in the last 20 months, in particular since the coronavirus pandemic commenced and the enormous amount of pressure that put on internet connections throughout their network across the country. Of course, we all know and understand what happened early on in the pandemic and how people had to suddenly, in many cases, work from home and put an enormous amount of pressure on the network. We made some very important decisions as a government to support capacity in the network, and I commend Minister Fletcher for what he did then, and also more recent announcements that he's made regarding the National Broadband Network. But congratulations to everyone at the NBN, because that system could never have been put under more pressure in such an unpredictable way, as much as we make sure in our critical infrastructure that we're preparing for absolutely anything. The way in which the system stood up to those pressures goes to show that they were indeed prepared, not only for a once-in-100-year event like that pandemic, but that the system is very agile and nimble and can make changes on a rapid basis. There are nearly, I think, 12 million customers on the NBN now with access to the NBN, and of course, representing one of 151 electorates like other members here. I've got tens of thousands in my own electorate, and it's a thrill to visit businesses in particular that are using the NBN in ways that put them in a globally competitive space. And the creative industries is a good example. And I've got businesses in my electorate. Well, I've got the South Australian Film Corporation in my electorate, but lots of other businesses that work in film and in post-production visual effects, etc., where their internet connection is very important, and it's a great competitive advantage that a city like Adelaide has, because it sits nicely on a time zone against the Western United States, so Hollywood, and of course Europe, and that puts businesses in my electorate in the position to work on projects with other businesses in Los Angeles and in London, in Paris, in Vancouver, where they can effectively be doing projects where they're co-collaborating together. And at 9 a.m. Adelaide time, the team in Adelaide works on a particular part of a post-production visual effects project, and at 5 o'clock they upload their work over the last 8 hours, and the team over in London pick that up, and they keep working on that same scene that they might be doing visual effects on for the next 8 hours, and hand that over to someone in Vancouver or Los Angeles, and the cycle continues. And that's all facilitated by the ability to have a broadband system, an internet system that allows them to collaborate and deal with enormous packets of data in an efficient way that the system provides to us. We have, of course, had to do an enormous clean-up job from what we were left from Labor. After 6 years, I think they got around 51,000 customers into the NBN in 6 years, which I suppose is not, in hindsight, a surprise that Labor could be so slow in rolling out an idea that the member for Mackellar has just outlined very eloquently. Probably didn't have as much thought or robustness as a concept that it should have had when you're talking about what is now tens and tens of billions of dollars of taxpayers' funds. But what's even worse than that is not only the mess that was left to us after they had 6 years to get 51,000 homes, but the fact that if they'd kept going and we hadn't been elected and been able to take over responsibility for deploying the NBN, it still wouldn't be finished by now. And the court amendment the process showed that the NBN would probably, under Labor, have completed their rollout by the 30th of June 2024. Now, where would we have been in the pandemic with an incomplete national broadband network? Where would all those businesses have been that rely on that network, that infrastructure, that technology that we fixed, that we enhanced, and that we finished and got the job done? I shudder to think how businesses would have survived over the last 20 months if they had a half-finished system that Labor continued to slowly roll out and deploy. So we're very lucky that the people of Australia made the right decision, threw Labor out in 2013, voted in support of our approach to the NBN. That has delivered a finished system that we continue to invest in and enhance into the future.
I call the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Having fast, reliable, good-quality internet should not be a luxury in 21st century Australia. It should not be something that only people who live in the cities can access, and it shouldn't be the case that two families that live in the exact same suburb should have vastly different internet access. But under this Liberal National Government, this is exactly what has happened in Jerrabomberra, a suburb that is only 15 minutes from where we are right now. The fact is that some people who live in Jerrabomberra have had great NBN access and have for many years experienced fast, reliable internet connectivity. But there are also a lot of people in Jerrabomberra who were dudded when this government trashed the NBN model to move to a mix of fibre and copper. In one suburb, it all came down to the luck of the draw as to why some people have access to 21st century technology, but too many households do not. Obviously, the Jerrabomberra community was frustrated and angry. The residents and families have been paying the same amount for a vastly different experience. Thankfully, the Jerrabomberra community didn't sit by and accept this ridiculous situation. They have stood up and made noise for over a decade now. They have called out this government for the rollout and demanded that they receive the same access as their neighbours and the wider Queanbeyan community. And now, after years, the NBN is being finally rolled out to Jerrabomberra. The government is having to go back and fix what it got wrong in the first place. This tired and decade-old Liberal National Party cannot be trusted when it comes to technology or broadband. They have deployed a network that costs twice as much but does half of what it's supposed to. Labor had a vision and a plan to ensure Australia was a leader in the digital industry, not just a participant. But then this government came in and butchered the NBN rollout. For them, it's always about short-term politics and never about the long-term progress of the Australian people. Big announcements, no follow-through and botched rollouts have become a legacy of this Morrison government. The government promised to save taxpayers money by cutting corners. They said they could deliver something just as good, but at half the cost. This is just another untruth. This government has delivered a masterclass in technological and economic incompetence. Australia is now ranked 59th in the world for average broadband speeds, which is 32nd out of 37 OECD countries. It's almost unfathomable that the government has spent nearly 9 years spending $50 billion on a second-rate network. Rather than realising their mistake early on, they doubled down, launching tirade after tirade about fibre, and then just like that, what is happening around the corner in Jerrabomberra, they are crawling back to the very thing they argued against. Not only does this vindicate Labor's policy, but it proves something many Australians have long suspected to be the case, that the Liberals get the big calls wrong. When I decided to run for the seat of Eden-Monaro, I was determined to make a difference to the lives of the people I now represent. I vowed to advocate for my communities to get the education, the infrastructure and the services they deserve. I represent a broad and varying electorate, but there's one thing that everyone agrees on, from Eden to Tumut, from Yass to Cooma and just down the road in Queanbeyan. For our kids to get ahead, for them to learn and succeed into the future, they need access to reliable internet. This is no longer a want, this is no longer a luxury, this is a vital part of our lives, whether you are in the city or in regional Australia. And this has become even more apparent during lockdowns, when our children were learning from home and parents were working from home. Our communities need an NBN that works. This is why I'm proud to talk about Labor's plan for the NBN, because Labor has a plan that will benefit people in regional Australia. A Labor government will ensure 90% of Australians in the fixed-line footprint, over 10 million premises, will have access to world-class gigabit speeds by 2025. Labor will keep the NBN in public hands, keeping internet costs for families affordable while ensuring improvements to the network take place. And this is key. We cannot privatise something that is fast becoming a basic need. In particular, Labor's expansion will benefit regional Australia, which you can see has been left behind by the Morrison-Joyce government and is quite frankly on stark display following the COVID pandemic. Labor will provide up to 660,000 additional homes and businesses in our regions with access to optical fibre. This investment has the potential to transform the digital capability of our regions, grow our local businesses and industries and attract more. This is something that will benefit and serve our regional communities for decades to come.
I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Under the management of this government, more than 8.3 million premises have connected to the national broadband network, and there are currently 12 million premises ready to connect. What that means is that today, almost every home and business in Australia can order a service of at least 25 megabits per second, much faster than that was available when the rollout began. In fact, today 77% of homes and businesses are on 50 megabits per second or higher plans. This compares to 70% in October 2020. Under this government's management, the NBN Co continues to deliver strong financial and operating performance. Earnings before interest, tax, depreciation and amortisation, including subscriber costs, amounted to $714 million in the first quarter, up from $102 million in the corresponding period last financial year. Total revenue achieved was $1.25 billion, up 17% over the corresponding period last financial year. And over the period 30 June 2021 to 31st of October 2021, NBN Co repaid an additional $5.3 billion on the Commonwealth Loan Facility, reducing the outstanding balance from $13.2 billion to $7.9 billion. This included successfully raising $2.8 billion from the US bond markets in early October. NBN Co's monthly progress report for October 2021 showed that the network was up and running 99.96% of the time. Average network bandwidth congestion being experienced by NBN consumers was around 21 minutes per week, well below the 4 hours and 52 minutes of July 2017. 98% of homes and businesses were connected within the target timeframes agreed with phone and internet providers, recovering from 89% in March 2021, when issues with a new workforce scheduling system adversely affected some connection and appointment metrics. Let us contrast this record of achievement with that under Labor. The NBN was a complete mess. After 6 years of Labor, just 51,000 users were connected to the NBN. Labor paid $6 billion for the NBN to pass just 3% of Australian premises, a rollout that was so badly managed, contractors downed tools and stopped construction work in 4 states. Under Labor, the NBN missed every rollout target it set for itself. Labor's approach would have cost billions more, taken years longer to complete, and left millions of Australians behind during COVID-19. Earlier this month, the NBN Co announced a 6th tranche of suburbs and towns across Australia that will become eligible to upgrade to NBN's fibre to the premises, with a number of suburbs in my electorate of Moore set to benefit from access to ultra-fast broadband. The announcement brings to the total to 1.6 million premises of the 2 million target. This next stage will see another 200,000 premises eligible, many of which are in the Moore electorate, which will drive significant benefits to the community. NBN Co is working with its construction and delivery partners to get premises across Australia ready to upgrade to ultra-fast speeds when they choose to do so. This represents a key part of NBN Co's $3.5 billion investment that will see 75% of Australia's fixed-line network able to access ultra-fast broadband by 2023. Towns and communities across Australia will benefit from being able to access ultra-fast broadband. This will create jobs in the community, ensure local businesses can access the speeds they need to thrive, and improve connectivity for families in the entire region. The City of Joondalup has the potential to evolve into a digital hub supporting software development, cyber security, advanced information technology.
The member's time has expired and the time for the discussion has concluded, and I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to first acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and the Dharawal people, who are the traditional custodians of the lands of my area. I pay my deep respects to their past elders, as well as my respect and great appreciation to their current and emerging leaders in my community, with whom I've had the great privilege of working. I rise today to deliver my valedictory with mixed emotions. I am very conscious of the fact that, in deciding to not contest the next election, like other colleagues who have done this, we get the opportunity to deliver a valedictory. And this makes me very aware that there are members who don't get that opportunity, so I do feel some ambivalence in delivering this speech. I am aware that the challenges we face, all returned or elected for the first time at the next election, are extremely significant for the future of our community and the nation. The challenges all our communities have experienced since early 2020 have profoundly revealed aspects of our society and economy that have not been operating in the most effective way for all Australians. The challenges of disconnection from community, from health services, from dignified and reliable work, from educational opportunities have been highlighted during this time. The more vulnerable in our communities were the hardest hit by the necessary shifts that were made to how we operate. We saw this impact directly in my community too. People in casual and contract work and people in sectors not provided support from government were laid off. Frontline workers in often underpaid sectors were stretched to their limits, stepping up to do their jobs to protect their community. Families juggling work from home and homeschooling in partnership with our schools, often without good broadband connection. The challenges that were faced and met showed the great resilience of our community, but also showed where we need to improve for the future. We must learn lessons from this period and deliver better policy, legislation and programs to strengthen and improve, not just slip back into the same flawed structures. These sorts of challenges for reform and growth of our economy and society have always been part of the great Australian Labor Party project and part of the purpose of the broader Labor movement. I wish all strength to our Labor leader, Anthony Albanese, our talented and dedicated frontbench, and our whole Labor team. It's clear from already announced policies across climate and environment, infrastructure, industry and manufacturing, workplace relations and job security, and social supports and an inclusive society that they are already well advanced in offering to Australians at the next election the solutions we need to emerge stronger and more inclusive after this challenging time. I anticipate with great joy celebrating election night with our local team, cheering on an Albanese Labor government being elected. It has been an enormous honour and a great joy to represent my local community in this parliament. I am acutely conscious that public debate has become more fractured and uncivil over recent years. But I have to say that local people have almost always approached me on the multitude of traditional and new platforms available to them with civility and respect. Even when they profoundly disagree with my view or position on an issue, they express that passionately but civilly to me. And it's my sincere hope that we can all continue to debate the great and the small issues with passion and conviction in a robust debate that challenges our thinking but never sinks to aggressive or indeed violent expression. Thank you to each and every person across my community who've supported me, challenged me, disagreed with me, but also trusted me to be their voice in this place. Of course, I will continue to do this job for you with all my heart and energy up until the election. And now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I begin my extensive thank yous. I did promise the whip I'd keep to time. After nearly 18 years in this job, this is an extensive list, because to be effective in this job requires working with so many others to achieve results. I actually first came to work in this place in 1995 as a staffer for the former member for Throsby, Colin Hollis. And can I just give a shout out to all staffers whose commitment and dedication to public service is such an important part of our work. It's not my view that this isn't a legitimate pathway, among many others, for someone who decides to put themselves forward to represent their community in public office. So, when I returned to work in this place as the member for Cunningham after the 2004 election, it was with a profound sense of honour and responsibility. The nature of the job has certainly changed significantly over the following years. When I was first elected, I had a MySpace account and a mobile phone that was not internet connected. I am ambivalent about the rapid pace of technological changes as to whether they have helped or hindered in doing my job. Over those years, I've experienced nearly all the variety of opportunities for participation. I've been in opposition and government. Yes, government is better. I've been a backbench MP, a parliamentary secretary, then a minister, a shadow minister, a committee chair, deputy chair and committee member, and a member of the Speaker's panel, Deputy Speaker. I've been present at some of the most moving and powerful expressions of humanity and celebration in this chamber. Prime Minister Rudd's delivery of the apology to the stolen generations, the achievement of marriage equality, the delivery of legislation for a national disability insurance scheme, and the first day of the first female Prime Minister, Julia Gillard, just to name a few that come to mind. There have been so many moments of humanity, humour and challenge, big and small, in speeches and special occasions. I will never forget being introduced to President Barack Obama by Prime Minister Julia Gillard, or my brief moments speaking to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. We don't always cover ourselves in glory in this place, but the outpouring of support and appreciation by the Australian community when we reflect hope and optimism does show us how much they crave this from us all. Participating effectively and fully in all that goes on in this place relies on some wonderful professional people who support this work, and I would like to acknowledge the impressive professional staff in this place who support the work of committees, those in the Parliamentary Library, all of the clerk's team, the dedicated, quiet people around us every day, such as our attendants and cleaners, and the myriad of other staff who keep our show on the road. One of the other aspects of the Canberra part of this job that I enjoy is catching up with colleagues from around the country, hearing how things are going in their local area, giving and receiving friendship and support, and working together on important issues. Over nearly 18 years, of course, some of these have come from the other side, but I won't name them. But I do appreciate the friendship in competition that has been extended by quite a few over the years. In my own party, I've been blessed with a richness of friends and colleagues who have inspired me, supported me and challenged me to be better. Many are not here anymore, and I can't possibly name them all, but I do want to single out Prime Ministers Julia Gillard and Kevin Rudd, who both expressed confidence in me by appointing me to ministerial roles, and who it was a great honour to work with. I've been proud of the leadership of Bill Shorten and Anthony Albanese. It has been an enormous honour to work with you as part of your teams over these years in opposition, which I am certain will end with a move to the other side of this place. It won't surprise anyone that I would, in my valedictory, refer to my long-time policy passion for the education sector, our schools, our TAFE and apprenticeship system and our university sector. I've been privileged to work with many colleagues on this policy area, and I certainly look forward to a stronger future for it under my inspiring colleagues, future Minister Tanya Plibersek and Minister and Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles. I'd like to just give a special thank you to my class of 2004 colleagues, whose friendship and support has been wonderful. You'll be glad we were a fairly small class. Particularly to my best mate Justine Elliott, hiding behind me here, who has listened to all my problems over the years and celebrated the good times with me. Justine did a Facebook post when I announced my decision, and she said, I'll quote, "Sharon and I were elected together in 2004 and we famously voted opposite ways in every single Labor leadership ballot since then. Despite that, we've always remained great friends." Absolutely, Justine, and we will remain great friends too. Our class included other great friends, Kate Ellis and Peter Garrett, who are already out in the post-parliamentary world. My good friends Chris Hayes and Julie Owens, who are heading out with me. And the rest of the amigos who stay on to fight the good fight, Chris Bowen, Tony Burke and Steve Georgianis. I've been privileged to work with so many of you wonderful Labor people, those who were here when I arrived, like Anthony and Tanya, Joel, Kathy, Brendan, Anthony, Warren and Maria. Each of you at different times and in different ways have offered me support and friendship, and I thank you. So many amazing people have joined our team since I was first elected. I'm inspired after each election with the quality, passion and dedication that new members bring to our caucus. I see all of you now contributing as shadow ministers, as policy thinkers, as community advocates and as colleagues, and you fill me with great confidence in the future. Of course, the last 18 years have most importantly involved working in partnership with so many wonderful local people, peak organisations and community groups across the Cunningham electorate. Every aspect of my job has been strengthened by the advice, feedback and support they have provided in advancing the interests of our wonderful community. Thank you to each and every one. Thank you to Arthur Orris and the South Coast Labor Council and all the affiliates. Arthur's one of the only local leaders to be in his role for longer than me, and I valued his advice and support, and a shout out to my own unions over my working life who are affiliates, the New South Wales Teachers Federation and the Transport Workers Union. Adam Zarth and the previous leaders of the Illawarra Business Chamber, as well as the smaller chambers such as Port Kembla, Northern Illawarra, and a special shout out to Paul Boltwood of Corrimal Chamber. Deb Murphy and the team, past and present at RDA Illawarra, Nikki Sloan in the affiliates and team at the Community Industry Group, all of our amazing local multicultural organisations and support groups. A special thanks to some who've worked with me since I was elected, Ken Habak and Chris Lacey and the team at MCCI, Scarf Refugee Support, and Giovanna Cardamone and the team at It So Well. Our tremendous disability support employers and support organisations, Chris Christodoulou and the whole team at Greenacres, Roy Rogers and the team at Flagstaff, and Margaret Bowen and the team at the Disability Trust. These leaders have also been serving their community for nearly all my time, but there are so many other more people in groups and organisations that I've been privileged to work and campaign with for a fairer future for people with a disability. There are so many other church and charity groups doing really important work in our community, and they've been called on during bushfires and COVID even more. The fact that there are in fact too many to name individually shows how strong our communities are and how compassionate towards the needy and vulnerable. We have a truly impressive group of surf clubs. Matt Thistlethwaite knows them well, with a long history of community service, and it's been a great privilege for me to help you out and your volunteers whenever I can. I know none of you would resent my singling out of the most amazing man who we most recently and unexpectedly lost, Keith Cocky Caldwell, who never ceased informing, engaging and of course lobbying me on all surf club issues, not only for his beloved Bulli Club but for the whole movement. Our community is also extremely well supported by our local RSL clubs. not only through their holding of important services throughout the year, but also through the welfare and support service they provide to our veterans. It's been an honour to work with all of you, and again, I'm sure you will be okay with me singling out today the extraordinary service of our beloved Peter Poulton, who we sadly lost recently, and I missed your presence on Remembrance Day, Peter. As a former teacher, I've loved working with all our local childcare and education providers, local schools, our local TAFE and our world-famous university. There are so many impressive educational leaders adding greatly to our community. I would like to specifically acknowledge the leaders of our uni over my time who've partnered with me in achieving significant investments in expanding the research and teaching facilities that have helped the economic diversification of our region, mainly achieved under the federal Labor government investments, I will say. Thanks to Gerard Sutton, Paul Wellings and our new VC, Patricia Davidson, it's so wonderful to see the first woman and a former nurse heading our university. I'm not sure I'm thanking the following organisations as partners, since, other than the important work that we both do on Australian democracy. So, thanks to the ABC Illawarra, I98, Wave FM, the Illawarra Mercury and Win TV. As is fitting, our relationship has been robust, but I've valued your service to our community, that you all seek to provide, and your civil and professional engagement with me, all strength to local trusted news providers. Now for another very special group of people who share the work of advocating and fighting for our local area with me. When I was first elected, my neighbouring federal colleague was Jenny George. Jenny is a great advocate for Labor women, and she became a great friend and mentor to me. When she was retired, she was succeeded by my very good friend and colleague, Stephen Jones. Stephen, it's been an honour and a pleasure to work with you and your team over the years. I've been blessed also with a wonderful team of state Labor colleagues, my long-time friend and supporter who's become a strong and well-regarded local leader in his own right, Paul Scully, the member for Wollongong, the energetic and well-respected Ryan Park, the member for Keira, and whilst the seat doesn't overlap with mine, she's been a strong voice for us in regional campaigns, Anna Watson, the member for Shellharbour. There have also been many terrific Labor councillors I've worked with over the years, and I hope to see more of you elected at the soon-to-be-held, of course this Saturday, don't forget to vote everyone, local government elections. I've not had the great joy of working with the Labor Mayor, but I certainly hope to close my time in this job, for however many months that may be, working with the first female Labor Mayor of Wollongong, Labor's fabulous Tanya Brown. As many of you would know, both here in Canberra and in our electorates, every aspect of our work is sustained by the day-in, day-out work of our dedicated electorate staff. I've been truly blessed with the people who have worked with me over my time. I often boast that one of my most important successes in this role is being able to identify, recruit and keep incredible individuals who love our community as much as I do and who go above and beyond to help those who come to us in need. Thank you to my dearest friend and long-time colleague, Alison Burns, my amazing current team, Dione Garcia, Nathan Brown, Idalina Guerrero, Donna Tetley and Francis Kirkham, and to my past staff also. Our Labor team in Wollongong across all levels relies on the strength and wisdom of wonderful people who make up our rank-and-file members. Their compassion and commitment to the cause of Labor, to the people we seek to speak up for and deliver better policies to, and their tireless efforts in policy discussions and campaigning are the work on which we perform our roles. These party members selected me to represent them as their candidate to win back Cunningham in 2004, and they have supported me ever since. Thank you to each and every one of you. My efforts were strengthened and improved by your assistance to me. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, my thank you to the group of people who've encouraged me, supported me, hugged me in hard times, fed me in busy times, pushed me to greater efforts if I get discouraged, loved me and given to me endlessly over nearly 18 years. They're people I want to prioritise in my life now, as they have prioritised me for so long, my family. They mean the world to me, and I know they already know how much I thank them for what they do for me. But I want to say thank you. Thank you to Mum and Dad. Kevin, Bev, Reid, I hope Mum got the feed working okay on her iPad today. What you've given me over my lifetime and how you've taken pride and provided support to my public life cannot be contained in words. Thank you to my amazing sons, whose values and character make me so proud and who have loved and supported me every step of this journey. Michael and Chris, and our much-loved addition to our family, Chris's partner, Young Chi. I've been blessed to be the big sister of 4 wonderful brothers who have also been happy to support and encourage me at all times, as have their children, my many fabulous nieces and nephews. Thank you all. Thank you Kevin, Sharon, Rod and Dana, Anthony and Brett and Red Miller. Thank you Gino, my partner and greatest supporter and rock of stability. Never during all the time I've walked this public life journey have you ever expressed frustration or shown doubt. You have unstintingly backed me 100%. I love you deeply and am endlessly grateful to have you in my life. The other blessing Gino brought to me was a beautiful stepdaughter, Ellie, and my in-laws, Alex, who we don't have with us any longer, and my lovely mother-in-law, Enza. Now in my life, I have Ellie and her partner, Nick, and the absolute joy of my life, my grandchildren, Anton, who is 9, is very upset about not being able to boast who his nana is much longer, and Sienna, who is 4. Now, my little loves, you won't have to video call me and ask, when do you get back from Canberra, Nana? Being the member for Cunningham has been a privilege, an honour and a responsibility only made possible because of so many other wonderful people and my extraordinary electorate. Thank you.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Cunningham, and as a member of the class of 2004, we wish her all the very best in the future. Clerk. Call the minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion in relation to the Select Committee on Regional Australia.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
Thank the honourable member for Shortland, and I call the honourable minister.
Move that the amended resolution of appointment of the Select Committee on Regional Australia be further amended to replace final report no later than 30 December 2021 in paragraph 2 with final report no later than 1st of April 2022.
I'll put the question. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Cool. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Veterans Affairs legislation amendment exempting disability payments from income testing and other measures bill 2021. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Gorton.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by acknowledging all the men and women around the nation who have worn the uniform or continue to wear the uniform in service to this nation, and I want to acknowledge their families who are the backbone of the defence community. Our soldiers know their mission remains fixed, determined, unbreakable. It is to win our wars. Almost everything outside of our military career will not hold such gravity as this vital dedication and service to this nation. Our soldiers are the ones we look to train, to fight. Their skill set is in the profession of arms. Their will to win, the sure knowledge that there is no substitute for victory. There are more than 31,000 defence personnel, veterans and their families living in Townsville. Townsville is a proud garrison city with a long military heritage. We have served the Australian people for many years, in many wars, through many natural disasters. We've had soldiers killed in action, wounded in combat, injured in training, and those that have died by suicide. Improving the well-being of veterans and their families should not just be words, it should be enshrined in all of us here, every day, to better support the people that have fought for our freedoms, our democracy, our way of life, the people that we put in harm's way to ensure that we can sleep safely and soundly in our beds at night. I deployed to East Timor and Afghanistan. I witnessed firsthand the commitment and dedication of the men and women of our armed forces. Commitment and dedication on the battlefield, which is difficult for the community who are left behind to see and fully understand. We built schools for girls, wells for community. We fought the enemy. Just recently, we had our soldiers from Townsville, from the 1st Battalion, Royal Australian Regiment, my former unit, in Afghanistan on an extremely dangerous rescue mission. Our brave men and women answered the nation's call to go in harm's way, where the rule of law has failed, and to rescue people that helped us in Afghanistan. This mission was like no other. We haven't seen an operation of this magnitude for a very long time. They did a fantastic job, an honourable job. We, as a grateful nation, owe a great debt to our soldiers. We've also seen, just recently, soldiers from the 3rd Battalion, Royal Australian Regiment, based in Townsville, deployed to the Solomon Islands to help the people of the Solomon Islands during civil unrest. Some of the best times of my life were in the Defence Force, and also some of the hardest challenges that I faced when I was transitioned out. Our defence family, whether we serve together or just share that experience, they're the people that I call family. The people I represent here in this place, people who look to me to ensure their voice is heard. For those who have been injured from their service, we must do better. This bill does a small bit in doing better. This bill implements the recommendations of the review by Mr David Tune. This bill will allow veterans on this compensation to access housing assistance, which they hadn't been able to before. These provisions are to remove the means test imposed on rent assistance for certain veterans and dependents. Many will now be eligible for rent assistance or an increased rate of rent assistance. It is a plight and a shame on our nation that veterans would be homeless, sleeping rough, or not be able to get rent assistance. So this bill goes an extra step in the right direction to ensure that the people that we call on in this place to do our bidding can get the supports that they deserve. Rent assistance is a supplementary payment for the service pension, income support supplement and veteran payment recipients who pay private rent that exceeds a certain threshold. Disability pension and permanent impairment payment recipients have these compensation payments taken into account in the calculation of any rent assistance paid with a service pension, income support pension or veteran payment. These disability compensation payments can reduce the rent assistance payable if an individual's compensation payment rate exceeds a certain threshold. This bill simplifies the absolute complexity of what people have to go through. This is to really streamline and make it easier for our service personnel and our veterans to get the help they need. It's clunky, Deputy Speaker. I don't need to tell you. Opposition, they agree, we agree on this side. This has been clunky for a long time. It has been complex, and this bill is to help streamline the processes for our soldiers, our veterans, the ones who could be overseas right now, who one day may fall on hard times and need assistance through rent assistance. This bill also includes a measure to implement a trial, a 2-year trial of non-liability rehabilitation. This will enable veterans participating in the trial to access DVA rehabilitation services earlier without the need to make a claim for compensation or await determination of liability. The changes relating to disability compensation payments will cost $33.3 million. Who cares, to be honest? There is no figure or number that needs to be thrown around when we're talking about supporting our veterans, our soldiers. When it comes to supporting those who support us through wars before my time, before I was born, to ones I've been involved in, to ones that could potentially be in the future, there is no number when it comes to supporting them. This bill, and the purpose of this bill, is to exempt certain disability pensions paid under the VEA, the Veterans Entitlement Act, and the MERCA, which is military rehabilitation, from Social Security income test. Remove an income test that applies to rent assistance paid to some veterans' disability pension receipts, which will allow those receiving higher rates of disability compensation to receive higher rent assistance. Changes to reference to disability pension in the VEA to terms pensions by the way of compensation to veterans and their dependents. You can already see where we're going here. This is clunky, right? So streamlining this will make it easier, will make it a lot easier to understand for veterans that are looking at this bill, but also what they're entitled to. But it'll also help the department and the states that we'll be working with to really understand it. Not everyone's a veteran, not everyone has served, not everyone fully understands the difference between when we're talking about compensation, when we're talking about pensions, and so this makes it a little bit easier. In establishing the pilot program, or the trial, I think it's a good step in the right direction, but I'd like to see that trial become fixed. Once again, I don't want to see a trial happen and then us try and wind anything back. I think we should be opening the gamut of services to our most bravest, because the people that put on the uniform, our brave men and women who do it every day, and you hear stories not just overseas but inside Australia, like when the floods happened in towns, or soldiers' houses were flooded. They didn't even go to their house to remove their stuff. They were too busy down the road helping someone else. It's a sacrifice, a selfless sacrifice to your community and to your nation, and you always put someone else, the community, first. So these bills is about putting our people first, the ones that we asked to go in harm's way, the ones that we asked to go to where the cyclone is and clean up, the ones that we asked to go help out with COVID assist, the ones that we asked to go and help out with floods and natural disasters. So this is about supporting our soldiers. And I think one thing that I'll leave on and I'll depart on here is it's okay not to be okay. It's okay to have a bad day. It's okay to have a mental illness, but it's not okay to suffer in silence. We must change how we view and how we speak and how we act when it comes to mental well-being, when it comes to mental illness, when it comes to suicide prevention and stigma. We must, in this place, be leaders in that. Now, debating and going back and forth is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is having the courage to stand up and support each other when the bad times happen. We all have them here. We all miss our families. We've all had lockdowns, like our communities have. But we need to be the change agents in this place and be leaders in our community and go, it's okay if you're not travelling okay, but you must speak to someone. You must. It's an ever-changing world. And, you know, in the veteran community, we have high rates of suicide. But I want to see leaders in this place work together to ensure that the stigma's gone. Stand up, put your hand up. If you're not tracking well, that's cool. There is places where you can get help. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Herbert. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my friend, the member for Herbert. We share a lot of very similar views on this stuff because it is so important, and there should be no division between anyone when it comes to this. Look, I rise to support our Australian veterans, and from the outset I will say Labor will not oppose this legislation, as it will improve assistance currently available to many disabled veterans. The Parliament owes a duty to the men and women who serve our country in uniform. These Australians place themselves in the path of danger so the rest of us don't need to. They make immense sacrifices so that we can all live a safer life. Owing to the significance of the sacrifices they have made, we must ensure that our care for servicemen and women extends just beyond their time in uniform. Now, the bill aims to simplify and better target support for the most severely impaired veterans. And this bill is in response to a review of the TPI payment conducted by Mr David Tune. Mr Tune, as you know, Deputy Speaker, was commissioned by the Prime Minister on the eve of the 2019 election to review the TPI payment. In his investigation, Mr Tune highlighted the disadvantage faced by many TPI veterans in private rental arrangements. The bill implements the recommendations from the Tune review and will simplify the payments and related administrative arrangements for veterans. It will do a number of things to increase the support provided to severely impaired veterans. It will remove the disability income rent test under the Veterans Entitlement Act and allow some TPI veterans on low incomes in private rental accommodation to become eligible for Commonwealth rent assistance or receive a higher rate of CRA. So this is going to benefit some 7,000 veterans across the nation. The bill will also exempt the disability pension from Social Security Act, meaning that existing Defence Force income support allowance top-up payment can be abolished as it's no longer deemed to be necessary. The bill will also combine separate indexation components for the extreme disablement pension adjustment and the intermediate rate of special rate pensions, the TPI payment, into one from September 2022 and establish a 2-year non-liability rehabilitation pilot program in response to a PC review recommendation too. Importantly, this bill will also rename the disability pension to the disability compensation payment. So that clarifies that the pension is not an income support pension, nor welfare, as a term the government likes to use, but a compensation payment, an acknowledgement, if you like, of the service that these men and women have provided that led to their impairment. Whilst these changes are undoubtedly important and will provide some benefit to severely impaired veterans who they affect, we cannot pretend that this bill is enough. The government has been dragged kicking and screaming to many of the reforms that present in this bill. The Australian Federation of Totally and Permanently Incapacitated Ex-Servicemen and Women was dismayed by the government's response to the Tune review. In particular, the measures to extend rent assistance was criticised by stakeholders, as it was estimated to only benefit around 10% of TPI veterans. The TPI Federation has advocated for an increase in the TPI payment for around $10,000 a year for all TP veterans in order to provide adequate assistance. Furthermore, the rent assistance measure was originally scheduled to commence on September 2022. However, following pressure from Labor and the TPI Federation, the government backflipped and brought this forward to January 2022. And that's important that they've done that. In response to the TPI's Federation concerns about the Tune review, Labor initiated a Senate inquiry to the adequacy of the TPI payment this year. Now, that recommended an increase in the payment. However, in its response tabled on the 7th of October this year, the government ignored the recommendation and opted instead to do nothing. It is clear that the government is not fully committed to providing the necessary support to severely impaired veterans. Whilst the changes of this bill are based in common sense, it's also disappointing that the government has taken this long to implement them. The bill that has been proposed by the government reeks of tokenism. While it is supported by Labor to not oppose the bill, or with stakeholders, as some change is better than none. And we are not going to be the ones that put average aside because we're in the to seek perfection. We can't stop here. But what we need to do is actually get the government to stop playing tokenism with veterans. Do the right thing. They deserve it. A Labor government will seek to implement real and meaningful changes to the way in which we as a country support severely impaired veterans. An Albanese Labor government will offer more than the half-baked tokenism that's been put forward in this bill. As I said, we're not going to oppose this legislation, as it will improve and streamline assistance to veterans and improve their well-being. However, we know it is not what TPI veterans want. We know what they want is a proper increase in the payment. We do, however, condemn the Morrison government for their failure to accept the recommendations of the Senate inquiry that the TPI payment be increased. Such an increase would ensure our most disabled veterans are not left behind, something you'd think would be so important to every member of this chamber and the other place. For years, stakeholders have been arguing for an increase to the TPI payment. The government's response to a bipartisan inquiry was a slap in the face for Australia's 27,000 TPI veterans. And it just goes to show that this is a government that's all about announcement, but when it comes to delivery, they run and hide. And this is a big impact for Australian veterans. What is most disappointing is that before the 2019 election, the Prime Minister effectively promised to increase the payment. But since then, he has deliberately and willfully ignored the pleas of TPI veterans and his own colleagues' advice, and failed to deliver on that. It is a pattern that Australians have become used to. All announcement, no delivery. Except this time, it's really impacting the people that this government say they care so much about. After sitting on this review of the TPI payment for more than a year, the Prime Minister Scott Morrison announced in last year's budget that he would only provide rent assistance to a small proportion of TPI veterans. What that means is most veterans will miss out. So we're not going to stand in the way of this legislation. But along with the many TPI veterans, we believe these tokenistic measures are just not good enough, and our veterans and families deserve much better. When we look at this bill, it's clear that only Labor is truly on the side of Australians' ex-servicemen and women. It's clear that the Morrison government is only interested in its own image. The modest reforms put forth in this bill do not provide the necessary assistance to veterans and their families. All Australians deserve more than the Morrison government, but especially our veterans. It is these men and women that have and continue to make immense sacrifices for our country, and they deserved full and unconditional support. Not only for those that have been in wars past, but of those who are going to be in the chapters of war that we face into the future. It's time we got things right. Now, it's been something that I've been very, very passionate about, is supporting our veterans. And I think back to many times when we've had absolute horrid discussions with DVA, and I think now at the time where we can't even get a response from the laziest minister that God's ever put wind into. We need to have veterans looked after properly, efficiently and correctly. So this bill that we see today before the House will simplify and streamline assistance to veterans and improve their well-being. It is better than nothing. For that, I'm sorry that it is only a little bit, but we will continue to push and support our veterans. But I make it very clear the Morrison government should not construe this support of this side of the House as validation of the pitiful efforts they have provided veterans. Veterans and their families have not been a priority of this government. Only Labor is on the side of Australian veterans and their families. We know what they've been through and we know what they deserve, and what they deserve is not to be cast aside by this government. As I said, we will not oppose this bill, but the government should be on notice that we are not going to continue to allow them to make tokenistic gestures to our veterans in their time of most need, and that we will continue to support them to get everything that they truly have earned and deserved. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for McEwen. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to address the parliament around the Veterans Affairs issue. Every now and again, there is a moment that happens in the parliament that should not be missed, where history is made, where a change comes, and we as parliamentarians need to note it. What is about to happen at the retirement of the member for Lingiari is that our last connection to the old house, to the old Parliament House, will be severed on the retirement of Warren Snowden. He was the Minister for Veterans Affairs from 2010 to September 2013. Warren Snowden achieved two things I would like to acknowledge amongst the many other achievements. He moved the Veterans Affairs equivalent of Five Eyes from officer level up to ministerial level, to make the issues far more important than the current parliaments of the day were recognising. Subsequently, the second ministerial meeting was held here in Canberra, and that was Warren's work. From 2010 to 2012, Warren focused on the Eminent Persons Group to start planning the Gallipoli event of 2015. So he knew that they had to look ahead and they had to be 3 years out to make this event the very important event that it was. To his credit, the member for Lingiari understood the value of relationships. To underpin such important work, he twice visited Turkey and France. His foresight in dealing with the mayor of the province of Villers-Bretonneux was held when he happened to have a signed Wallabies jumper at hand to give as a gift to the mayor. Closer to home, according to one of Warren's return speech, I take it was, Warren wondered if having a child at the height of his 2013 campaign to grab the granny vote and some of the women's vote. I have heard since, though, that the women of his area rallied and put out the cry, "Support Elizabeth, vote Warren and go back to Canberra." He did return, and his list, if you went of his list of parliamentary achievements, you've got two A4 pages of tiny writing, which I wouldn't even try to go through in the work that he's done in the parliament. But some of the things I'd like to highlight. In August 2013, he launched the online suicide prevention and mental health resource, Operation Life Online. In June 2013, improved military compensation arrangements in response to the 2011 review of military compensation. Changes to the Military Compensation and Rehabilitation Act 2004 included increased permanent impairment compensation, DVA white cards for former ADF members with long-term health conditions accepted under the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Act. He increased the compensation for dependent children of deceased ADF members. In May of 2013, new Veterans Mental Health Strategy launched, proposed extended arrangements allowing access to mental health supports, here we go again, supports prior to compensation claims, post-discharge, GP assessments and extending the Veterans and Veterans' Families Counselling Service to those with certain peacetime service. May 2012, funding announced for the Anzac Centenary Commemorative Program to run from 2014 all the way through to 2018. In May and June of 2012, the government provided assistance to Bomber Command veterans travelling to London for the dedication of the new Bomber Command Memorial on the 28th of June 2012. In February of 2012, first national observance of the bombing of Darwin, held on the 70th anniversary. December 2011, the member for Lingiari, Australian personnel involved in maintenance, transport or decontamination of aircraft used in the British nuclear testing program became eligible for cancer testing and treatment. In September 2011, prisoner of war recognition supplement was introduced. It was paid to veterans who were prisoners of war and to civilian detainees. It was paid at the rate of $500 per fortnight and indexed in line with the CPI. It was not income for income tax purposes or the purposes of Social Security or Veterans Entitlements income tax. In May of 2011, the Coordinated Veterans Care Program was introduced to provide ongoing, planned and coordinated primary and community care for gold card holders who have chronic conditions and complex care needs and were at risk of unplanned hospitalisation. Deputy Speaker, it's always a pleasure for me. Sharon Bird just gave her valedictory speech, and I've heard Member for Lingiari speak to the Parliament. But in March 2011, he released the Military Compensation Review, a review of the Military Compensation and Rehabilitation Act 2004. And in 2010, members of the Australian Protective Services who patrolled the Maralinga site up to June 1998 became eligible for cancer testing and treatment. Serious dedication around mental health and the condition of the community that Veterans Affairs ministers become a part of their family. For all his hard work, Warren is to be congratulated. The Parliament is the better for it. Having said that, I'll refer to his first speech in just a moment. The era that Warren first joined the Parliament in, which was the old Parliament House, was totally different to the expanses of this Parliament House. Everybody was connected together in a very small group of people, and it's only what I've been told. But it's not, and so the interaction between members, staff, ministers, backbenchers was fierce and unrelenting for the whole of the time they were there. COVID has had us so disconnected in this House, the social distancing and all the measures that we've had to deal with, whereas the old House was a very small unit, and the interaction of parliamentarians then was quite different than it is today. So when you have someone coming from that era and still being here in 2021 and having suffered a loss, so I identify with the member for Lingiari because I've been once in this place twice, and I know how hard it is to come back. I know how hard it is to stay here in a marginal seat, like the member for Lingiari, and there are many people, I'm sure the member for Lingiari won't talk about them, who would be very happy if he wasn't in this place, who would be very happy if he'd been booted out long ago. You've got to fight for your position. You've got to fight to stay here. It's hard to come in. It's difficult when you're in here, and it's very easy to be thrown out. So you've got to be a dedicated parliamentarian as well, and have a commitment to the people that you serve, the people of this nation, the party you represent, the caucus you're a part of, and then this House of Representatives, this place where the decisions for the nation are taken. And it's a privilege for all of us to be a part of that decision-making process for the nation, in good times and bad. The member for Lingiari said in his first speech, "The nation cannot pretend to wear the mantle of maturity until the Indigenous rights of Aboriginal Australians are given formal recognition and the demands by Aboriginal and Islander people for compensation for land stolen and for social and cultural disruption are addressed." He said, "In my view, this should involve appropriate amendments to the Constitution." Well, I say to the member for Lingiari, we stand here today, probably you and I in unison, on that need to change the Constitution and recognise the importance of the Indigenous people in this nation. Further, he said, until we give back to the black man just a bit of the land that was his, without strings attached to snatch it back, without anything but complete generosity of spirit, in concession for the evil we have done him, until we do that, we will remain what we have always been so far, a people without integrity, not a nation but a community of thieves. They're pretty strong words for a first speech in the place. But those words were written and spoken by someone who had a clear sense of responsibility of representation. I wish the member for Lingiari and all who travel with him, his family and friends, the very, very best in his retirement. May you go well, and may the sunsets of the Northern Territory be a part of your days.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Lingiari.
Well, I don't know what I do here. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm highly embarrassed by those wonderful words. And I want to thank the member for Monash for that contribution. I had prepared a speech about Veterans Affairs, which I probably won't use in particular, but I just want to say to the member for Monash and other members of this place that I'm not on my own here. Right across this parliament, on both sides, from all quarters, we have people of commitment, people of character, some of whom we agree with some of the time, some we disagree with all of the time. But what we can be assured of is that by and large their motivation is for public service and to represent their communities in the best possible way. I'm not sure whether I'll give a valedictory. I may, but I'm not quite sure how I would address the member for Monash's words in a way that could do him justice. There was no need for you to make that contribution in the way you did, and I'm very, very grateful. So thank you. But I will reflect for a moment on what it was to be a Minister for Veterans Affairs and a Minister for Defence Science and Personnel. I was given, I think, a great responsibility, but a wonderful opportunity. An opportunity to meet and be part of a broad defence and veterans family. My father had been a serviceman, was a TPI. His father and his brothers, his father and his father's brothers, 5 of them, went to the First World War. My father's brother went to the Second World War. My uncles went to the war. So we had a tradition of service. I was in the CMF, cut lunch soldier, for a few years. So to be given the awesome responsibility of being Minister for Veterans Affairs was a huge privilege and a dreadfully great honour. And what I found was that when we worked across the chamber on issues which related to veterans. By and large, there is very little difference in terms of approach. Michael Ronaldson, as you'll recall, was a shadow minister for a period. But to be part of that family and understand the needs and wants of veterans, understanding their service, understanding the difficulties they confronted as a result of their service, they and their families, and understanding our nation's obligations to accept a responsibility for those people as veterans from the day they walked into Kampuka. The day they sign on is the day that we sign up. And we sign up to be looking after their interests for the rest of their life. Now, that doesn't mean we have to be sitting on their shoulders, but clearly, as we've seen, particularly after a very intense period of war in the Middle East and Afghanistan, we've hurt people. We've hurt people. And we, as a nation, have a responsibility to make sure that those people are given every opportunity to heal. And I commend the government for the Royal Commission into veteran suicide and to Defence Force members' suicide. I think it's very important. But I talked about briefly around the privilege of being a minister. You mentioned Villers-Bretonneux, the privilege of giving the Anzac morning address at Gallipoli, at VB, of being involved in the identification of a mass grave at Fromelles and working with the French and the British governments for the exhumation and then identification of those First World War heroes, and then have them buried in a dedicated war service grave site at Fromelles, was really very, very important. Could not have been done without the tireless work of the Defence Department's History Unit and the Department of Veterans Affairs. Similarly, I accompanied some old soldiers from Vietnam, Special Forces soldiers, to Hanoi. The purpose of this trip was to receive the remains of the last Australian soldier missing in action, Corporal Fisher. And we were able to accompany him home. Now, that was an enormous privilege and a great honour. And I think it helps me, at least, come to terms with the reality of war, of sacrifice, of comradeship, of struggle, of hardship, and the need for us to forever recognise that hardship, the sacrifice, the struggle, the sacrifice is borne not only by those soldiers themselves, but by their families. And so when we look at this legislation, we just use one marker. How does it make life better for someone? How does it make life better? And to me, this type of legislation that we're talking about today will make life easier. You know, we will have our differences around the issues of the TPI Federation and their requests for more resources. We can have those discussions. But what we've got to do is agree that across the Parliament we have but one responsibility: to look after them, to make sure they get the best opportunity and the best service. And we've had now, I think my comrade next to me may know the figure, but I think we've had in excess of 40,000 soldiers, sailors and airmen and women, serve in our longest war. Now, when I finished as a minister in 2013, that was only halfway through. And we had the issues which are emerged now and which are the subject of the Royal Commission. And we have an enormous responsibility to address those issues. But I have to say that the motivation of those people who are servants of the community in the Department of Veterans Affairs should be really understood. They do their utmost, given the restrictions we place upon them, to do the best they possibly can for veterans. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I know I haven't spent much time, in fact very little time, talking about the legislation, but I just, having felt quite embarrassed, thought I should respond in some way. And can I thank again the member for Monash, and as I said earlier in a contribution earlier today about you, that I hope you'll reconsider your thoughts about walking away from the chair of the Privileges Committee. It's very important you stay there. And I know that's a feeling which is shared across the Parliament. Mr Deputy Speaker, I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member for Lingiari and I thank him for his work in the Parliament. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to join the member for Monash in reminding all honourable members in this House that we are indeed, as this Parliament draws to a close, at a special and particular time in the history of this Parliament, with the member for Lingiari leaving, and I was reminded of his father yesterday, who served in the independent companies in World War II, with the passing of Jim Elwood. Jim was one of the very last, certainly the last veteran from the island of Timor during World War II. He served with the 4th Independent Company, and from this we remember a couple of things. One is that the Department of Veterans Affairs are providing services to veterans of that war, the Second World War, but through the generations to the current day, to a young Australian soldier, sailor, aviator who's injured, who needs some support, who's in service as we speak. So I just want to thank my friend, the member for Lingiari, for all of those lives of veterans that he made better during his service as the Veterans Affairs Minister, whether it was here in Australia or overseas. He represented us with distinction, and I know so many people whose lives he made better because of his work with the department and the ex-service organisations getting good results. Just one dimension from my electorate, he's someone who's a big character in the Northern Territory, who served with the Department of Defence at Maralinga, who was left to cover all of his own medical bills as he fought cancer and had different procedures, and for him to then receive that acknowledgement and that gold card made all the difference to him. So thanks, Woz, for all that you did for the veterans community and for all those families, and I just 100% support that sentiment that making life better for our veterans and their families is the focus, and that should never be lost in the back and forth of this place. So up front, I just want to say that I support the intent of this bill, and we are supporting it. I'll make some comments about a veteran that I want to bring to the attention of the Minister and the House later. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm glad that the government has responded to the calls of veterans, their families, certainly from federal Labor, to see the implementations of the measures that were first announced in the 2021 budget and due to commence in September this year. Now that time frame, as I understand it, has been brought forward, and in particular around rent assistance. Key elements of the measure contained in this bill will commence on the 1st of January next year. This is positive news, and Labor, of course, is supporting them, particularly as there is some urgency to get this legislation passed so that we can start on the 1st of January. So I won't take my whole 15 minutes so that we're able to crack on with the work that needs to be done. As the member for Lingiari mentioned, of course, there are those who have been speaking up loudly. TPI veterans, of course, would prefer an increase in the TPI payment, and the Federation's been campaigning for that. The Prime Minister did commission the June review just before the last election, and I hope that he hasn't raised the TPI Federation's expectations about an increase in that payment by telling them they had a compelling case and then not be willing to follow through with that. I guess we'll see in the coming months. Some TPIs have obviously seen it as a breach of trust, seeing that their wishes have been ignored. But it is why Labor, in its want to make sure that our veterans do have that accountability held to the government, we set up an independent Senate inquiry, and that inquiry found that the Federation did indeed make a compelling case and recommended an increase in the TPI payment. I would point those opposite to the comments of even some of their own members, such as former General Jim Molan, who's also supporting the TPI case. On top of this, we heard in Senate estimates recently that the department is struggling to deal with a huge backlog of veteran claims, with 68% of disability pension claims yet to be finalised as of April this year. I can tell you that a wife of a currently serving member has contacted me, and I'll be writing to the Minister in that after in excess of 530 days, he still hasn't had someone allocated to his case, and is obviously still waiting for a determination as he transitions. Now, that period of transition is really important. I think we're going to hear out of the Royal Commission story after story about how some of our veterans have declined in terms of their mental health through the long periods of waiting. Let me make it clear, though, Deputy Speaker, when I say this, I'm not taking anything away from the passion and hard work of the members, the employees of the Department of Veterans Affairs, not at all. But governments make decisions about resource allocation, and obviously what needs to happen is that resources are allocated so that we're dealing with these cases of our veterans much quicker than we currently are, and there's more support. So the Chair of the Royal Commission has also called out the government for preempting and duplicating the work and recommendations of the Royal Commission with this latest review that's been talked about recently with McKinsey. So I just encourage the Minister to ensure that we're not duplicating effort, that we're not re-traumatising, and as I have in the other chamber just a little while ago, call on the Minister and the government to make sure that there's 24-hour human resources, mental health resources, counsellors for those families and veterans involved in the Royal Commission to access. Often what we find is after hours is when the black dog can visit. So I think it's important during these hearings that there is 24-hour care. But as I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, Labor supports this legislation. We do believe that our veterans and their families deserve the best support, and I want to again thank all of those who are working on this very important Royal Commission, because it will, I'm sure, identify trends where those patriotic men and women of the Defence Force that have slipped through the cracks, how that happened, so that we can, in a systematic way, make those changes that mean that we will give them what the member for Lingiari said during his speech, which is that what we do makes life better for our veterans and their families. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it gives me great pleasure to be able to rise to speak to this bill this evening, although I do seek your indulgence just to reflect on some of the contributions made by previous speakers, and particularly my friend the member for McMillan, and followed by the member for Lingiari and the member for Solomon. I want to particularly draw note, I guess this being perhaps the last time I get to speak on a bill with my dear friend and colleague, the member for Lingiari, to acknowledge his exceptional service and work to the veteran community, and I really appreciated the speeches beforehand. I know I've often worked with the member for Lingiari on a lot of First Nations issues, and but learning from him, I know that when I've travelled with him throughout Australia, when we've been doing committee work, his knowledge of defence and the area of veterans affairs in particular is second to none, and people everywhere have acknowledged that and reflected. He's so exceptionally well known, and I think that those 3 years from 2010 to 13, when he was Minister for Veterans Affairs, really kind of cemented his legacy in this area. And it is a legacy that is immense, and I, for one, and I know many other colleagues in this parliament, really appreciate that. I've been in denial for some time that he is in fact retiring, and I find it hard to believe, but I didn't want to pass this evening with this legislation without acknowledging his extraordinary work, to thank him for that and acknowledge that legacy, one that he should be immensely proud of. Well, Deputy Speaker, Labor is very much on the side of Australian veterans and their families, and that's why we will be supporting this legislation this evening, because it simplifies and streamlines assistance to veterans and improves their well-being. And nobody in this place should be opposed to that. The bill addresses recommendations made by Mr David Toon, AO, PSM, in his 2019 review of the totally and permanently incapacitated payment, TPI payment. Then the Toon review, so the government's had the Toon review recommendations and the Productivity Commission's 2019 report on a better way to support veterans. I guess I'm a little disappointed that it's 2021. Both those reviews are a couple of years old now. Sometimes the wheels move slowly in government, and I think this is very much one of those examples. The government first announced these measures that we're seeing within the bill tonight back in the 2020-21 budget, and its intention to bring forward these important changes from the 20th of September to the 1st of January 2022. That was flagged in last year's 2021-22 budget. And that was, of course, following immense pressure from TPI veterans with the support of the Australian Labor Party. These reforms will simplify the administration of some payments for veterans and their dependents, and this will be done by exempting disability payments from income testing for under the Social Security Act of 1991, and it will simplify arrangements for some 14,000 veterans and their dependents. So that's a good thing. The government will also increase access to rent assistance for our most disabled veterans, and this will benefit some 6,900 veterans and their dependents. Specifically, the first schedule will implement the government's commitment to exempt the adjusted disability pension, defined in the Veterans Entitlements Act, from the income test under the Social Security Act. And these are important changes. It will remove the need for the Defence Force Income Support Allowance, known as DFISA, and introduced in 2004. That allowance was paid as a top-up to ensure that veterans who received an age pension under the Social Security Act were not financially disadvantaged. Changes in this schedule will ensure the veterans will receive the same payment as before, but administrative processes will be much simpler. And while an administrative change, this will make the allowance redundant, and this bill will remove all relevant references to that from the Veterans Entitlement Act. The second schedule will remove the disability income rent test from under the Veterans Entitlements Act, and that will mean that disabled veterans who will now have access to the same rent assistance as those who receive it via Centrelink. It'll increase rent assistance payable to veterans or enable some disabled veterans to receive rent assistance for the first time, and that is important. This disability income rent test results in severely disabled veterans receiving less rent assistance than those with a lower level disability. In particular, this measure will benefit totally and permanently incapacitated veterans, the TPI veterans, who presently do not receive any rent assistance due to the amount of compensation they receive. And that's been a gross inequity for some time. The third schedule will remove references to the term disability pension in the Veterans Entitlement Act, and Labor supports this legislation as I said, it'll improve and streamline the assistance that we can deliver to veterans and ultimately improve their well-being. However, we know it's not what most TPI veterans wanted. The reality is most actually want an increase in the actual TPI payment. The Australian Federation of Totally and Permanently Incapacitated Ex-Servicemen and Women, the TPI Federation, has been raising this issue about the inadequacies of the TPI payment for many years now. But the government has continued to ignore those concerns. And this is why Labor referred the issue of the adequacy of the TPI payment to a Senate inquiry earlier this year, so that TPI veterans could have their say, have a direct line to lawmakers of this country to tell them of their lived experience of this payment. The Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade references in committee inquiry into the TPI payment reported on the 1st of July this year and recommended that the government consider an increase in the payment. At the time, Labor called on the government to respond to the committee's unanimous recommendation. So this wasn't just Labor's call here. This was a recommendation backed by government members on the committee. We asked that the government respond to that unanimous recommendation, which would ensure that most disabled veterans would not be left behind. Surely that is a good thing. Surely that is something this government will want to support. However, in its response to the inquiry, which the government tabled on the 7th of October, all that the Morrison-Joyce government could say was that it noted that recommendation and would take into account when considering future policy options for the support for TPI veterans. Well, that turned out to be a very huge slap in the face. Of the 879 TPI veterans in the Newcastle and Hunter region, and it just goes to show that this is a government that is still all about the announcement, but not actually coming through on delivery. And this makes Australian veterans very nervous. It was another blow for those long-suffering ex-servicemen and women who have long advocated for this important change to be made to remedy the existing inadequacy of the TPI payment. Before the 2019 election, the Prime Minister totally raised everybody's hopes at the TPI Federation, and he said that he wanted to increase the payment, and he was going to do that by commissioning this Tune review. But then dashes all of their hopes post-election by this very flawed response to the review that we now have before us. After sitting on the report for more than a year, again another pattern very common in this government now, the Prime Minister announced in last year's budget that he would only provide rent assistance to a very small portion of those TPI veterans, perhaps around 25%, leaving most disgusted because they were going to miss out. In response to Labor's questions in Senate estimates last year, it was revealed that these benefits would not start to flow until September 2022, so September next year, while the government made changes to the legislation and various IT systems that needed changing. But thankfully, following pressure from Labor and those TPI veterans who turned up again to try and be strong advocates for the people they're representing, the government brought forward those measures in this bill now to January 2022, but they're cutting it very fine to get them passed. We are just, knocking on the door of December now. The government wants these in place in next month in January. So Labor is not going to stand in the way of these measures, as we want to see at least some assistance being delivered, however modest or indeed tokenistic it might seem to some TPI veterans, and who can blame them for that assessment. We don't want to get in the way of this very modest form of assistance for those most deserving former defence personnel. But we do condemn the Morrison Liberal government for its failure to accept the recommendation of a Senate inquiry and its appalling treatment of TPI veterans over the last 8 years. I would, acknowledge that there are some government members who are trying to advocate for this matter, and I say all power to you, but we've not seen any actual response from the government that's going to really cut it for the TPI veterans. We've got a Department of Veterans Affairs that's struggling with a huge backlog of TPI pension claims, and it's really just not good enough that our veterans and their families are having to A, be disappointed with inaction, and B, then confronted with a department that's probably not resourced enough, I don't think, to be able to actually get through some of the claims that it has in its system. I note on that matter that ex-servicemen and women in my community are still very concerned about the van office in Newcastle. I want to thank my local veteran community for their very strong advocacy. for the last few months have been, very, very tough on veterans with the cancellation of local ANZAC services. The withdrawal from Afghanistan was really triggering for many of the Defence ex-servicemen and women, and of course the release of the Brereton report. And I think that's why it is critical that this Morrison government reopens the VAN office in Newcastle as a matter of priority, which still remains closed. The Minister for Veterans Affairs should be reassuring local veterans in my community that this government will not be making any moves to close that VAN office permanently, because that is what's worrying veterans right now. I won't stop fighting for this issue. It is the very least we can do to honour those that serve us, to ensure that they have a place to come and be treated with dignity and have their concerns addressed. Finally, I want to acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of our ex-service organisations in Newcastle generally. It's been another really tough year, as I said, for veterans. So I want to give my personal thanks to the TPI Association at Wallsend, the Newcastle and Hunter Region Vietnam veterans, the RSL sub-branches of Newcastle City, the Merewether, Hamilton, Adamstown branch, the Lambton, New Lambton, the Wallsend and District, the Shortland, the Waratah, Mayfield, Islington and Stockton RSL sub-branches. I know the work you do each and every day to honour those that you have lost and care for those that remain, and I do want to put on record my thanks. I also want to acknowledge the Hunter Anzac Memorial Limited, the Merewether RSL Coffee Pot Day Club, the Rands Naval Women's Association, Hunter Region, the Gallipoli Legion Club, Preservation Group, the Newcastle War Widows Guild Club, the Wallsend Diggers, the RAF Association, the City of Newcastle Anzac Day Committee, Legacy Newcastle, National Service and Combined Forces Association of Newcastle of Australia Incorporated, Newcastle, the Naval Association of Australia, Newcastle N16, Open Arms, the Veterans and Families Counselling, and the many other service organisations that do their utmost every day to honour those that have served. It's been an especially challenging year for everyone. I certainly hope that 2022 is much kinder to you all, and take care and best wishes.
Member's time has expired. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Burt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Labor is on the side of Australian veterans and their families, and that is why I and Labor will support this legislation that will simplify and streamline assistance to veterans. This will improve their well-being. Life has been made far too difficult for veterans and their families, individuals who have put their lives and well-being on the line in the interests of our nation. It is up to us to support them following their service. That's not something that has been adequate to date. The bill addresses recommendations made by David Tune AO in his 2019 review of the totally and permanently incapacitated payment, the Tune Review, as well as the Productivity Commission's 2019 report, A Better Way to Support Veterans. These reforms will simplify the administration of some payments for veterans and their dependents. This will be done by exempting disability payments from income testing under the Social Security Act, simplifying payment arrangements for 14,000 veterans and their dependents. This will remove the need for the Defence Force Income Support Allowance, simplifying the administrative processes. This legislation will also see increased access to rent assistance for our most disabled veterans, rent assistance that they have not been able to access at all before. This will benefit approximately 6,900 veterans and their dependents. This will mean that disabled veterans will now have access to the same rent assistance as those that receive Centrelink benefits. This will increase rent assistance payable to veterans or enable some disabled veterans to receive rent assistance for the first time. In particular, this measure will benefit totally and permanently incapacitated veterans who presently do not receive any rent assistance due to the amount of compensation that they receive. The third schedule in this bill will remove references to the term disability pension in the Veterans Entitlements Act. In future, this payment will be referred to as the disability compensation payment. This change will clarify that these payments are compensation and will reduce the potential for the payment to be confused with Department of Social Services disability support pensions. The bill's fourth schedule will streamline indexation for disability pension compensation. Currently, the extreme disablement adjustment, intermediate rate and special rate pensions, colloquially known as the TPI payment, are split into two components for indexation purposes. This legislation will remove this anomaly so that the whole amount is indexed as one. As an aside, this is but one of many anomalies that currently exist between the Veterans Entitlement Act, the MERCA and the DIRCA. But it is good to at least get this one resolved. Overall, this will simplify DVA legislation, policy and procedures. It will help avoid confusion for veterans about the purpose and structure of the extreme disablement adjustment, intermediate and special rates of disability pension. The fifth schedule in the bill introduces a pilot program for earlier access to rehabilitation. This non-liability rehabilitation pilot will enable individuals to commence DVA-funded rehabilitation before a liability decision has been made under the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act or the Safety Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act. Under these amendments, a 2-year pilot will be established to bridge the gap to enable veterans to start their rehabilitation program sooner. This will improve and streamline the assistance that is provided to veterans whilst they are awaiting a liability decision, which can take some time. However, the reality is most veterans are looking for a TPI payment increase. The government has completely ignored concerns made by the Australian Federation of Totally and Permanently Incapacitated Ex-Servicemen and Women, as well as those of the Disabled Veterans of Australia Network, both of which have been raising the issue of the TPI payment level for many, many years, indeed quite directly to me over my entire time in this parliament. This led to the establishment of a Senate inquiry earlier this year. The Senate committee included both government and Labor senators, as well as independent Senator Jackie Lambie, and its report was adopted unanimously. The committee found that submitters made a persuasive case for a fair and just structural increase in the above general rate component of the TPI payment to help restore the relative value of the payment and recognise and replace TPI veterans' loss of income. In fact, the committee noted correspondence from the Prime Minister sent to the TPI Federation where he said that, and I quote, "The TPI Federation made a compelling case in relation to the relative value of the above general rate component of the special rate of disability pension. The fact that TPI veterans are not able to earn an income as a result of their service to our nation means that their loss of income during what would have been their working life should be appropriately recognised and replaced." In addition, in a Senate estimates hearing on the 26th of October last year, the Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs conceded that the Prime Minister's letter had raised expectations that the government would increase the TPI payment, and the TPI Federation made a strong argument for an increase. The committee recommended that the government consider an increase to the TPI payment, with the government to consider the exact level of that increase. However, in response to this inquiry, the Morrison-Joyce government have merely, quote, noted that recommendation. This is an absolute slap in the face to our 27,000 TPI veterans. Veterans who are receiving less per annum than the minimum wage. Veterans who quite rightly wonder why is it that their service pension is reduced based on their partner's income when, as recognised by a number of reviews, it is supposed to be an income replacement benefit for TPI veterans, that is, compensation consistent with insurance principles, not welfare. The means testing of this component of the payment against a spouse's income can be seen as a partial transfer of responsibility for paying such compensation from the Commonwealth to that veteran's partner or spouse. Now, before the 2019 election, the Prime Minister raised the hopes of veterans by commissioning a review into the TPI payment. It turns out that this was yet another announcement with no real delivery for our veterans. So Labor will not stand in the way of these measures, as we want to see some assistance, however modest, for these most deserving former defence personnel. We know the Department of Veterans Affairs, though, is struggling to deal with a huge backlog of TPI pension claims, with 68% of claims yet to be finalised as of April this year. And this has prompted now a fresh review of the claims processing system. It's just not good enough. Our veterans have given so much for us. They deserve to be treated better than this. Veterans in my community are very fortunate to have the support of the RSL in Gosnells, the Kelmscott RSL and the Armidale RSL, and I thank them and other service providers in my community for their service to our veterans. But the department and this government should and must do better. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. There are no further speakers. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to recognise all members who contributed to the debate on this bill and acknowledge the continued tradition of bipartisan support for Australian veterans. This bill will implement the recommendations made by Mr David Tune in his independent review into the TPI payment and the Productivity Commission's report, A Better Way to Support Veterans. Mr Tune's review particularly highlighted the disadvantage faced by TPI veterans in private rental arrangements. Presently, the disability income rent test results in severely disabled veterans receiving less rent assistance than those with a lower level of disability. To address this, the Australian Government is abolishing the Disability Income Rent Test from the Veterans Entitlements Act 1986. Disabled veterans will now have access to the same rent assistance to those who receive it from Centrelink. This will increase rent assistance payable to veterans or enable some disabled veterans to receive rent assistance for the first time, benefiting approximately 6,900 veterans and their dependents. By exempting disability payments from being considered as income under the Social Security Act 1991, this bill simplifies the payment arrangements of 14,000 veterans and dependents. As part of the Australian Government response to the Productivity Commission's report, this bill will also implement a 2-year trial to encourage and enable access to non-liability rehabilitation for 100 veterans for each year of the pilot. This will provide veterans earlier access to treatment without the need to make a claim for compensation or await determination of liability. Improving support for veterans remains an important piece of national work. This bill will make tangible improvements to the lives of our most incapacitated veterans who served our country with distinction and gave their all. The Australian Government remains committed to helping ensure that they get the support they deserve. I commend this bill to the House.
Order. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Gorton has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to veterans' entitlements, military, rehabilitation and compensation and social security, and for related purposes.
Order. I've received a lovely message from His Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purpose of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
Question is that this bill be now read a third time. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to veterans' entitlements, military rehabilitation and compensation and social security, and for related purposes.
Order. I've received advice from the Chief Opposition Whip that he has nominated Ms Thwaites to be a member of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit in place of Mr Conroy. Call the Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a member to the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
Call the Minister.
I move that Mr Conroy be discharged from the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit and that in his place Ms Thwaites be appointed a member of the committee.
I'll put the question. All of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Mitochondrial Donation Law Reform, Maves Law Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill will be now read a second time, and I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. And I begin this contribution on the Mitochondrial Donation Law Reform Maves Bill 2021 with a remark that says that I know that many people on all sides of the House will have deep conviction and strongly held views about the specifics of this bill, and that this is my view, this is my personal view that I express, and I obviously respect others that have a different view, but in this bill I will be voting to support this legislation and this important reform. Mitochondrial disease is a disease that is devastating for young children, it's devastating for parents, it's devastating for everyone that it touches. 1 in 200 people, or 120,000 Australians, carry the genetic change or specific genetic nature that potentially puts them at risk of developing mitochondrial disease or passing on to its children. What this bill does is enables a regulatory arrangement so that a treatment such as IVF or an IVF-style treatment could be used in order to replace the mitochondrial or the nuclear DNA from a patient's egg containing the mitochondrial genetic aspect, and then replacing it into a healthy donor egg. Every aspect of the DNA that makes us who we are, passed on by our mother, remains. This is a very, very specific change, very, very advanced technology that gives parents a chance who hold this small genetic nuance a chance to have a healthy child. That's it. That's all it does. It gives them a chance to have a healthy child. I had the privilege of working as an advisor in the Victorian government during the voluntary assisted dying debate in Victoria, where the Victorian government and the Victorian Parliament legislated voluntary assisted dying. What that bill did was set up a very specific, arduous process for someone to go through that awful, awful choice. It was complex legislation. It was very narrow, and it set up a precedent of a difficult yet important framework in order to facilitate a momentous societal change. And I think that this bill is no different. This bill is specific, it is complex, it is also done in a way that doesn't limit this parliament but reaches for a high standard of legislation in order to make specific changes in order to improve the lives of Australians. And I think, in this place, if we are not reaching for difficult legislation, and if we are not reaching to solve complex issues for Australians, then we are lowering ourselves. And this is not an easy issue, but it is my view that bills like this are actually what makes this place incredibly important. And when we reach to solve problems such as mitochondrial disease, I think it shines and serves us all well as parliamentarians. The other thing I'll say, Deputy Speaker, is that we are, in this place, truly blessed. We are blessed as people, as parents, as parliamentarians. Our lot in life, each of the 151 members of this place, is pretty darn good. It's pretty darn good. we all have the full function available to us. We all can come and walk and talk in this place and not only stand for ourselves but stand for the more than 100,000 people who elected us here. We've all been given a lot in life that is something that I think personally I'm extremely appreciative of and extremely grateful for. But the person who this bill was named after, Maeve, didn't. The families and the parents of people who carry the mitochondrial genetic nuance, they're given a much more difficult set of cards. And so I think, for me personally, to stand in this place and to be able to give to those parents and to give to those families, and most importantly, to those future children, that small improvement, I think, is a wonderfully generous gift that we could all give. And I couldn't be prouder to stand in this place to say that I think we should all give it and that I support this legislation. Maeve's 5. She has a difficult journey ahead of her. She struggles to walk. She struggles to talk. This disease is taking away the very things that we all take for granted. She has older sisters, and her parents have shown immense courage in using her story in order to ensure that others don't have to go through the incredibly difficult and challenging journey that Maeve has to. So I say that I am proud to support this bill, that I am appreciative of all of the things that I have been given, that I have a beautiful, healthy daughter who is able to live her life, and I hope she lives a long and prosperous and healthy and happy life. And I hope that other Australian kids have the same opportunities that we all have, and that we give this very, very small change to give them that chance. Thank you.
Order. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I thank you very much, Mr Speaker, Mr Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on something which I know is heartfelt and I know comes with many contentions. And I know that most likely I'm on the losing side of the debate, but nonetheless, the purpose of this chamber is for an examination and to announce a position and to give some cogent reason as to why you hold it. Mr Speaker, mitochondrial disease and the effects of it, no one is suggesting for 1 second what a dire circumstances they are, and no one's suggesting for 1 second that, that obviously a life better lived with a better quality of life is something we search for. But things must be seen through the prism of consequences and balance. And for my part, I won't be supporting this, and I say that at the start, and I do it on a number of reasons. One is mitochondrial donation has been legal in the United Kingdom for nearly 5 years, but there have been no reported live births in the UK, so it's not clear if this procedure is safe and practical. It also, with the changing of the human genome, it has consequences that we really don't understand. And we don't understand it to the extent that the legislation emphasises this danger by giving immunity from civil liability for the adverse effects. And this removal of liability to both the Minister and senior public servants states in its very nature that there is an uncertainty about exactly where this leads. If it is, as I've said, as others have said, if it's too dangerous for the decision makers, then it's probably something that requires absolute caution as whether you proceed down that path. I suppose one of the core issues, of course, comes to that mitochondrial donation involves the creation and then the destroying of human embryos. And that's a philosophical divide that I respect other people's opinions, but it's something that is quite strongly held. So to give reason to that, my explanation is where in a person's life does another person have a greater right over it than themselves? And I cannot resolve myself to what that point is. If people pose the question, is it the day before you were born? Then I think the vast majority of people say, well, no, that is not right. You can't terminate a life the day before it is born. So we go on a journey and say, well, then maybe it's 2 days before. And people say likewise. They say, well, a week before. Or is it a point where it would be viable? But children, of course, can be born as early as 22 weeks and survive. Now, how do you define the legal rights of one against the legal rights of the other? How do you get to a point where you say, by reason of where the person is in their life, that they have no rights, and then at a certain point, a certain juncture, they do? I find trying to rationalise that point so often philosophically implausible for my own part. I know other people have different views. But then, Mr. Speaker, is the point of, well, where do you go back to? Where do you go back to? How do you find that spot? What is the issue? And of course, people have varying views as to where the rights of the individual start and where they don't. If it's your capacity to look after yourself, then no child after they're born can look after themselves. But no one argues that they don't have rights. In fact, they probably aren't able to look after themselves till possibly maybe an early teenager. But we don't have, there's not a sort of a parabola of rights where at certain ages through your life, you have absolute rights, and then they dwindle towards the end, and they dwindle towards the start. I have a view that it is a lineal position of rights, and it's constant all the way through, and your capacity to comprehend your rights is merely that. If a person is asleep, Mr. Speaker, they have no comprehension of their rights, but their rights nonetheless exist. If a person is knocked unconscious in an accident, they don't by so doing lose their rights, have their rights in any way diminished. In fact, exceptional actions are taken to conserve their life and conserve their rights. So our actions in other parts of our life in other actions of any government show that there is an absolute desire for the maintenance of life and the maintenance of the rights that exist for that life. In the idea of liberty, of things that are attached to it, of liberalism, is a sense of attachment of a person's rights and protection of a person's rights, and that a person has got to be allowed the capacity to at some point be master of their own ship if they so doing, and that what we should be doing is making sure there is no impediments placed in the way of that person living the life that they wish to live. But if a person's life is taken away from them, then of course they don't live any life at all. So how do we find the point where we believe that someone's rights come into existence? And, Mr. Speaker, I can't find that. So you go back and back and back, and I arrive at the point that when there is conception, when there is the capacity for the human egg, go right back ad ovum to the egg, that after that point, once there is fertilisation, there is a process in train where what you were talking about is the development of the human person, but I believe that at that point is the establishment of rights. The establishment of rights, and they must be respected. So my main issue with this is the creation of that life for the known for the known outcome, the deliberate outcome of knowing that there will be the destruction of that life. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't something that was not incurred. You actually create a life to destroy it. And and I have a philosophical problem with that goes beyond just a philosophical position, that actually divines how I, and this is a free vote, so we are talking about our own positions, how I can't discern a latter stage where the person establishes a greater right, and neither has anybody ever been able to say to me they could clearly display or explain a latter stage where a person becomes a part of those rights. In the complexion of this, Mr. Speaker, of course, is, as always, is the issue of trying to deal with mitochondrial disease, with the mitochondrial defects, and what is the, if that is not the solution, what is? Well, we have been incredibly, we have an incredible capacity to develop the techniques into the future that are able to deal with this. And we've had issues in the past, such as stem cell technology, where it was implied that the only way was sort of embryonic stem cell, and became apparent later that a vastly more apt process is stem cells that can be found from a person's own body, and this vastly reduces the capacity of rejection. With our intrusion into the process of the human genome, we must acknowledge that down the track there is the genetic inheritance of the changes that we have made. Now they may be of no consequence. They might be completely impartial to any detriment to generations that come after them, but we just don't know. We haven't been able to work that issue out. We haven't gone far enough into this to say not only are we talking about the rights of the embryo that was destroyed, but you're also talking about the rights of people down the track and in generations coming forward as to what will affect them. I think there's also another issue that is incredibly pertinent now when we see that. A person has a right to understand what their genetics are. Who are their biological parents? And you can see it creates an incredible hurt, frustration, as when people can't actually understand who they are. Now, everybody has an absolute desire to say, I know who supports me, who I was brought up with, who I call my mother and father, whether they're biologically their mother or father or not, and they absolutely respect that. But the torment of many people is they say, I don't know who my father is, or I don't know who my biological mother is. I don't know who that person is. And they live a life of a search for exactly what is the substance that makes them up. What is the essence of who they are? And we can see that portrayed in so many things, where so many people go onto certain sites to find out what their heritage is, to search through it, to see what makes them up, to see what their genetics actually goes back to. What is the source? What is the point? And with this, we're creating a genomic line that will make that impossible. There will be a point where it by its own even genetic testing, it'd be inconclusive. It'd be inconclusive because you've got the combination of genetic material that comes from 3 people, not from 2. So what makes you, for the subsequent generations of these people, will be a vastly different of a vastly different complexion and of a vastly greater complexity than the people who are making the decision today. So more needs to be done. I hope I've tried to make sure that I didn't hide behind my philosophical view. It's clearly stated. I think a lot of the issues which people worry about in this place is they say, I know you've got a view, you just don't say it. Well, I hope clearly, for the purpose of this, clearly stated my view. And I hope, I note that the government has, or there's been an agreement by the Minister that sex selection is something that will be not supported, and I think that is a good thing, because inherently, once we do that, we start saying that one human being is of more value than another human being by reason of their gender. And that, I think, is abhorrent on both sides of the chamber, and it is not accepted. And that, in essence, does also create the question of, yeah, people are thinking about this. That is not as simple and it's not as straightforward as it might first appear. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank this House for the opportunity to give a brief iteration of my concerns, some form of reasoning as to why, some sort of a laying down of some of the concerns that I have, and by that reason I shan't be supporting it.
Order. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mitochondrial disease refers to a complex group of inherited conditions that can significantly lower an individual's health and life expectancy and may be fatal. Mitochondrial disease is caused by mutations in the mitochondrial DNA or nuclear DNA of an individual, which can impact the ability of that individual's mitochondria to function properly. The disease varies in presentation and severity, but common symptoms include developmental delays, seizures, weakness and fatigue, muscle pain, vision and hearing loss, multiple organ failure and heart problems, leading to morbidity and, in severe cases, premature death. This legislation aims to enable procedures intended to prevent the inheritance of mutated mitochondrial DNA, inherited exclusively through the mother. Mitochondrial disease is an umbrella term including a wide range of illnesses, with the severity of disease dependent on how much of the DNA contains the mutation. The risk of developing serious illness due to mitochondrial disease is considered to be between 1 in 5,000 and 1 in 10,000. However, around 1 in 200 Australians are estimated to be predisposed to mitochondrial disease, and approximately 56 children are born each year with a severe form of the disease. There are no typical symptoms, and historically diagnosing mitochondrial diseases has been challenging. Critically, a mother can carry mitochondrial disease unknowingly. There is no cure for mitochondrial disease, just treatment of symptoms. In its most severe form, diseases can be debilitating and children can die early in life. This bill contains provisions that only women with a high level of mutations would be eligible to use mitochondrial donation that this bill proposes to enable, in an effort to stop the mother from passing on the mutated genes to her offspring. This technique will not remove mitochondrial disease from the community. Children with mitochondrial disease would still be born. Mitochondrial donation will not impact asymptomatic female carriers because they don't realise they're at risk. Nuclear DNA mutations, which are approximately 50% of mitochondrial disease, are caused by this, and this is not impacted by this legislation. Nor would it impact on new mutations in the child born. Research for treatments needs to remain the focus. In the view of many, the bill before us today is ill-advised and certainly premature. It would allow deliberate, hereditable human germline gene manipulation and transfer. The risks for children born using these techniques are not yet fully understood, and the available scientific evidence to support this procedure is limited. The United Nations Convention on the Right of the Child exhorts signatories, including Australia, to act on the principle that the child, by reason of his physical and mental immaturity, needs special safeguards and care, including appropriate legal protection before as well as after birth. While of course no child ever consents to being born, and all of the joy and agony that can come with. The implementation of this bill would burden future generations with unpredictable impacts on human gene pool integrity and pass without Australians being informed or giving consent to these changes. It ignores experts who say clinical use of mitochondrial DNA transfer is too risky to yet be allowed in humans. While it would enable mitochondrial DNA disease-afflicted parents to have children genetically related to them, the children would also be related to a third party. There would be 3 genetic parents for such a child. This procedure is a high-risk experiment, instead of safer methods for such parents to have mitochondrial DNA disease-free children, though admittedly not ones related to both parents. Moving down this path would also create a climate of acceptance for other uses of the techniques, potentially gender selection, genetic enhancement, or to renovate older human eggs that are unfit for purpose. Such procedures should also remain not permitted. I indeed encourage all members of Parliament and those interested in these areas to watch the 1997 movie Gattaca. It is an accessible and thought-provoking way to understand and consider some of these issues. It will certainly make one pause. This bill will also enable a process that requires the creation of an embryo solely for the intended purpose of destroying it. Now, in the 2019-20 National Health and Medical Research Council, the Research Council undertook a series of community consultative activities on this matter. There was also a Senate inquiry. Through those consultative processes, there was significant community support for legalising mitochondrial donation for use in Australia. However, these consultations also identified that the majority also recommended that a cautious and nationally regulated approach with appropriate safeguards and ongoing monitoring would be essential. A number of ethical issues associated with mitochondrial donation have also been identified, with some members of the community concerned that the technology would result in 3-parent children or a form of genetic modification. Concerns regarding the rights of the child, privacy of parents and children, and ensuring informed consent and donor rights and responsibilities were also identified. Ultimately, there were many unknowns given the relative newness of the science, including in relation to safety and efficacy of the techniques, as well as the potential for unintended consequences in the longer term that would benefit from further research. Protecting the human rights of any child who may be born using the new experimental mitochondrial DNA techniques should be prioritised, especially to meet our responsibilities under the Conventions on the Rights of the Child. As it stands, it appears a child born in the clinical experiments and any descendants would have no rights to redress or compensation for adverse health or other impacts resulting from the use of the high-risk novel techniques and procedures that this bill proposes to licence. The bill greatly reduces the genetically engineered mitochondrial DNA's child rights when it grants immunity from civil liability or accountability to Commonwealth Government officials, government appointees or other categories of protected person for a broad range of protected actions. So, should a child's rights have priority over the aspirations of its parents with mitochondrial DNA disease to try for their own genetically related child through this clinical process? The child, created using its mother's nuclear DNA, would still have a high risk of suffering the same debilitating mitochondrial disease as she does. Such prospective parents already have several well-established, much safer, lower-risk options available to create a mitochondrial DNA disease-free family without needlessly and unacceptably infringing the rights of the child or their descendants. The law already permits IVF and screening of donated sperm and egg, adoption and fostering, which more assuredly protect the rights of a child to good health and freedom from its parent's disease. In the United States, mitochondrial donation is banned due to the impact it may have on germline, and it needs more research. The view there is that it is currently too unsafe for use in humans. And while in the UK such procedures have been permitted since 2017, there is no confirmed live births using this method, and it is not permitted in any other country. This is all with good reason. I understand that as a father of two so far seemingly healthy young children, that this is all relatively easy for me to say. My heart swells for the parents who, knowing their biological children would also have this debilitating disease, are confronted with such very difficult choices. In no way do I dismiss their passionate, good faith advocacy, and I have nothing but compassion for their situation. It may still be that further research allows us to revisit this issue in the future with more very necessary information. There must be more conclusive research data on the safety, efficacy, equity and ethics of this gene manipulation before I'm able to vote for this in good conscience. It's simply too risky. One should not be playing God. I cannot support the bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do very much appreciate the sensitive way, respectful way that members are approaching this issue, talking about this issue. I get that it is a conscience vote, and these sorts of ethical debates are always very hard because you have to grapple with your own conscience. You have to, of course, take the views of your electorate. Many people are influenced largely by their upbringing, their church, what their parents told them, what they've experienced in their own lives. And I'm no different to anybody in this place in that regard. This is a very difficult topic. I've had correspondence from many people within the electorate. I've listened to their views. I've respected their opinions. I've talked with many constituents. I've had letters from religious leaders within the Riverina. And I appreciate that my bishop, I'm a Catholic, my bishop, Mark Edwards, only new to the diocese, for whom I've got the highest regard. He has quite correctly pointed out to me that it is a very conservative diocese which he heads. He says that his heart, and he is sure the hearts of everyone, goes out to families who have children with mitochondrial disease and those with the understandable desire that their future children should not suffer these burdens. He pointed out to me, and no one would have any countenance to this, that we all want to spare children suffering, illness and suffering. I understand that. I respect that. When I entered Parliament in 2010, the erstwhile Senator John Williams said to me once, as we were having a quiet discussion about life, that no one should ever complain about getting old because, as he quite correctly pointed out, some don't get the choice. Some don't get that chance, the opportunity to grow old. They die young. And whilst it's far removed from this debate, a 20-month-old child was sadly taken today when the baby was crushed by a truck in Temora Shire. And when I read the report, my stomach just churned. And I can hear the member for Dawson behind me also grieving at just hearing me say that, because it is heart-wrenching. And the member for Dawson and we've had a few disagreements lately, but I respect his advocacy, and I know he is the father of a very young daughter. My children aren't that young these days, happy to say, and like the previous speaker who said that he hopes his children grow up healthy and happy, I think that's all parents can ever hope for. Nobody starts out as a parent wanting anything other than that. Sure, as life goes on, they all want them to be astronauts or prime ministers or the best they can be. But at the outset, they just want their kids to be happy and healthy. And quite frankly, if they're happy and healthy, being astronauts or prime ministers or anything else doesn't really matter. It's just so long as they be their best selves. And to former Senator Williams' point that not everybody gets the chance to live into an old age, and I have grappled with my conscience. I've read and tried to read as much as I can about this debate before us, and these views have been expressed to me by people within the electorate, my office staff. They're so very, very good when I'm out and about my very large electorate, or when I was the Deputy Prime Minister. They took a number of constituents' interviews, and I thank them for that. They listened empathetically and with a heartfelt manner, as they always do. My staff are so exceptional. To people who came to my Wagga Wagga office and to my Parks office with their own stories about why they felt this legislation was so important. And this afternoon, I rang one of those constituents. I telephoned her. She was on her way to delivering some goodies as a part of a fundraiser for a local high school. This is the sort of person she is. This is the sort of person that I know we've all got in our electorates. Her name is Nicole Baldry. She's a young mother. She's a farmer with her husband Carl near Bethungra. And Nicole and Carl have 4 beautiful children, but one of them is not with them anymore. They have Angus, who's 12, George, who's 8, and Rupert, who's almost 2. But they don't have Henry. And Henry died on the 7th of April 2016. He was a beautiful child in every way. And I shared with her my own mother's grief that she had for a baby lost, stillborn. I'm looking forward to meeting Senator Christina Keneally on Thursday about her particular advocacy in that regard. But my mother grieved for her whole life at losing a baby who she carried full term, and lost the baby on the day it was due, on the day it was born. He was born. And whilst we never got to know that little boy, my mother never stopped mourning for him. And I know that Nicole and Carl will never stop mourning for baby Henry, who died at 9 days old, 9 days young. She said he was perfect for the first 10 hours, but he never fed and never opened his eyes. She wrapped him up and laid him in a little crib, and he made a noise that she felt was odd. She'd had 2 children, and mothers know instinctively when something's not right, much more so than perhaps fathers, and I'm a father, I admit that. Mothers know, they just do. And she said, she called the nurse came straight away as a welfare check on her as a young mum and just having had a newborn. And the nurse ran down the corridor and got some other help to see what was wrong with little Henry. And Henry was not right. This was in Wagga Wagga Base Hospital. Henry was transferred to Sydney and later on died in Westmead Children's Hospital. And it took, almost unbelievably, a full year. A full year. Just think about that. 12 long months for the biopsies to determine that little Henry died from mitochondrial disease. And the grieving for Nicole and Carl didn't stop then. At least they knew what Henry had passed away from. But she is a very big advocate for this legislation to be passed because she doesn't want to see other families suffer the way she has, the way her family has. And while she says I don't actually have it, there is a 50-50 chance I would carry it on to any future babies, and both her and her husband carry the genetics, the genes, to pass it on. Now, when couples fall in love, most of us can probably remember when we fell in love with that Miss Wright or Mr. Wright, and they fall in love and they get engaged, and maybe they might get married, maybe they might just decide to have children together. We live in a modern world, and no one holds anything against people. What people want is to provide a loving, caring, nurturing home. And when they have kids, they just want them to be happy and healthy. But when you fall in love, you don't know the person with whom you fall in love. Be it a male-female, female-female, male-male relationship. If you want to have children, you don't know that the genes that you possess are going to cause hardship and heartache and debilitating illnesses and diseases for the children, the offspring that you may produce in the future. Yet this legislation can provide you with at least the ability to be able to predetermine that your children will be happy and healthy. And I guess going back to what former Senator Williams said, you know, that's all that you want your kids to be, to grow up to an older age. And I mean, I know it's difficult legislation. I appreciate that it's a conscience vote, and there will be members who will vote no, all in good conscience. There will be members who vote yes, all in good conscience, and no one should think any less of anybody for whichever way they do decide to vote. Indeed, people out in our electorates should not think anything less of how anybody decides to vote, just like the voluntary assisted dying bill in the New South Wales Parliament that has been taking up so many headlines in so many newspapers in recent times. These are difficult debates, but having a vote on these is what I think makes our society better, makes our society stronger, and far be it from me to come into this place, having served 11 years here, and not vote the way that I think some families would like me to vote, because I don't want to have to look them in the eye down the track years from now and them have a child who is profoundly ill because of a mitochondrial condition that could have been avoided had perhaps I voted a different way. I don't want to, in one sense, play God in that respect, and whilst I appreciate religious leaders will say, you are playing God anyway, I like to think I'm faith-driven. I do pray. I pray for a better society every day in many ways, but having spoken to Nicole Baldry today, and she said that she could see why people would say that mitochondrial intervention would provide blue-eyed, blonde-haired, genetically perfect children. That's not what this is about. It's about making sure that if people are predisposed or carrying mitochondrial genes, that they don't or they can avoid passing it on to children who would then suffer a life potentially of heartache, of pain, of disfigurement, of going to school and suffering all the torment and bullying that sadly children who are born different, if I could put it that way, sadly endure even today. She said, and it was quite profound, I would do anything to stop my child living through that. And I think what Nicole Baldry said, I don't think I know, Deputy Speaker, that that would be the view of so many parents. So many parents. Nicole told me, she said she met a man, 74 years old, who suffered from conditions of mitochondrial symptoms, and he was 74, and he expressed to her how difficult his life had been, how hard his entire existence had been because of what he had endured. And I have to say that her conversation, her arguments, her advocacy was very compelling. And so for that reason, I will be supporting this legislation, and not just Nicole's viewpoint, but the viewpoints of many others, whilst fully respecting the viewpoints of those opposed. However, in good conscience, and for the fact that I want kids to have their best start, their best lives, I will be supporting this legislation, as difficult as it is. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's not often in this place we are given an opportunity to vote according to our conscience, and when these times do come around, it is a moment of great import for this parliament, because while we disagree much of the time in this place, what makes this type of vote different is that our debate will not just be along party policy lines, but also based on each member's philosophy, values and their conscience. The bill amends existing acts to make mitochondrial donation legal in Australia. Now, we've heard that mitochondrial donation is a procedure that allows women to have a biological child in a way that minimises the risk of transmission of mitochondrial disease. And we've heard that this is a disease for which there is no cure, that can leave young children with multiple organ failure, heart problems, and can cause seizures and can be fatal. Mito disease is a genetic, often inherited disorder that can be passed on from the mother and in some cases developed at conception. Each year here in Australia, around 56 children are born with a severe form of the disease. That's one child a week. And the tragic projection for these children is that many will die within the first 5 years of their life. One of these children, and the namesake of this bill, Maeve Hood. Maeve has a severe type of mitochondrial disease that was diagnosed at 18 months. Thankfully, Maeve is still here with us, one of the more fortunate children. She's 5 years old and just finished her first year of kindergarten. But her family, of course, lives with the uncertainty that each day brings. And look, as a father of 2 young children, I know many of the members here would have the same feeling. You can only imagine the heartache and anguish of parents of children who suffer from such a devastating disease. There are, of course, significant mental health costs associated with watching family members' child or friend die from mito, but also the financial and social costs associated with mitochondrial disease are so high. The Mito Foundation estimates lifetime healthcare costs for a child born with a rare disease, such as mito, is around Australian $2.5 million in the UK, in the UK, and about $5 million in the US. So, aside from the costs which are incurred, such as these, there are social services, income, disability support, reduction in economic participation from affected individuals, parents and other carers. Professor Thornburn, co-group leader of brain and mitochondrial research at the Murdoch Children's Research Institute, in his submission to the Senate inquiry, estimated that mitochondrial donation could provide between $33 and $66 million a year in healthcare savings, based on a conservative estimate of 5 to 10 children per year born without mito. The purpose of Maeve's Law is to legalise mitochondrial donation for particular research, training and reproductive purposes. So mitochondrial donation is an IVF-based technique known as assisted reproductive technology, or ART, and there are several mitochondrial donation techniques: material spindle transfer, MST, pronuclear transfer, PNT, and both of these techniques are legal currently in the United Kingdom. Basically, depending on these techniques, nuclear DNA is removed from the affected mother's egg at different stages, depending on the technique. With MST, it's pre-fertilisation. With PNT, it's after fertilisation of the eggs. The nuclear DNA is removed from the affected mother's egg, which contains the mutated mitochondria, and it's inserted, that nuclear DNA is inserted into a healthy donor egg, which has had its nuclear DNA removed, but retains, that donor egg retains its mitochondrial DNA, which is the donation part, which, for the record, is only 0.1% of the entire human DNA. Now, this is not a treatment for people who already suffer from mito, of course, but the procedure aims to allow a mother who carries mitochondrial DNA mutations to have a genetically related child who has a reduced risk of mitochondrial disease occurring. The Mito Foundation estimates that in Australia between 50 and 60 children each year could be born free from mito if mitochondrial donation was legalised. Now, we've heard and we know that there are a number of medical and ethical concerns that have been raised with respect to the legalisation of this procedure in Australia. I recognise these concerns and have engaged and consulted with stakeholders over the past 12 months. In 2018, the Senate Community Affairs References Committee undertook an inquiry, which I've referred to, into the science of mitochondrial donation and examined the impacts of the disease and the legal and ethical considerations associated with a mitochondrial donation. So, one of the issues raised is the status of the embryo, and many stakeholders raised ethical concerns that the creation of an embryo for the purpose of destroying it violates the dignity that is owed to the embryo. I would note, Deputy Speaker, that this objection also applies broadly to the ethical use of embryos and is not limited to mitochondrial donation, but in fact applies to all forms of ART, including IVF, which, of course, as we know, has helped families have children for some 37 years. It's important to note that there are different religious views and interpretations about the moral status of the embryo. Not all faiths are the same, and even within the Christian faith there are big differences between the Catholic faith and the Orthodox faith, for example, about at which point in time the embryo is considered to have that moral status. And of course, this is why some of these faiths have different views around contraception and IVF and other types of technologies. The other big issue that was raised is this so-called third parent issue, which we've heard some people raise. And as part of the inquiry, a question was raised as to whether mitochondrial donation is different or distinct from germline genetic modification. So germline refers to the cells through which DNA is inherited by offspring. In humans, this includes reproductive cells. And in most jurisdictions, germline modifications are illegal, as it allows for the alteration of certain characteristics of a child. The Senate inquiry received a number of submissions on this issue, and their report concluded that mitochondrial donation should not be considered a form of germline genetic modification, because even though it results in changes to mitochondrial DNA that can affect future generations, and again noting that this is only 0.1% of the entire human DNA, mitochondrial DNA has no effects on traits or characteristics of a person, personality, appearance, intelligence and so on. The committee accepts that there is a substantive difference between mitochondrial DNA and nuclear DNA. It's the latter that changes the characteristics of a person. So the genetic contribution of this so-called third person in this process, or third parent, here is the donation through the process of MST or PNT, where the mitochondrial DNA is donated, which is again 0.1%, and is vastly smaller than the intending parent's contribution. So in the UK, where mitochondrial donation is already legalised, the donor is considered the equivalent of an organ donor. This is an important point because the UK took the view that MST and PNT resulted in some germline modification because the effects are passed on. However, it was decided that mitochondrial donation techniques do not constitute genetic modification, since this was defined as requiring germline modification of the nuclear DNA, the majority part of what makes up a person, a human being. That is what can be passed on into future generations. There were similar fears raised about heart and bone marrow transplants when those technologies first were utilised and proposed. There are issues, of course, in relation to carryover mutated mito DNA and haplogroup matching, very scientific and very technical, which I have spent a fair bit of time going through, as I think all the members here have, to try and better understand the science. We know that the mitochondrial DNA is transferred maternally through the biological mother, and therefore the mitochondrial DNA changes can transfer through the female child, and hence you've seen some submissions and other jurisdictions where there's been a call for male embryos only to limit that transfer. But there's also these issues around haplogroup matching and whether that should be voluntary matching by the parents with the donor egg and the mother's eggs. These are issues that I have raised, have discussed and consulted with stakeholders who are medical professionals, scientists, religious leaders and stakeholders to satisfy myself as a lawmaker that these issues are substantively and ethically dealt with within this legislation, and particularly through the very careful and staged approach to the implementation of this technology in our jurisdiction. The other issue that had been raised, Deputy Speaker, is the concern around whether donors should be anonymous or whether the child has a right to know the identity of the donor. This question needs to be considered from the perspective of the donor and from the perspective of a child who may be born of this technique. Again, in the United Kingdom, they allow a child born to discover only non-identifying information about the donor from the age of 16, making the donation effectively anonymous. On the other side of the debate, under the UK laws, a donor is entitled to know how many children have been born from their donated material, the sex of those children and what years they were born. The rationale for making the donation anonymous in the UK was that mitochondrial donation is more akin to organ or tissue donation rather than reproductive donation, and the preference for anonymity reflects that fact. So, on the other side of the debate too, women who choose to donate their eggs for mito donation may be making a small contribution to this process, but it is a fundamental to the child born as a result. To understate this contribution overlooks the significance of the physical donation and the difference it will have in the child's life. There are many other significant factors to consider as well, including the child's right to know their biological heritage and the shift in Australian attitudes towards making information about a person's biological heritage known in both the adoption space and in other forms of IVF. These factors did lead the committee to find that children who are born from a mitochondrial donation technique should be entitled to know their donor if they do want to do so. But it should be conceptualised as being similar to an organ donation because they are donating non-nuclear genetic material. As such, the bill sets out mitochondrial donation donor register, which will be a safe and secure record for storing details about those born as a result of mito donation, and it will also allow the child, once 18, to find out the identity of their donor. Other groups have identified the concern for anticipated consent, which is this issue about whether the child would consent to the procedure, something that we can never know for sure, Deputy Speaker, obviously, but it's important to note in this debate. I do want, for the record, to note that I support the amendments to this bill as well, which have addressed some of those ethical and medical concerns raised through the committee inquiry process, particularly clarifying that donated mitochondria must be sourced from human eggs, expanding and clarify the consequences in which proper consent is needed before mitochondrial donation techniques are used, clarifying the circumstances in which the embryo Research Licensing Committee is able to seek expert advice when performing its statutory functions, enhancing mitochondrial donor privacy through our provisions relating to the register, and further enhancing privacy by ensuring that the ERLC's statutory reports to Parliament cannot disclose identifiable personal information. These amendments reflect the recommendations of the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills. No doubt, Deputy Speaker, the science around this is immensely complex. The United Kingdom conducted 4 scientific reviews that concluded the benefits outweighed the potential risk, and these reviews are utilised as the basis for many conclusions that we've drawn here in Australia. It's also important to note that mito donation will be introduced in a very staged and closely monitored way as part of this legislation. The first stage being donation legalised for certain research and training purposes, including for the purpose of undertaking a clinical trial of the use of mitochondrial donation techniques, whether it be MST or PNT or some of the other more experimental techniques, as part of the human-assisted ART. The second stage will commence when regulations are made prescribing mito donation techniques for use in clinical practice. These arrangements have been based on the approach the UK has taken in legalising mito donation. Deputy Speaker, I strongly support this staged introduction of mitochondrial donation and the very close monitoring that is part of it. This law is not about allowing a Gattaca-style designer babies free of all genetic alteration. It's not about that. As the previous speaker noted, it provides a strict legislative oversight and allowing 1 or 2 medical facilities to start trials to find out which methods work best. And the reality is, it will likely be a decade or more before any treatment will become available outside a clinical trial setting. But it provides families with hope, and this terrible disease will not be being passed on through future generations. I would like to recognise the work of Maeve's parents, Joel and Sarah Hood, the many tireless advocates and the member for Macarthur and the member for Higgins for their advocacy on the law. The bill is in Maeve's honour, but if passed, the law will ensure that other children and parents don't have to suffer the consequences of this horrible disease like Maeve and so many other children and parents have had to deal with. Children that otherwise would have lived a rich, full life past the age of 5. I support this bill and the amendments. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am glad to rise today to speak in favour of this important bill. This bill offers a chance to prevent an insidious genetic disease inflicting further pain and misery on future generations. I understand this bill is controversial, and I would like to outline why I am in favour of it. Mitochondria are tiny structures within our cells which produce 90% of our body's energy needs. They are passed from mother to child through the mother's egg cells. These tiny but vital structures within our cells can be afflicted by disease. These diseases are genetic, caused by mutations in the mitochondrial DNA. The disease varies in presentation and severity, but common symptoms include developmental delays, seizures, weakness and fatigue, muscle pain, vision and hearing loss, multiple organ failure and heart problems, leading to morbidity and, in severe cases, premature death. Around 1 in 200 Australians are estimated to be predisposed to mitochondrial disease, and approximately 56 children are born each year with a severe form of the disease. The prognosis for these children is that most will die within their first 5 years. Currently, there is no known cure for mitochondrial disease, and treatment options are most limited to management of symptoms. This terrible disease can be prevented. Mitochondrial donation refers to an IVF process that allows a woman whose own mitochondria may predispose her children to genetic disease to have a biological child that does not inherit that predisposition. Mitochondrial donation allows the replacement of the mother's mitochondria, which may pass on the genetic disease with a donor's in the IVF process. The egg with the donor's mitochondria and the mother's nucleus DNA can then be fertilised by the father's sperm. It is important to address some of the criticism of this bill. This process does not create designer babies. It is a targeted process only substituting the mother's mitochondria for a donor's healthy mitochondria. Mitochondrial DNA has no bearing on eye colour, appearance, or any other factor to do with a person's personality, which is all in the nucleus DNA, which is unchanged in the process. For this reason, it does not create 3-parent babies. The child will only have 2 biological parents, its father and mother, and get their nuclear DNA and all their inherent characteristics from their biological parents. The mitochondrial DNA will have no bearing on this. Mitochondrial donation is not cloning. Children born through this process will have the same nucleus DNA genetic diversity from their biological parents as any other child naturally born. My decision to be in favour of this bill is assisted by the experience in the United Kingdom. In 2015, the United Kingdom legalised mitochondrial donation after extensive public consultation and scientific reviews. They have a licensed clinic now which operates in a very stringent regulatory framework. The bill before us today is in many ways inspired from what is best practice determined through the UK experience. This bill seeks to amend a number of Commonwealth laws to permit mitochondrial donation for research and human reproductive purposes. The bill does this in a highly regulated and controlled manner, which is appropriate for a new area of research in a delicate area. The bill will be implemented in stages. The first stage will see the legalisation of mitochondrial donation for certain research and training purposes. This will allow an assessment of feasibility and safety to be made before any broader rollout. This will also help build expertise within Australia and clinical trials which have the added benefit of allowing some affected families to have access to the technology sooner in a regulated clinical setting. The bill will allow for 5 different mitochondria donation licences to be granted for areas including clinical trials, research and practice. The Embryo Research Licensing Committee, the ERLC, of the NHMRC will see its regulatory remit expanded to oversee these licences and their requirements such as reporting and monitoring. Certain licences will have specific conditions relating to the approval processes for individuals seeking access to mitochondrial donation. These licences will also specify only certain mitochondrial donation techniques. Initially, the bill only permits the techniques known as maternal spindle transfer, MST, and pronuclear transfer, PNT, for use under a mitochondrial donation clinical trial research and training licence or clinical trial licence. This is also the case in the United Kingdom, and these 2 techniques have had extensive scientific research and review. It is important to highlight that some of these mitochondria donation processes involve fertilised eggs that are not used, however. These are dealt with in the very early process before the necessary number of cell divisions are required to form an embryo. The second stage will only occur after years of demonstrated success in clinical trials. Depending on the results of the trials, further regulations and discussions of legalisations with states and territories could see accredited assisted reproductive technology centres across Australia offer mitochondrial donation. The bill largely aligns with current assisted reproductive treatment ART regulations. Mitochondrial egg donors are not considered a legal parent, and eggs can only be donated voluntarily from family, friends or others who agree to donate or have eggs in excess for their own needs. I note the extensive public consultation that has occurred with this bill. In 2018, the Senate Community Affairs References Committee conducted an inquiry into the science of mitochondrial donation and related matters. The final report made 4 recommendations for further community consultation and scientific review to be undertaken, and for those findings to inform options for legislative change. The Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee considered the bill with public submissions and hearings in its August 2021 report summarising its submissions. The NHMRC also dealt with this topic at length in 2019 with public consultations, webinars and a citizens panel. And this year, in February 2021, the Department of Health released a public discussion paper. The ethical questions people may have regarding the bill are well documented in these public consultations, and I thank everyone who raised their concerns to the various committees and panels. I think what we have now is a measured and targeted bill that addresses many of the concerns of adopting this new technology while providing an option for parents who, through no fault of their own, may have predisposition to this awful genetic disease, an option to have their own genetic children who have healthy mitochondria. It is easy to get caught up in the detailed regulations, medical and legal terminology with this bill, but the fact remains this bill is about doing the greatest good for the greatest number of people. I have had many in my electorate talk to me about this issue. They do not want to see their children or any child suffer from a preventable disease, and neither do I.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Sorry. I call the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the debate be adjourned.
Okay.
All that
opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call the Minister.
I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the following from occurring in relation to business for today. 1. Debate on the second reading of the Mitochondrial Donation Law Reform Maves Law Bill 2021 to continue until 7:30 p.m. 2. At 7:30 p.m, members to be permitted to make statements of no longer than 5 minutes each for a period of 30 minutes. 3. At 8 p.m, debate to resume on the second reading of the Mitochondrial Donation Law Reform Maves Law Bill 2021, with the debate to be adjourned by a minister when no further speakers rise. 4. The House then to immediately adjourn until 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, 1st of December 2021. And 5. From 8 p.m. until the adjournment of the House, any division called shall be deferred until 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, the 1st of December 2021. And if any member draws the attention of the Speaker to the state of the House, the Speaker shall announce that he or she will count the House at 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday, the 1st of December 2021.
Yes, I call the Leader of the Opposition Business.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. The Opposition is supporting the resolution that's just been put. For the clarity of members, that means if you wish to speak on the mitochondrial bill, the debate will go all night until we run out of speakers. So that's the opportunity, and the government's done the right thing in terms of making sure, with managing the business of the House, that you can't gag a conscience vote, and making sure that everybody gets to speak is an important thing. It also means that if you were on the list for the adjournment debate tonight, it won't technically be an adjournment debate, but you'll get to make your speech between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. So with all that in mind, the Opposition thanks the government for their cooperation, and it's an appropriate way to deal with what's before us.
Thank you. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the honourable member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Genetic illness is an issue that's always been close to my heart. Throughout my parliamentary career, I've constantly sought to advocate for the well-being of families and individuals suffering with such diseases.
So remember, for McEwen, I just have to call the clerk first. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Mitochondrial Donation Law Reform Maves Law Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As I said, genetic illness is an issue that's always been close to my heart. Throughout my parliamentary career, I've constantly sought to advocate for the well-being of families and individuals that suffer with such diseases. My work with Rare Voices Australia, the national peak body in advocating for Australians living with rare diseases, and my own experience with my own family inform my views on these very important issues. It's often thought that only those who have directly experienced it can understand the turmoil that accompanies the diagnosis of a rare disease or illness, for both the individual and the family of those diagnosed. In addition to the physical degradation as the hallmark of such diseases, many of which are terminal, the emotional distress which accompanies such diseases is immense. Genetic and mitochondrial diseases are often rare and as such often lack adequate research and support services, compounding the strain on those suffering from them. Mitochondrial and other genetic disease, and both its physical and emotional impacts, is something I do not wish upon anyone. This law will allow so many families who wish to have biological children the opportunity to do so. And I think about Bethany Hodge and her husband James, who live in our electorate. They hope to have children, but Beth's sister suffers from mitochondrial disease known as MERRF syndrome, which significantly impacts her quality of life. Beth has discovered that she is a carrier of this mitochondrial disease. Seeing the way that her sister has struggled with the disease, Beth and her husband James do not want to expose their children and future generations to the possibility of experiencing it. The passing of this bill would allow Beth and James to have their own biological children without the fear of passing on such a severe disease. Beth told me that the passing of Maves Law will completely change the future for her family. And she said she can't put into words how desperately her family want the chance to have their own healthy child. There are thousands of families like Beth and James across the country, and it's my belief that we owe them all our due consideration in this bill. Through my own family's history with Marfan syndrome, which resulted in the death of my younger brother and cousins, it's my belief that science offers us an opportunity to prevent suffering, and I think that we all should seize that opportunity to have that developed. This world is defined by countless challenges in which every day we struggle to resolve. The domestic and global burdens of conflict, of poverty and of famine, and indeed the illnesses that are complex issues, solutions often remain outside our grasp. The suffering that accompanies mitochondrial disease is a hardship which we have the power to avert. Through careful research, we have discovered a way to prevent suffering before it even begins. And I proudly rise in this chamber to advocate that we do just that. The risk of developing serious illness due to mitochondrial disease is small, but it is immensely significant for those who ultimately experience it. Around 1 in 200 Australians are estimated to be predisposed with mitochondrial disease, and approximately 56 children are born each year with a severe form of the disease. Most of these children are expected to only have a life of around 5 years. There is no known cure for mitochondrial disease, and the treatment options are mostly limited to management of symptoms. Mitochondrial donation is an assisted reproductive technology that, when combined with IVF, has the potential to allow women whose mitochondria would predispose their potential children to have a biological child that does not inherit that risk. The bill before the House introduces safeguards to ensure that the techniques are safe, effective and properly regulated. It also protects the privacy of the persons who make use of mitochondrial donation techniques. Under the bill, the mitochondrial donation will be introduced in a staged and closely monitored way. Under the first stage, mitochondrial donation will be legalised for certain research and training purposes, including the purpose of undertaking a clinical trial of the use of mitochondrial donation techniques as part of human-assisted reproductive technology. The aim of this approach is to build an Australian evidence base in relation to the safety and efficacy of mitochondrial donation techniques, and associated issues such as feasibility, service delivery, cost and impacts prior to a decision being made on introducing the use of techniques more broadly into the clinical practice. I think that this staged approach to the use of mitochondrial donation is supported by rare illness advocacy groups such as Rare Voices Australia, with whom I've consulted. I know the work that they do for people that have absolute hardship in dealing with their own issues, and it's so important that people like Rare Voices Australia are heard and supported. And I think the government should do all they can to make sure that there is proper funding and support available for families dealing with rare illnesses. The use of specified mitochondrial donation techniques under this first stage would be subject to very strict licensing conditions. Once the clinical trial has demonstrated success over several years and the results have been evaluated by the experts, there will be an option to move to the second stage of this staged implementation, which would allow for accredited assisted reproduction technology centres across Australia to offer mitochondrial donation in the clinical practice as part of assisted reproductive therapy. Before such techniques could be used in particular state or territory, the state or territory would need to enact its own laws authorising the use of the technique. The state or territory would, in doing so, be able to further regulate the use of the technique as part of its regulation of assisted reproductive technologies in its jurisdiction. Now, I know there are some groups with concerns about this new technology, and I honestly believe that many of those concerns have been addressed in wide community consultation. I'm very conscious, though, that the benefits of greatly reducing the impact of mitochondrial disease on children's, families and future generations is fundamental to a small but significant numbers of families across the nation, and the benefits that we seek to see far outweigh the risks of introducing mitochondrial donation overall. I'm proud to add my voice to supporting these families. Families like my own, and particularly families that live in my electorate, so that Bethany Hodge and her husband James can have their children and know that that child's going to have a wonderful life and an opportunity. So I think despite there being people that have their views that are different, let's just have a look at who this impacts. And when we look at who it impacts, I think we have an obligation as leaders of this nation to support science, to support the opportunity, and particularly support those families who this directly impacts. So with that, I wish this bill a speedy passage, and thanks very much, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for... Is there any speakers? The member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on the Mitochondrial Donation Law Reform, Maves Law Bill 2021. This bill will allow women whose children would otherwise be susceptible to life-threatening mitochondrial disease to avoid inheriting it. This is a disease that significantly reduces life expectancy and quality of life, and it's very difficult to diagnose. There are currently no known cures for mitochondrial disease, with treatment options generally aimed at managing symptoms. The risk of developing serious illness is around 1 in 5,000 to 1 in 10,000, but approximately 1 in 200 Australians may be predisposed to mitochondrial diseases. Mitochondrial donation is an assisted reproductive technology that, when combined with in vitro fertilisation, or IVF as it's so well known, has the potential to allow women whose mitochondria would predispose their potential children to this disease to have a healthy biological child. The process creates an embryo which includes nuclear DNA from a man and a woman seeking to have the child, as well as mitochondrial DNA from another donor egg, minimising the risk of transmission. This bill establishes a national regulatory framework which allows different types of mitochondrial donation technique for clinical use under a clinical trial licence for human reproduction. One of these, Deputy Speaker, is maternal spindle transfer. This involves removing the maternal spindle of both the prospective mother's egg and the mitochondrial donor's egg prior to fertilisation. The maternal spindle, which has been removed from the mother's egg, is then placed into the mitochondrial donor egg, which is then fertilised to form a zygote and then an embryo. The egg cell of the prospective mother, which no longer contains any nuclear DNA, is discarded. Deputy Speaker, another technique outlined in this bill is pro-nuclear transfer. And while I acknowledge that the science involved is very complex, I do have some personal concerns with this method arising from my own personal faith. Pro-nuclear transfer requires fertilisation of both the prospective mother's egg and the mitochondrial donor's egg using the father's sperm to produce 2 zygotes. It's at this stage that the pro-nuclear transfer occurs, where the 2 pronuclei are removed from the zygote, produced from the egg cell of the prospective mother, and placed into the zygote, which is produced from the egg cell of the mitochondrial donor. Following this, the zygote, which is produced from the egg cell of the prospective mother and which no longer contains any nuclear DNA, is discarded. Deputy Speaker, my concerns with this technique relate specifically to the creation of a zygote with the intention, the specific intention, that it will be later destroyed. And whilst I acknowledge that there are a range of views in this place and indeed around the nation as to when human life begins, I personally cannot support this method. While I acknowledge that there are different definitions of when human life does begin, whether that be a medical definition, religious definition, and of many different kinds, legal or otherwise, for me and for others who hold religious beliefs, this view of when life begins is one that is deeply rooted in my faith. And I acknowledge that, although I hold a Christian faith, that this is something that is very personal in terms of when one might believe that life begins. It's something that I had to wrestle with when some 13 years ago I underwent IVF myself in order to have our firstborn son, Oscar, who is somebody I absolutely adore and think the world of. But I remember the wrestle that I had to go through in this particular process, trying to hold both my faith and the very deep desire to have a healthy child, having experienced some very great challenges and complications prior to this. And the only way that I could safely have a baby was to actually go through the IVF process. And so that meant that I had to weigh this whole decision up, and I had to think through carefully what this meant for me, given my own personal religious beliefs, and being able to arrive at a realisation that I personally could choose to perhaps restrict how my IVF procedure would go, such that I would not, such that I would just look at fertilising the number of eggs that we intended to use. Was something that was a very difficult decision, but it was one that I had to weigh up carefully, and one where I actually realised the deeply personal aspect to legislation and to techniques like this, and one where there's no easy decision, one where consequences you weigh up heavily, you weigh up deeply, and they are very, very personal. For many, not all of course, as somebody with a deeply held religious belief that life begins at conception, it's because I believe that as humans we are made in the image of God, and that is why human life is so sacred. So, as such, Deputy Speaker, I do foreshadow that I'll support any appropriately worded amendments that may be moved in this House that would seek to remove the technique of pro-nuclear transfer from this bill. I also raised some concerns regarding certain provisions in the bill that allow parents to request that only male embryos be implanted and that any female embryos be discarded for medical reasons. Under current Australian law, sex selection of embryos under assisted reproductive technologies is already permitted in cases of a serious genetic condition, and it is unclear why a licence holder could not simply rely on this existing provision, and why this bill explicitly states that selection of male embryos over females is permitted. So should there be appropriately worded amendments made in this House that remove this sex selection provision from this particular bill, I would also support this in the House. The medical advancement allows for descendants of those born from mitochondrial donation. This medical advancement, I should say, allows for descendants of those born from mitochondrial donation to will have two sets of genetic material. It's one of those issues which, again, I've had to weigh up very, very carefully, and I acknowledge that I'm not a scientist. I acknowledge that these are matters that go way beyond what perhaps we as legislators—
Order. It being 7:30, under the resolution agreed to, debate is interrupted and the member will be able to continue her remarks at a later hour. Are there any members' statements? And I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. Throughout the electorate of Macquarie that I represent, there are families facing the challenges of cystic fibrosis. They've joined with more than 35,000 people to urge for a speeding up of negotiations with the maker of a drug called Trikafta so that it can be available under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. Trikafta was approved in April by the Therapeutic Goods Administration, but it's not on the PBS. Cystic fibrosis affects the lungs and digestive system, and there is no cure. When I met with Nettie Burke from Cystic Fibrosis Australia, she told me that Trikafta is being used overseas in more than 20 countries and can extend life expectancy by more than 30 years. But the drug currently costs Australian patients nearly $300,000 a year, so only some people in Australia can afford it. Mark lives in South Windsor and has a 2-year-old daughter who was diagnosed with CF when she was just 5 weeks old. Their typical routine involves daily intensive physiotherapy to clear her lungs, enzyme replacement capsules to aid digestion, nebulizers and antibiotics to treat lung infections. They can't afford Trikafta. Maureen is the great-grandmother of a 6-year-old boy with cystic fibrosis, and his 2-year-old brother is a carrier of the CF gene. She would like them to live longer, and Trikafta could help. 25-year-old Lucy grew up in the Blue Mountains. She has university qualifications in science and lives with cystic fibrosis. She was diagnosed at 2 months old. Her daily routine involves 50 tablets, 56 puffers, 5 nebulizers and 2 hours of airway clearance, daily exercise and a careful diet, on top of her full-time job. What her routine doesn't include is Trikafta. There is another chance for this remarkable treatment, which can have a huge impact on lung function, to be listed on the PBS this year. For the sake of these families and the more than 2,000 people over 12 for whom it's already been approved but is not within financial reach, I hope we see that. Speaker, the Hawkesbury is justifiably proud of its agricultural roots. The first colonial settlers planted crops along the river in 1794, saving the infant colony from starvation. And of course, First Peoples recognised the bounty of the region long before. Hawkesbury Agricultural College, established in 1891 in Richmond, has been a key part of that agricultural history, and the Hawkesbury campus of Western Sydney University has a big role now and going forward, especially for peri-urban agriculture. The WSU vision is for an agri-tech hub with state-of-the-art greenhouse where industry and researchers can investigate food technology and land use management to develop a sustainable approach to peri-urban farming. We're talking high-tech, developing adaptive drone technology and robotics for growing and logistics. Building on the great work being done in the recently built giant greenhouse, which I was delighted to visit with my Shadow Minister for Education a couple of years ago, the collaboration is there between industry and research, and they'll draw on the work already being done by the School of Science and at the Hawkesbury Institute for the Environment, which in itself is doing world-leading work on climate change. This is an institute that was established when Labor was in government, and it looks at what rising CO2 levels mean for forestry, soils and agricultural industries, as well as native plants and animals, and how we can use technology to understand and better manage our most important natural and managed ecosystems. The Agri-Tech Hub is expected to generate more than $30 million of economic activity every year for the surrounding region. Jobs are part of it. 1,300 jobs during construction and around 200 direct and indirect jobs once it's operational. These are jobs for a range of skills, from plumbers and engineers to environmental scientists and supply chain experts. Students at WSU will be able to learn in a work-integrated environment so that they emerge with strong local industry knowledge and skills. Even more than jobs and the ongoing learning, the Agri-Tech Hub will provide a significant and ongoing supply of fresh produce to Western Sydney and Greater New South Wales, greatly improving food security by being able to grow our own supplies here in quantity. This is a really exciting proposal and I'm fully supportive of it. I hope that we're able to bring this vision to life. It will help us keep agriculture strong in the Hawkesbury.
The member for Monash has the call.
Tonight, as the Victorian government looks set to pass its controversial pandemic bill, I feel compelled to acknowledge Australians who, unlike me, have been forced to choose between getting vaccinated or losing their job. It makes no sense to me that Commonwealth officials who work in windowless offices are not mandated to be vaccinated, while vaccinations for farmers, producers and their workers in my electorate have been mandated. I consider that that's just not right, it's not fair and it's illogical. Mr Speaker, for the record, I want to acknowledge that I know I'm privileged not to be faced with having to make such a decision. Over the past 9 months, I've spoken with hundreds of people in distress, many who are suffering on a scale that I find difficult to comprehend. I'm sure that my fellow members and senators are also receiving gut-wrenching stories as well. So I want to honour some of these people who bear witness to their suffering. Mr Speaker, I have purposely changed the names of the people that I'm about to explain to you because I don't want them to suffer significantly for the stands that they've taken. Firstly, there's Nina, a single mum in her late 30s with 2 children who felt coerced to get jabbed to keep her job as an aged care nurse. Nina came away feeling violated after the first jab. The fact that she felt coerced into getting it left her reliving trauma associated with having been raped when she was 20. She says she feels disgusted in herself that she gave in to the coercion. And Deanie, a school teacher, and her 13-year-old daughter who endured 4 weeks stranded in New South Wales, living in a stranger's caravan whilst trying to get back into Queensland to rejoin her husband and son. David and Lita, primary school teachers and parents to 3 boys who are on unpaid leave while they wait to see if the mandates change. Carolyn, a doctor who has decided to retire early so she can speak freely and advocate for patients, family and friends. Ahmed, a chef who now provides companionship and cleaning services instead of doing the work that he loves. Bonnie, who, having recovered from COVID 8 months ago, is fearful of being vaccinated and will lose her job as a hairdresser unless she can obtain an exemption. Tonya, who was told by her GP of more than 30 years that she couldn't see her face-to-face unless she was vaccinated. And Catherine and Rick, parents of 2 teenage girls who have decided to sell their business in order to set up a sustainable life on the land with friends so their daughters don't have to be vaccinated, at least until the daughters can make up their own mind, their own decision. Then there's Sarah, who lives with her partner and 5 children aged 6 to 18 years. Sarah and David have been registered nurses for the past 30 years and lost jobs which they love simply because, in their professional medical opinion, they were not prepared to be jabbed with an experimental vaccine. Sarah was terminated from a nursing position after 24 years. Her partner was terminated after 18 years of service. Sarah and David are now living off their limited savings and will soon join the Centrelink queue, which they have never done before, to pay their mortgage, bills and feed their children because they're unable to find employment. But more than anything, Sarah wanted to tell me about the impact this mandatory vaccinations are having on her and her children. She's angry and scared and complete loss to understand the unnecessary and unfair adverse impacts on our children, on her children. Her son has just completed Year 12 and works as a lifeguard at 2 local pools, but can no longer do so. He also wants to go to university next year to study either nursing or paramedicine, but now can't unless he gets double jabbed. He also can't pursue his love of participation in musicals or attend venture scouting activities. Sarah's 16-year-old daughter has all completed her Surf Life Saving Certificate, but can't volunteer now either. Her 10-year-old is the only child who can access a pool. However, this would be unsupervised, as nobody else in the family can go. She ended with a plea for me to help save the children. I note that Dr. Nick Coatsworth, highly regarded medical person, is completely at odds with the rest of the medical profession by saying he's strongly against the need for children to be vaccinated. I have to say, so am I.
The member for Mayo has the call.
Speaker. Mr Speaker, Australia's rural towns and outer metropolitan areas are home to millions of Australians. Many of these areas are experiencing fast population growth, far beyond the growth in infrastructure and support services that are required to properly accommodate the need of the influx of the population. We know that more than 5 million people live in the fast-growing suburbs on the outskirts of our capital cities, and these outskirts produce 13% of Australia's jobs and 11% of our GDP, and this is expected to grow from 5 million to 7.5 million in the next decade. Many of us who live in or close to these growth areas have witnessed the incredible land transformation as empty paddocks make way, sometimes some of our best farmland, make way for residential and commercial development, and the rapid infill of outer metropolitan regions imposes enormous strains on our road infrastructure, public transport systems and public infrastructure such as schools, hospitals, emergency services and recreation and sporting facilities. And yet, despite this knowledge, we continue to fail to make the necessary infrastructure investment to support these areas of growth. Put simply, our growth models are broken. The eternal approach remains limited to portioning off land for development, followed by supporting infrastructure long after residents have moved in. We have it back to front. All governments, local, state, federal, need and must do better. Governments need to align their priorities so that we can strategically plan for growth in areas and, importantly, build the supporting infrastructure ahead of or in conjunction with the expansion of these regions. I mentioned that our growth models are broken. What is also broken is the manner in which we fund infrastructure development. Rather than a systematic approach, which would be desirable, our methodology relies on leaders and representatives of these growth areas having to fight for every single dollar of investment. In my electorate of Mayo, I have several regions of growth. I've worked tirelessly to advocate for greater expenditure in these regions, and through my advocacy I've successfully secured nearly $240 million worth of projects, but it's always about retrofitting. $15 million for freeway interchange at Verdun, funding for overtaking lanes at Victor Harbour, and $15 million for a Hills Aquatic Centre. We've received $4 million for trails in the Hills and Fleurieu, and some much-needed funding for the Aldinga Sports Complex, as well as piecemeal funding for our Victor Harbour and Mount Barker hospitals. We have so much more to do. Mount Barker and Aldinga, two of my fastest-growing regions, are struggling with the massive demand on services. It's taken years of lobbying and advocacy to get funding to upgrade the Mount Barker pool, a pool that was built in the 1960s, that this summer our kids will be swimming in, and it's in yards. We have road infrastructure and a freeway that isn't coping with current demand. The community are right to demand the resumption of rail services to Mount Barker. We had rail infrastructure back in the 1980s, and then it was taken away from us. A mass rapid transport solution needs to be in place, and I believe rail is the way to go. We've got to be able to take that pressure off our one freeway, and we need park and rides. We need the extension of rail from Seaford Meadows down to Aldinga. Aldinga is a community of 15,000 people, which will increase as it's predicted there'll be another 1,000 blocks carved out. The Aldinga community have recently come together to call for a swimming pool, and I support them in that call. Our secondary schools, our primary schools are bursting, and this is all because we have the growing pains of the outer metropolitan area. We have roads that are overrepresented in South Australia's road crash statistics. One section of Victor Harbour Road alone, 43 people have died or have been seriously injured in just the last 4 years. We have so much that we can do, but I think the funding system is around the wrong way. It's reactive rather than proactive, and that it has historically dealt with population growth in a manner that's not sustainable. Critical infrastructure is needed now. We need a better system, a new system that sets aside funding for these regions with high growth before the people build their homes, not years after. Thank you.
I thank the member for Mayo, and I give the call to the member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise on a somewhat lighter note to let Gippslanders know that my annual calendar competition is over, and please stop sending me photographs. Now, I know you, as a member for Fisher, believe that your electorate has a few things going for it on the Sunshine Coast, Mr Speaker, but I must say Gippsland is the greatest place in Australia to live and to work, to visit and to raise a family. The interjections are disorderly, Mr Speaker. I remind
misleading the House.
I remind my colleagues that Gippsland is the only place you want to live. So, one thing as a member of Parliament, though, Mr Speaker, I would advise some of my colleagues is it's a great way to lose friends by running a photographic competition, because you get so many amazing entries and you only get to choose 13 winners. So, on a serious side, Mr Speaker, the calendar is intended to promote Gippsland in all its diversity, all its attractions, and encourage people to take a break in our region as we recover from the combined impacts of drought and bushfires and the coronavirus. We want our visitor economy to go very well this summer. And I know the member Jager, who has visited the Gippsland Lakes and loves them enormously, will be down visiting Gippsland at earliest possible convenience. Now, Mr Speaker, as I said on a lighter note, I think we need to start with the cover. On Hansard won't do this full justice, but this is the fairy wrens taken by Sarah in Cann River. If you get a close enough look at some point, Mr Speaker, I'll give you 20 or 30 copies. You'll see the middle child's a little bit grumpy, missing out on the worm. But when we go to January, Mr Speaker, we are looking at the sea caves at Secret Beach. Not really a secret, Mr Speaker, because it's actually just out of Mallacoota and we want as many people as possible to visit. When we flip over to February, Mr Speaker, we are into the beautiful Mitchell River area of Lindenow. And as you know, Mr Speaker, Gippsland produces the greatest agricultural products in the land. It's very important we reflect that in the February month. The member for Flynn seems to be interjecting in a disorderly manner. In March, Mr Speaker, the winner is Holly Baird from Marlow, who has taken this magnificent photograph of what we call the dogs of the sea, the Australian fur seals, very playful photograph. In April, it's Anglers Rest in the high country, a little bit of a chilly autumn day in Anglers Rest. If you're in that area, Mr Speaker, on your motorbike, please stop at the Blue Duck Inn. I can tell you now the Guinness pie is magnificent. May. When we flip over to May, Mr Speaker, we are on the Devil's Elbow near Lacola on the McAllister River Flats. As a young boy, I grew up visiting the McAllister River Flats at my family's farm at Paradise Valley, just down the road. Please take the time to visit my region and check out Paradise Valley or the Devil's Elbow. In June, it's a lovely reflective piece, very serene piece from Coward Dam, where a lot of people from the Latrobe Valley will cool off during these warm summer months approaching. In July, we've got the snow season. We're in the Tamboree, the stockyards, and just a couple of weeks ago, Mr Speaker, I drove across Mount Hotham. Would you believe, even at this time of year, we had snow falling in the Gippsland Alps. It was a beautiful scene, and one that you, I'm sure, would appreciate as well. August is the 90 Mile Beach, reflections of the Trinculo, which is actually a wreck on the beach. But the one thing I want to remind people who are following tonight's adjournment debate is the Golden Beach fishing competition in late January. Please turn up for the fishing competition. It's a very big highlight of the year in my region. September is the Sale Common. There's nothing common about 14 cygnets in one photograph. So congratulations to our photographer here, who was Sue from Sale. Moving right along into October, we're running out of time. In moving October, it's the grass trees after the bushfires at Cape Conran. And I mentioned the bushfires at the outset, Mr Speaker, and how it's had an enormous impact on my community. But I want to assure people that the Cape Conran cabins are being rebuilt right now, and there's plenty of accommodation options available to you at Marlow and Cape Conran. In November, the winning photograph came from Leonie, who took a magnificent shot of the now and now Trestle Bridge, which was right alongside the East Gippsland Rail Trail. The East Gippsland Rail Trail is the longest rail trail in my electorate. It runs from Bensdale to Orbost. It's almost 100 kilometres, and our government has provided more than $2 million to upgrade that trail. So we're very pleased to encourage more people to visit the East Gippsland Rail Trail. And then finally, in December, the world-famous Mitchell River silt jetties. These are the longest silt jetties in Australia. In fact, they're the longest in the world since the Mississippi Delta was impacted by Hurricane Katrina. Again, we encourage people to come to Gippsland, explore the diversity and see what magnificent options are available to them for a family holiday at any time of the year. For those who have already planned their holidays, I thank you for that. For those who are thinking about where they might spend their holidays this year, I encourage you to visit Gippsland, and I seek leave the House to table my calendar.
Is leave granted?
If an additional copy can be dropped off in my office, the opposition is happy to provide leave to the member for Gippsland.
Leave is granted. And I give the call to the member for Jaga Jaga.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, there are a lot of very important reports that come to this place, but not all of them get the attention and the action they deserve. And today we received Kate Jenkins' report, Set the Standard, report of the independent review into parliamentary workplaces. It found that 1 in 3 people employed in a parliamentary workplace has experienced some kind of harassment. Women experience sexual harassment and bullying at a higher rate than men. It's called out our environment, where power imbalances, gender inequality and exclusion, and a lack of accountability mean that too many people experience bullying, sexual harassment and sexual assault. This report must not be one of the ones that does not get action. Today must mark the end of impunity in this place. It must mark the end of a culture that has existed for far too long. It is time to change this parliament to make it a safe workplace for all women. And it's not just our parliament that needs to change. We've got to make our community and our homes safe for all women. We've got to shift gender roles in this country so that we are all equal. We owe that to Brittany Higgins, we owe it to all the staff and to all the members who contributed to this report. Speaker, it's an immense privilege to be elected to this place and to represent the people of Australia. And the report notes the pride that so many people who are elected and who work in this place feel when they start their work. But it also makes it clear that that sense of pride doesn't last, because the standard that this parliament sets doesn't meet that expectation of service. Australian women are rightly appalled by what they've heard about and seen in our parliament. Australian women deserve better than a parliament where women are assaulted and bullied. They deserve better than a parliament where allegations get swept under the carpet or are used as fodder for gossip or political gain, or are not thoroughly and independently investigated and ultimately end without consequences for perpetrators. What happens in this place matters. We are the workplace that Australians see on their TVs every night. The standards we set are the standards they see, and we can't change the country and our community if we can't change how we operate in this place. So the report is comprehensive and it must be considered in full, but I want to highlight a few areas that I think are crucial. As Kate Jenkins said today, there is a need for leadership. Leaders set the tone, and leadership from the top is particularly important to set clear expectations and role model safe and respectful behaviour. And I urge the leaders in this parliament, the Prime Minister in particular, to take that leadership responsibility seriously. Don't just rely on the women in this place to make the change. We need the men to stand with us and make this change with us. We need you to be part of the leadership that drives the change that we need to see. The recommendation for a code of conduct. The report recommends a code of conduct for parliamentarians and for parliamentarian staff. It is ridiculous that we don't have a code of conduct as elected representatives that we adhere to. And of course, an independent parliamentary services commission, to make sure that there is an independent place where people can take complaints, where they are independently investigated and standards are set and dealt with. Deputy Speaker, earlier this year I co-authored a book with my predecessor as the member for Jagga Jagga, Jenny Macklin, Enough is Enough, which drew on her extensive experience as a parliamentarian and my shorter experience as a parliamentarian, to talk about the change that needs to happen in this place to make it safe for women. And that has meant that I've had many conversations with women across the country about what they think is happening in this place and what needs to happen. And too many of those conversations have been with women who thought they might want to be involved, they might want to run for office, but now they feel like this is not a safe place for them to work. It is ridiculous that as a parliament, women look at us and think we're not safe, I don't want to work there, and that we do not represent the diversity of our communities. Women and people from diverse communities should absolutely feel like they should and can be safe in this place. So we need to improve that, Speaker. Our parliament would benefit from diversity from both women and people from diverse community. Speaker, it has been a really difficult year for Australian women. Again, I say thank you to Brittany Higgins, to Grace Tame, to all the other women around Australia who've led this really important conversation. Women started this year with anger, but with hope that things will change. I know some feel disappointed that they haven't changed enough yet. We've got to keep the fight up, and today must be the day we say enough is enough.
The honourable member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Philosopher Hannah Arendt, one of the greatest thinkers of our time, said, "As citizens we must prevent wrongdoing because the world in which we all live, wrongdoer, wrong sufferer and spectator, is at stake." That is why I want to talk about the harmful impacts of vaccine mandates. Now, I have received over 100,000 emails about vaccine mandates, some from people who have lost their jobs, some who are vaccinated but are wanting to register their opposition to governments forcing other people to be vaccinated. Contrary to the mainstream media line, the vast majority of people opposing such mandates are not anti-vaxxers. They are people who have had adverse reactions, who've suffered vaccine injury, or who have lost their jobs and as a result lost their families, or have watched their friends, family members and colleagues suffer as a result of those mandates. They are hard-working Aussies who do not believe anyone should be forced to get the jab in order to work or to access basic and essential services, let alone be ostracised from the wider community. People from all over the country have contacted my office to tell me about their stories. These are real people who are scared and suffering. They're police officers, nurses, doctors, paramedics, teachers, miners, small business owners, mums and dads. They are your sisters, your brothers, your neighbours and your family members, and I want to give them a voice in this chamber. One of my constituents from Mackay is pregnant. She has now lost a job due to a workplace vaccine mandate and is in significant distress because, she says, she can't access doctors' and midwives' appointments in person because she's unvaccinated. She is not anti-vaccination. She just wants to be sure of the long-term effects of the vaccine before she has it. And then there are those on the verge of suicide or who have attempted suicide because of the stress of workplace vaccine mandates. I've had constituents tell my office that they are seriously considering suicide, to the point where staff have had to refer people to Lifeline. I had a construction worker email my office from a hospital on a Sunday morning after he'd attempted to take his own life. The week prior he'd lost his job because of a vaccine mandate, and as a result his wife had left him and took the kids, and he told my staffer he had nothing left to live for. My office has been contacted by multiple local aviation firefighters that have raised concerns about the travelling public being placed at risk due to staff shortages because of impending vaccine mandates that have short-staffed airports of firefighters, including at my local airports of Mackay and Proserpine. I was also contacted by a Mackay psychologist who, despite having a blood clotting disorder, is unable to obtain a medical exemption. She wanted to continue working and support her clients of 30 years via telehealth, but some bureaucrat has decided she should be vaccinated in order to sit in her own study and treat people over a computer screen. And so now she's going to have to change careers after 30 years of service. I've also received emails from constituents who have had adverse reactions to vaccines. And yes, while they're rare, the fact is they happened. A young mum had heart palpitations and chest pains after the first dose of Pfizer and is now so scared to get the second, but she has to if she wants to keep her job. How is that not coercion? She has to choose between paying her mortgage and putting food on the table for her kids or risking another adverse reaction which could be worse for her. These mandates are putting people under undue stress. These stories, these cries and these pleas for help are simply not being listened to, and we should be listening. Now, it is clearly state governments and private corporations that are, in the main, causing this harm. But it is Commonwealth data via the Australian Immunisation Register that is enabling that harm, as that data shows who's vaccinated or not. Now, state governments and private corporations might not be listening, but I'm not in state parliament, I'm not in a private corporation board, I'm in the federal parliament, and so I want the Australian government to listen by not allowing its data to be misused to cause such harm. And until we do, I'm no longer listening to the government whips on how I should vote in this place, but instead I'm voting with my own conscience on every bill. I'm not doing this to be difficult, I'm doing my job. I'm representing views of my constituents, serving the people, standing up for the vulnerable. And I call on all of us to listen. Listen to the pleas for help, the distress and the suffering. Vaccine mandates are unnecessary, they're cruel, and I fear they're causing a tear in the social fabric that will take many, many years to repair.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier this sitting, the time for members' statements has concluded. The Clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, mitochondrial donation law reform, Maves Law Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I give the call to the member for Robertson in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And as I was saying before, that while I am no scientist, I do give deep consideration to some of the ethical and faith-based issues around aspects of this legislation. And I have really wrestled with a number of the concepts that are outlined in this bill, particularly given my own personal situation that I outlined a number of years ago when I had to wrestle that through for a personal decision that is one that I am very, very glad to have undergone. But I do believe that there does need to be some more consideration given to some other aspects, including the potential permanent modification of what is called the human germline. Germline DNA refers to the tissues derived from reproductive cells that eventually can become incorporated into every cell in the body of the offspring. This modification could potentially lead to potential for off-target effects such as addition in the wrong places or concerns over these same techniques being used for non-therapeutic genetic purposes, for example height or eye colour. While only one other country, I understand, the United Kingdom in 2015 has legalised mitochondrial donations, I understand that there are some concerns about this kind of manipulation in other countries around the world, and that around 40 countries have signed a memorandum on any methods that edit the human germline. And it is for this reason that I do believe that we should tread with great caution to ensure that robust safety measures and safeguards are in place to protect future generations. Deputy Speaker, this bill establishes a staged approach to implementing the technology should this legislation be adopted. Under Stage 1, donation will be legalised for certain research and training purposes and to support selection and licensing of a pilot program for impacted families. Under Stage 2, mitochondrial donation would be permitted in clinical practice more broadly if the initial pilot program were to be successful. A regulatory framework will be established to ensure that this process is managed effectively and in line with community expectations. The role of the current Embryo Research Licensing Committee of the National Health and Medical Research Council will be expanded under this bill to include licensing and oversight of research and training in this area. Children born using this technology still have two biological parents, a mother and a father. Children will inherit characteristics and personality traits from their biological parents, as the female donor only provides healthy mitochondria. Donor rights and responsibilities will also be based largely on current regulations. This includes that mitochondrial donors would not be considered legal parents in line with the current sperm and egg donors under the Family Law Act 1975, and that children conceived by mitochondrial donation will have the right to apply for identifying information about their donor when they turn 18 years old. This bill aligns with other Australian laws preventing exploitation and incentives for donors and allows donor eggs to be provided voluntarily from family members, friends or from individuals who agree to donate. Deputy Speaker, severe mitochondrial disease can have a really devastating impact and effect on families, including causing long-term ill health and poor quality of life. In Australia, around 56 children are born with a severe form of the disease each year. I do want to acknowledge and welcome the advance in genetic science, which gives all of us a hope for a world without mitochondrial disease. And I support the intention of the bill, and I believe that we must work to lower the risk of transmission of mitochondrial disease. However, as I've outlined in the House tonight, we do need to consider the implications of some of the techniques that could be potentially used to achieve successful mitochondrial donation, ensure the frameworks needed to regulate this kind of technology are in place, and understand the impact it could create for future generations. So, given the concerns that I've raised tonight about some aspects of this legislation, I intend to abstain from the second reading vote on this bill, but I will be supporting any sensible and carefully drafted amendments that seeks to deal with some of the concerns that I have raised, should they be moved in this place. I do hope, Deputy Speaker, that there is a way through which considers some of the faith-based issues that I and no doubt others will raise, or certainly have raised with me in the community when I've spoken to people who are interested in this particular issue that they have raised with me. In closing, can I thank the government for providing a conscience vote on a matter that is as deeply personal as this, and can I also thank all members of the House for their thoughtful considerations of the matters that we are debating tonight, and for the very insightful contributions that we have heard.
Order. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the member for Robertson for her contribution. I think the contributions of members on both sides of this debate have been very thoughtful, very considered, and it really is the parliament at its best. We're having a conscience vote on an issue that I know is deeply personal for a lot of people, and I wanted to speak tonight, Mr Deputy Speaker, to say that while I know there are genuine views on both sides in favour of this legislation and other people who are concerned about the legislation, and while I respect all of those views, I will be voting in favour of this legislation because I believe that if we have the opportunity of preventing the suffering of children, of extending their lives, then we should take that opportunity. Now, I understand that many people in the community, or some people in the community, have a concern that this is a slippery slide into designer babies choosing the genetic makeup of children in the future. I understand the member for Robertson's concerns that she was speaking about the different types of mitochondrial donation techniques, the maternal spindle transfer technique as compared with the pronuclear transfer technique. I have thought deeply about these issues, and I genuinely believe that the pain, the suffering, the shortened lifespan, the illness that is suffered by many children who have a mitochondrial disease, the sadness of their families and the impact on the family make these scientific advances worth pursuing. This bill amends existing legislation to make mitochondrial donation legal for research, training and human reproductive purposes. As others before me have explained, mitochondrial disease refers to a group of inherited conditions caused by mutations in a person's DNA impacting their mitochondria, which are the part of our cells that help the body produce energy. When these cells don't function properly, the body can experience organ failure, serious illness and death, particularly when the mitochondrial diseases affect high energy use organs like the heart and the brain. But of course there's a broad range of impacts that can be experienced by sufferers of these conditions. It's extremely serious. Children with severe cases suffer tragically shortened lifespans, usually between 3 and 12 years. Currently there are no available cures. There's a lot of encouraging research into elements of treatment, but there's no cure, and so prevention is obviously, well, I believe obviously something that we should be aiming for. About one baby a week is born with mitochondrial disease. That's one family every week who is getting the news that the life of their beautiful new baby might be shortened, is likely to be shorter, and is likely to have significant health impacts during that shortened life. The aim of this bill is to give parents who are at risk of passing on this disease options to have biological children without those children carrying increased risks of these diseases. Mitochondrial donation involves creating an embryo through IVF using DNA from the prospective mother and father, as well as healthy mitochondrial DNA from a donor. And it's worth restating, of course, that we are in Australia bound by an existing regime that ensures that that donation is a donation that is made not for financial gain but altruistically. The bill facilitates this change by changing existing legislation to ensure that it's no longer an offence to, for the purposes of reproduction and under relevant mitochondrial donation licences, create a human embryo that A, contains the genetic material of more than 2 people, and B, contains heritable changes to the genome. There are tightly established processes around this. The bill takes an approach that is staged and controlled with the hope that the techniques will be safe and that there will be no unforeseen consequences in opening up this approach. As the member for Macarthur, Dr Mike Freelander, has said, this isn't about allowing a free-for-all for genetic alterations. It's about providing a strict legislative oversight to allow 1 or 2 clinics to begin trials. I want to congratulate the member for Macarthur, the member for Higgins and the others in this parliament who have been working in a very cooperative way to advance this bill. The Minister for Health, the Shadow Minister for Health, the former Shadow Minister for Health, Chris Bowen, I know have all been very supportive of progressing this issue. I understand that people of good faith will disagree on these changes, but it is my belief that as long as we can establish proper safeguards, our priority should always be the health and welfare of children. No child would ever make the choice to be born with these conditions that can be so life-limiting. And I think if we have the opportunity of giving more children the chance of a life free from mitochondrial disease, it is important that we take that opportunity. I've spoken to Sean Murray, the CEO of the Mito Foundation. Sean came to see me many years ago, or a few years ago, beginning the process of lobbying, not just on this bill, but on a range of better genetic testing for parents and a range of other changes that the Mito Foundation want to see. I want to thank Sean for explaining how important this change is, and I want to congratulate the Mito Foundation on the wonderful work they do, educating people about mitochondrial disease, talking to parents who are likely to have a child with a mitochondrial disease or who have had a child born with a mitochondrial disease, supporting those families, backing the research, fundraising to do more research on treatment and prevention, setting up the Mito Registry, which allows sufferers of mitochondrial disease to register to be part of clinical trials, to access new treatments, new medicines, to be part of other studies. And the Mito Foundation obviously has been championing this legislation and doing amazing work both in their lobbying and the fundraising that they need to do to keep going. Their Bloody Long Walk was held just recently, and I know that it's a very difficult environment for fundraising at the moment, but I want to congratulate the Mito Foundation on the fundraising that they've achieved and congratulate the people who've been involved in that. Sean told me about the challenges facing people affected by this condition and how it's impacted generations of his family. So, as well as thanking him for sharing his story, thanking the Mito Foundation for the work they do, I want to thank the brilliant doctors, nurses, other health professionals that support children and some adults who are suffering mitochondrial diseases. I want to also thank the researchers who give people hope for treatment and cure. And I want to thank all of those families in particular who have been campaigning for this change. Sean Murray, the Hood family, Maeve's parents, whose advocacy over so many years has resulted in this bill. The reason I will support it is because if we can prevent children being born with a condition that shortens their lives and comes with pain and suffering, I believe that we should.
I thank the honourable member for Sydney. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I only intend to speak briefly on this bill tonight, but I do think it is important, particularly in the context of a conscience vote, that members do indicate to their communities where their views lie in relation to this matter, so they understand the vote that they're about to take. Can I say that I'm delighted that this has been the subject of a conscience vote. I can think of a few other issues where I'd like to see a conscience vote as well over the weeks ahead, but it is an appropriate matter for us to be considering in this way. I also particularly want to thank the Minister for Health, Greg Hunt, for his work to make sure that the entire Parliament has been able to consider what is obviously a very significant issue. I know his Shadow Minister has done the same, and I particularly want to highlight the work and the contributions during this debate of the member for Higgins and the member for Macarthur. We are blessed to have two such eminent doctors and medical specialists within our ranks, and I think it improves our capacity and the quality of debate in this Parliament. I also just want to give an acknowledgement to Professor Carolyn Sue, who is the Executive Director of the Colling Institute at the Royal North Shore Hospital. Carolyn spoke to me about this legislation, or the concept of mitochondrial donation, many months ago, and she is one of the leaders in the field of understanding mitochondrial disease. She is a strong advocate for this bill. She is a very impressive medical professional, and I'm grateful for the dedication that she has brought to this issue. For me, whilst I understand the reservations that some members of this House have, the issue is very clear. This is about providing a new opportunity that doesn't exist at the moment, that didn't previously exist rather, for so many Australians who have mitochondrial disease. And I particularly think of the children and their parents who encounter the devastating diagnosis that mitochondrial disease is present. It is a disease that affects people in different ways, affects different organs of the body. The mitochondria are the battery packs of our cells, and their manifestation of a genetic mutation does affect people differently, but the prognosis for many is so devastating. And can I say, as Chair of the Parliamentary Health Committee, what I do know is that rare diseases like this can scar families forever, both because of the level of care that's required, but often because the prognosis can be so grim. And during my time as Chair, I have met with, heard from, read the writings of so many parents, so many medical professionals who've highlighted the important potential that we have to start to address some of those rare diseases that have eluded medical science to date. And mitochondrial disease is one of those. It is extraordinary that we are debating this bill today because it reflects just how far medical science has progressed over the last decade. It reflects the work that's been done in so many areas with genomics and precision medicine. And it has opened an opportunity to improve the quality of life and prevent serious illness. It's a nut, rather than me getting emotional, but prevent serious illness in newborns and to ensure that parents can go forward knowing that they're not risking having children that might suffer these ailments. So in a circumstance where 120,000 Australians carry a mitochondrial mutation, where 56 children each year are born with mitochondrial mutations and potential for disease, this bill makes sense. I particularly want to acknowledge the testimony that we heard in this place from the member for Mayo about her own family circumstances, about her own grandchild. That was incredibly moving. I spoke to her afterwards, and when you see the photos of that baby, that infant, knowing what he will be deprived of in the years ahead, it just makes sense that we pass this legislation today. And yes, there are ethical issues, but it represents a very cautious approach. It represents a staged approach. It is world-leading. The UK is the only other nation that's been down this path before us in the way that we're proposing. I do have a high degree of trust in our medical experts and our medical scientists, and so therefore it will give me a great deal of pleasure to provide the hope to so many families that supporting this bill will entail, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for North Sydney. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Moreton.
Thank you.
Tangy, sorry.
Thank you,
Mr.
Deputy
Morton.
Speaker. That's not the first time that's occurred. It's excusable. Parenthood is a gift. It's the most precious gift, having a child with the characteristics and personality quirks of yourself and your partner. And when a couple's unable to have a healthy baby, we must, as a community, do all we can do to assist. So under Medicare, we provide access to IVF technologies. We have allowed surrogate arrangements, and once a child is born, we do all we can to make sure that that child can have the very best medical care and start to their life. The quality of a life does not determine the value that is inherent in it. All life, at all stages, has inherent dignity, value and worth. And it's critical that we seek to debate these difficult issues that cut to the heart of our morals and our values, that we keep that at the front of our minds at all times. Mitochondrial disease is an insidious, incurable and often fatal condition that can be caused by over 250 different gene abnormalities. Women with mitochondrial disease can pass the disease to their children, and the mechanisms for doing so are multifaceted and complex. We know the disease can be passed on through the mitochondrial DNA, but it can also be passed on through a woman's germline DNA. We know that mitochondrial donation does not cure mitochondrial disease, and it's not effective for asymptomatic women who are mitochondrial disease carriers, or those with DNA mutations, which account for half of all mitochondrial disease cases, or for those instances where new genetic mutations occur spontaneously in the embryo. However, genetic manipulation through mitochondrial donation may allow some women with known mitochondrial disease to have a genetically related baby which may be free of mitochondrial disease. But the gift of parenthood in such circumstances, or indeed in any circumstance, should not override the rights of the child. This is a complex genetic manipulation process, and all of the associated ethical concerns should be addressed through the use of a donor egg or existing egg and sperm screening techniques. But it's understandable that this would not address the natural desire of a couple to have a child that is genetically related to both parents. I can understand that. It is important to clarify for me, and I expect for us all, that we provide hope wherever it's possible to relieve suffering and to improve human life. And yet at times we need to look at the research and the scientific and medical techniques and procedures and decide whether it's a path we should go down. These are not just personal medical decisions. These decisions have long-term consequences for families and for generations should there be any unintended or unforeseen consequences of the procedures, and the decisions go to the heart of how we protect our common human genetic legacy. I'm not a scientist, and I found it challenging to absorb all of the concepts and nuances of this scientific research. I'll support a number of amendments in order to ensure this bill gives the greatest protection to the most vulnerable in our society. I appreciate the member for Menzies and his conviction in bringing forward these amendments. The banning of sex selection for embryos is the first amendment to this bill that I will vote in favour of. It is vital to the equality of our society that we do not seek to prioritise or favour one sex of a child over another. I do worry that the ability of couples to select children on the basis of sex will see entrenchment of gender imbalance amongst us. Secondly, I'll be supporting the amendments to ban post-fertilisation techniques such as PNT. I cannot support a process whereby a zygote is intentionally created but then is not given the opportunity for that life to continue and to flourish. The technique of choice in the UK takes the fertilised egg from the mother. The DNA is extracted and put into a fertilised egg from the donor and the father, which has the DNA removed. This is the pro-nuclear transfer method. In this case, one embryo has been created, which was not for the purpose of achieving a pregnancy in a particular woman, as is required by current legislation. To fertilise an egg and create the conditions for life only for the purpose of destruction is not something that sits comfortably with me. Finally, I'll support amendments to improve the reporting frameworks and timelines to see an increase in clinical trials before moving ahead with these techniques. It is vital that this bill is to pass, the opportunities for mitochondrial donation begin to take place, that the science and all the protections for those who will be taking part including any potential children, are robust and rigorous as possible. I've researched the issue extensively as I can and considered the correspondence I've received from various advocacy organisations, and I've come to a conclusion based on the research and my own conscience. I thank all of those who have contacted me on this particular matter. This bill reverses the long-standing prohibition on heritable human genetic manipulation. Mitochondrial donation allows changes to the heritable genetic information of the child and will affect that child and their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, and in many generations to come. That's why it's important to make sure that the provisions of this bill are considered with the utmost care and diligence. I want to thank my colleagues in this chamber who have taken the time to wrestle with these very vexed issues, and though we may have arrived at different outcomes, all should be commended for the respectful way we've been able to engage in this complex and difficult debate. This display is the best of our democratic processes. While I do have some reservations around the implications of this bill, and should the amendments brought forward that I will support, should they be voted down, I will not take any action to prevent the passage of this bill. I'm actually confident this bill will pass, and I hope that those who this bill seeks to assist finds the comfort and help that it looks to bring. I hope that it's successful. I hope that we make technological advances so more parents can receive the gift of parenthood that I have had the privilege to receive.
Order. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I begin my remarks on this legislation, the Mitochondrial Donation Law Reform Bill 2021, by quoting the Australian Government Department of Health website on mitochondrial donation. And the very first line says, and I quote, "Mitochondrial donation is an IVF-based assisted reproductive technology. It has the potential, and I stress the word potential, to prevent mitochondrial disease in babies born to mothers who may otherwise pass on the disease." Mr Deputy Speaker, this legislation, as other speakers have already pointed out, enables a staged process for mitochondrial donation. The process does not provide a cure for those children already born with the disease, nor does it prevent future children from being born with the disease. The two-stage process, however, does follow a similar process commenced in the UK in 2015. The two-stage process will firstly allow the selection and licensing of a clinical trial that could run over a 10-year period, whereby the mitochondrial donation will be provided to selected families. And again, I stress the word selected families. The very selection process itself is a matter that could be argued as well. If successful, the procedure would then be made available more broadly across Australia. It would be made more broadly across Australia if it was embraced and adopted by each of the state and territory governments. And we've got no certainty about that either. The legislation has been the subject of extensive community consultation and review by the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee. And I note that in that review the committee did not form a recommendation. They simply presented their evidence from the inquiry. And I have to say, I thought it was very good evidence from all parties that made a submission in respect to this very matter. The legislation also invokes several human rights, including the right to health, the right to life, the obligation to consider the best interest of the child, the right to privacy, and the right to freedom of opinion and expression. And again, we could debate each and every one of those matters with respect to this bill, but I don't wish to do that. I simply raise the point that there are several other matters that are associated with this proposal. I don't believe that anyone in this parliament wants to see children or their parents suffer in any way. And I think that that's been very clear from each of the contributions that I have listened to in the course of this debate, and I might say I've listened to just about everyone's contribution to this bill. Preventing suffering is the objective of this legislation. The illness that mitochondrial donation hopes to prevent is complex, and the procedure proposed is untested and controversial. The UK trials, I believe, are the only documented trials in the world. There may be others but taking place that we don't know about, and I suspect that may well be the case. But certainly in terms of what we do know about, the UK trials, which were legislated in 2015, some 6 years ago, are the only ones that we have to rely on. My understanding is that they commenced at the Newcastle University in 2018. To date, we have had no information about the success or otherwise of those trials. So over a 3-year period, it makes you wonder, why is that? Why has no information come out of that research over the last 3-year period? And indeed, I'm not even aware if there have been any successful births as a result of the trials that have taken place there. A paper prepared by 3 academics from Newcastle University and published in Science and Society in August 2020 concludes that mitochondrial transfer is a potential cure, again I stress the word potential cure, for many diseases, but proof of efficacy and safety is still lacking. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to quote only a section of that paper because I think it's very relevant to this issue. And the paper is headed Mitochondrial Transplantation, a possible therapeutic for mitochondrial dysfunction. And it goes on to say, and I'll quote, "The inference stretching back to experiments in the 1980s suggests that it may be possible, at least for careful injection of freshly isolated mitochondria, but the efficiency of this process is extremely poor, and without a strong selection for the injected mitochondrial DNA and time to facilitate the selection, the overall effect of cell function will be minimal. Irrespective, mitochondria, particularly those that have lost their membrane potential, are constantly turned over in the cell, inferring that if transplanted mitochondria had any benefit, this may be just relatively short-lived. Considering all of these caveats, it is difficult to see how transplantation could lead to long-term benefits directly from the transplanted mitochondria." Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, end of quote. Mr Deputy Speaker, the authors of that paper are not opposed to the trials, so I make it clear that their comments are in no way implying that they oppose what is happening at the University of Newcastle. But it begs the question, given that we've got the trials in the UK, and given that only people who are at very high risk of passing a serious mitochondrial disease into their children are eligible for the treatment in the UK, why is it that we have no information, and why is it that there is such a restriction? Why is it that it's only people with a very high risk of passing a serious mitochondrial disease are eligible for the trial? It clearly tells me that there are very genuine concerns about even the trials in Newcastle, and I have no doubt that they are trying to manage their process as well as they can. So, with those comments, Mr Deputy Speaker, it leaves me with these questions. Why is it, firstly, that there's no information being released about the UK trials? I would have thought that if the trials had been operating successfully, they would want that information to be released. But, however, there might be good reason for that. Secondly, why is it that no other country has legitimised this procedure? I have no doubt that there are researchers right around the world that would be familiar and aware of this procedure, yet no other country seems to be following that path. Why is that? And I have not heard anyone making a contribution to this debate explain to me why that is the case. What research is currently underway to cure children born with mitochondrial disease both here in Australia and around the world? I've heard very little about that. It seems to me that our focus should be as much on the children that are already born as it is on those that we might try to help in the future. And what options are available to parents who live with the risk of mitochondrial disease right here and now? Mr Deputy Speaker, there were also some caveats requested by Gene Ethics in their submission to both, I'm sure, members of Parliament, who I have no doubt they would have written to, and to others, whereby they quite, I think, properly said if the legislation is to pass, we want we would like to be assured that at least there'd be things like annual reports to Parliament, standalone laws so that there isn't decisions made simply by regulation, proper counselling services to people that are going to be engaged in the trials, and clear lines of accountability for those who are conducting the trials. And lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, we haven't heard from anyone what are the potential risks or adverse effects of this very procedure. And again, most of the speakers have come into the chamber quite rightly, wanting to support whatever it is that we can do to avoid children being born with mitochondrial disease. But I haven't heard of any medical report in respect to what are the risks of the procedure that is proposed. I've listened to the passionate speeches of other members, including the member for Mayo, who you yourself, Mr Deputy Chair, referred to. I've received an email from a family in my own electorate who lost their 9-month-old daughter to mitochondrial disease, asking me to support this legislation. And I have no doubt that they would have gone through a terrible period. I personally know of infants who have died from incurable illness, and I felt the heartache that it caused to their parents. And I've read the paper in full from Oliver Herver that was circulated by the member for Macarthur, in which he too also referred to. And it's a very good paper. I think it tries to summarise the issue very, very well. But my role in this parliament is to make evidence-based decisions that ensure that the unintended consequences don't outweigh the possible benefits that we are seeking. Nor do I want to give false hope to desperate parents whilst possibly diverting research dollars away from other cures. The Deputy Speaker, I do welcome the two-staged approach that is proposed by this legislation, and I do certainly welcome the highly regulated and reviewed clinical trials process that has been proposed. No question about that. If this legislation goes through, that gives me a high level of confidence and comfort that there will be adequate safeguards put into the trial process. But the unanswered questions still remain, and in my mind there is still no clear way forward. Neither approval or rejection of this legislation, in my mind, provides certainty. I will comfortably accept the will of this parliament, but I'm still to be convinced that this legislation is driven more so by compassion and hope than it is by proven science. And I'll finish with a quotation from a submission made by the Robinson Research Institute in Adelaide in South Australia. It's a branch of the University of Adelaide. I'm familiar with the Robinson Research Institute. I've been through their research facilities. Very impressive, and very impressive people that work within it. The Robinson Research Institute is a medical research institute that comprehensively addresses how to give all children the healthiest start in life. And I'll quote part of their submission to the Senate committee. In summary, our primary concerns with the currently proposed mitochondrial donation law reform are that 1. It allows genome modification in human embryos, and 2. The possibility that children conceived in this manner could have developmental defects because the technology has not been tested and refined to a level appropriate for clinical use. We believe that it is essential to answer the above questions by conducting further research before mitochondrial donation be permitted for use to treat carriers of mitochondrial DNA disease." End of quote. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Robinson Research Institute, as I said, is a credible body that I have a lot of faith in. That is their view, and unless I hear differently, that will be my view.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Barara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I intend to make a short contribution to this debate, and I've wrestled, as so many members have, with the issues that underlie it. Mitochondrial disease refers to a group of largely inherited genetic conditions that can significantly lower an individual's health and life expectancy and may be fatal. Mitochondrial diseases are difficult to diagnose. Currently there is no cure, and treatment options are limited largely to the management of symptoms. Severe mitochondrial disease can have a devastating effect on families, including the premature death of children, painful, debilitating suffering, long-term ill health and poor quality of life. The common factor among mitochondrial diseases is that the mitochondria are unable to completely burn food and oxygen to generate energy, which is essential for normal cell function. This is a disease that's often inherited. Symptoms might include poor growth, developmental delays and muscle weaknesses. The risk of developing serious illness due to mitochondrial disease is considered to be 1 in 5,000 to 1 in 10,000. However, 1 in 200 Australians are estimated to be predisposed to mitochondrial disease. Mitochondrial donation involves the removing of the nuclear DNA from a patient's egg containing faulty mitochondria and inserting into it a healthy donor egg, which has had its nuclear DNA removed. This can be done before the egg is fertilised or post-fertilisation. The fertilised egg is transferred into the mother exactly as per current IVF practice. As the nuclear DNA is retained, the unique genetic information that makes us who we are and determines what we look like is passed on from mother to child, but not the mitochondrial defects. Mitochondrial donation is currently prohibited in Australia, as the current Act prohibits the creation of human embryos by fertilisation with genetic material from more than 2 people. The only country in the world where it's currently legal is the UK. What the bill before the House, the Mitochondrial Donation Law Reform Maves Law Bill 2021, will do is to amend the existing Commonwealth legislation to allow for mitochondrial donation to be introduced into Australia for research and human reproductive purposes. Maves Law is named after 5-year-old Maeve, who lives with Leigh syndrome. Legalising mitochondrial donation would allow impacted Australians to have genetically related children without the risk of them inheriting mitochondrial DNA defects, which will drastically limit their lives. Aside from the devastating physical and emotional impact on patients and their families, many patients have repeated and prolonged hospital visits and are unable to work and may need full-time care. Whilst mitochondrial donation techniques result in a heritable change to the genome, they do not involve gene editing of either the nuclear DNA or the mitochondrial DNA, which has been expressly prohibited in the bill. Under this bill, donor eggs may be provided voluntarily from family members, friends or from individuals who agree to donate eggs or have eggs that are accessed to their own need from IVF clinics. A 2-stage implementation approach is proposed to introduce mitochondrial donation in Australia. Stage 1, the mitochondrial donation would initially be legalised for certain research and training purposes and to support selection and licensing of a pilot program to deliver mitochondrial donation to impacted families. Stage 2, mitochondrial donation would be permitted in clinical practice more broadly, depending on the outcomes and an evaluation of the initial pilot program. The role of the current Embryo Research Licensing Committee of the National Health and Medical Research Council will be expanded under the bill to include licensing and oversight of research and training licences, a clinical licence for the initial pilot stage and future clinical practice licences using mitochondrial donation techniques. The use of specified mitochondrial donation techniques would be subject to strict licensing and regulatory conditions, which would be overseen by the Embryo Research Licensing Committee of the National Health and Medical Research Council, and individuals seeking to access the program would require approval from the ERLC based on clinical recommendations. On the ethical and other issues that have been raised by this bill, I note that my friend the member for Menzies has circulated some amendments. Some of those amendments I intend to support and some I won't. I particularly want to support the amendments relating to prohibiting these techniques for using these technologies for sex selection. I don't believe that assisted reproductive technology should be used for sex selection. I also support proposals to improve reporting requirements from the National Health and Medical Research Council. I've considered the ethical implications of this proposal more broadly and have great respect for my friends who have serious ethical concerns about mitochondrial donation. Many of those ethical concerns are allied with views about IVF and egg donation more broadly. I should say, both from a theological perspective and also from a personal perspective, I don't have an issue with IVF or egg donation, and it would be hypocritical for me to say that I had a view with assisted reproductive technology. I want to acknowledge my friend the member for Boothby, who's in the chamber tonight, for the wonderful work that she's done in this place on endometriosis. Like the member for Boothby, my wife suffers from endometriosis, and we would not have our son James, who's now 3.5, nor our daughter, who is due next year, without the benefit of assisted reproductive technology. I therefore find myself in support of the use of this technology more broadly. The other thing that I should say is, in considering these matters, I sought the advice of Rabbi Gad Krebs of Masada Synagogue, an Orthodox rabbi and a great scholar. In fact, he's due to become the Rabbi Moriah College next year. He consulted Jewish authorities in Israel as well on these issues, and I note the words of Lord Robert Winston, the distinguished biologist, bioethicist and Orthodox Jew. The perspective of Orthodox Judaism on mitochondrial donation, as is the perspective on IVF and egg donation more broadly, is that there is no particular prohibition in Orthodox Judaism in relation to those to the use of these technologies. The interesting debates in Orthodox Judaism about the use of about the question of mitochondrial DNA relate so often, as these questions do in the halakha, to the question of identity. If you have a non-Jewish mother who has donated the mitochondria, is the child Jewish? Or if the non-Jewish mother is the egg donor and the Jewish mother is donating the mitochondria, because a child is a Jew under Orthodox Judaism, if their mother is Jewish, this has raised some interesting halakhic debates which are not entirely settled, and I'm sure will continue to be debated as these matters go on. Having considered this matter and thought about the ethical implications of my own faith tradition, I've come to the view that, subject to some of the member for Menzies' amendments, which I support, that the bill should be broadly supported.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Whitlam.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I come to the dispatch box and the debate with the necessary degree of humility. I'm a lawyer before coming to this place, not a scientist. Everything I know about the science of this is based upon what I've read of scholars far more learned in these subject matters than I. I'm also not a person who lives with the disease. Every bit of personal knowledge that I have about mitochondrial disease has been gleaned from listening to the exceptional debates that have been given by colleagues in the chamber over the course of the last 3 days, the things that I've read, and consultation with local constituents who've been forthcoming with their views and personal experiences, some of which I'll reflect upon in my contribution. The bill, if passed, will legalise the donation of healthy mitochondrial DNA into egg cells. It'll allow the use of safe and highly effective medical procedure that has now been proven overseas for a number of years. It was first legalised in the United Kingdom in 2017. The US also allows the procedure, although under more limited circumstances. But most importantly, and the thing that is bearing upon my consideration of the issue, it's going to help to ease needless pain and suffering. And that has been determinative of my approach to the issue. Mitochondria is the cell structure that makes our daily miracles possible. It has its own DNA structure separate from the nucleic DNA that determines what we look like. I didn't know about these things until I researched the background to this bill. I'm a better person for it. Mitochondrial DNA, on the other hand, is the power grid for human existence. Laughing, running and even sleeping, none of this would be possible but for the energy that mitochondria provides at the molecular level. And so a minor defect in mitochondrial DNA can cause major health issues. It's often very fatal for newborn babies. It also causes a wide range of complications for sufferers old and young. Stroke, deafness, blindness, even childhood dementia. Those with a defective gene can live for years without even knowing it until the debilitating symptoms begin to appear. There's no cure. The best hope to defeat this disease is its prevention. And that is the hope contained within this bill, and is why I'll be supporting this bill. Along with the modified IVF technology with which so many Australian families are already familiar, this bill will allow doctors to replace mutated mitochondrial DNA with healthy DNA. In doing so, it'll break the chain of hereditary gene defects and begin the march towards eliminating the mitochondrial disease. It is not beyond the realms of possibility that, like other diseases, it could be eradicated. In Australia, we know that this would save 56 babies a year from either premature death or a lifetime of pain or needless limitation. It would save the families of those children the anguish that raising a child with this condition bears. It would reduce just a little bit the pressure on the carers by reducing the demand for the resources that they lovingly and without begrudge provide to support them. This is exactly what this parliament should be doing. I acknowledge that those who argue these clear benefits must be weighed against the religious, ethical and moral convictions, the cost and benefit. The medical procedure that this bill would allow involves the transfer of a healthy mitochondrial DNA from a donor egg to the egg of a mother carrying an embryo. As such, it requires a donor egg, which, as various submitters have argued, means the creation of that egg for the specific purpose of carrying out that medical procedure. That is, not of conception, but of carrying out this procedure. Submissions from the many faith groups and others have raised questions about the ethics of this. We cannot and should not blithely dismiss or disregard these objections. I respect their convictions on those issues, but I personally am of the belief that the benefits to those 56 families, the 56 infants born every year with mitochondrial disease, outweigh these ethical considerations and concerns. Those babies and their families deserve a chance at a life without the pain and limitations that mitochondrial disease brings. If some choose not to take up the medical option that the passing of this bill would provide because of their personal convictions, I understand that. But I don't believe that it is the role of this parliament to prevent that option being available to those families who know with some certainty that they'll be passing this disease on to their children. This point was brought home to me loud and clear earlier when I took the time to discuss the issue with a constituent of mine, Rhonda Murray. Rhonda has faced mitochondrial disease across generations of her family. I want to thank her for her advocacy. She told me how the disease robs the body of energy and how it can strike vital organs at any time without warning. Strokes, hearing impairment and severe fatigue can suddenly develop with little or any warning. Rhonda's mother was 40 years of age before she began showing the symptoms, the crippling symptoms of fatigue and multiple strokes. Once the symptoms take hold, there's no turning back. They're there for life and they're untreatable. When symptoms occur in babies, the results are serious and often fatal: difficulty breathing, difficulty eating and listlessness. Rhonda herself has inherited the genetic mutation that causes mitochondrial disease and has in turn passed it on to her two daughters. She's fighting hard, along with her family and others, to get this bill passed, not for her own sake, her fate is sealed, but so that her daughters can one day go on to have healthy children of their own in the knowledge that they won't be passing that disease on to another generation of Murrays. Hearing her advocacy on the issue on behalf of her future grandchildren was powerful, to say the least. So I'll be voting on the bill. I'll be considering the amendments that have been foreshadowed. I understand the member for Menzies, who I know to be a thoughtful contributor to debates in this place. He takes a different view to I on these, but I know him to be a thoughtful contributor to debates on this in this place. So I'll be considering the amendments that he's moved on their merits, those together with those that have been foreshadowed by other speakers within this debate, moved by government members or others. I'll say in concluding, in a day in which this parliament has been occupied by some of the worst behaviour that we've seen this year, and some of the, perhaps, can I put without passing judgment, less wonderful debates, I think it is a pleasure indeed for all members of this place to be closing the proceedings on a debate where we've seen some of the very best contributions, even from those who I strongly disagree with. A conscience vote in this parliament always brings out in my view, the very best. And some of the debates that I've heard in this and in other conscience debates in this place have been of a very high calibre indeed. And it just goes to show that our democracy is robust, and it brings forth some of the very best and the very worst that we see in public discourse in this place and outside of this place. I'll be voting for the bill, and I thank members of this place for the opportunity and all of those who've put their effort into ensuring the bill comes before this House before the close of this session this year. Thank you.
Well, the question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill amends the Prohibition of Human Cloning for Reproduction Act 2002 and the Research Involving Human Embryos Act 2002 to make mitochondrial donation legal in Australia. The purpose of the bill is to allow women to have a biological child in a way that minimises the risk of transmission of the effects of mitochondrial disease. As many members have pointed out, Mr Speaker, a disease for which there is no cure, regrettably, and that leaves children suffering from seizures, from fatigue, from multiple organ failure and from heart problems, and indeed in severe cases from death. And here in Australia it's estimated that around 56 children are born with a severe form of this disease each year. Many members have spoken of their hope that these novel techniques will alleviate this disease, and our emotional reactions are valid. To wish to relieve suffering is a very human reaction, a very human desire. However, for me there are other considerations that need to be weighed in this discussion and in coming to a decision in what is a conscience or free vote in this place. This debate has been conducted with civility and decorum. In coming to my decision, I recognise and respect that there are a range of views, each informed by a desire to respond in the best possible way to the circumstances. And it's in that spirit that I offer my contribution this evening. Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe we need to understand what this bill will do. First, the bill legalises, under specific conditions, practices which less than 20 years ago were prohibited by this same parliament as unacceptable and which indeed attracted custodial penalties. These include creating for the purpose of reproduction a human embryo that A, contains genetic material of more than 2 people and B, contains heritable changes to the genome. That in itself is not an argument for change. I'm simply pointing out that something that this parliament regarded as unacceptable not that long ago is now being proposed to be changed. Secondly, there is no evidence to date that these practices will either cure or treat effectively mitochondrial disease. There is currently much research in clinical practice devoted to looking for a cure or for a treatment for ways of alleviating the condition. Genetic technologies, in particular gene editing, hold out hope in the future for a genuine cure. Thirdly, the practices foreshadowed in this bill are unlike any existing form of healthcare or artificial reproduction. Some proponents suggest that the procedures are simply extensions of existing practices such as organ transplantation and assisted reproductive technologies. I contend that this is not so. In organ transplantation, DNA is not passed on to future generations. In current reproductive technologies, neither human eggs nor human embryos are modified in the radical ways proposed in this bill. And fourthly, mitochondrial donation is yet to be proven safe and efficacious in human research. The US Food and Drug Administration has taken the view that all forms of mitochondrial donation, whether using male or female embryos, constitute germline editing and has maintained its prohibition on clinical trials for this reason. The contribution of DNA, whether mitochondrial or nuclear, to the genetic makeup of a child is yet to be understood. Mitochondrial DNA, even in small amounts, may contribute to personal characteristics in a child in ways that are not yet recognised. And it is not yet known whether DNA from the nucleus or the mitochondria will in fact be compatible. Nor is it known whether, given that up to 3% of the mother's mitochondria is likely to be passed on, the disease will not rebound in future generations. Much reference has been made, Deputy Speaker, to the UK, where this research has been underway for some 5 to 6 years. There's one clinic there which is authorised. We are told that 21 couples have received treatment, but there is no data about the effectiveness of that treatment, even in a de-identified way, that's available to us. The member for Macon, in his contribution tonight, referred to a paper written by a number of the scientists involved in those trials in the UK. And even those scientists who are proponents of this technique still say that this is simply something that still has potential and its safety and efficacy has yet to be proven. There's been reports of a possible use in Mexico and the Ukraine, but there's no verifiable respected reports in the medical scientific literature. And as I said, the techniques remain banned in other areas. So, Deputy Speaker, I have a number of concerns or reservations. The first relates to the mitochondrial donation techniques. The bill prescribes 5 techniques, and these are set out in a diagrammatic form on page 67 of the explanatory memoranda. 2 techniques involve the transfer of material between eggs, that is the maternal spindle transfer and the geminal vesicle transfer. 3 other techniques involve the transfer of material between zygotes or embryos, namely pronuclear transfer, first polar body transfer and second polar body transfer. These 3 techniques necessarily involve the destruction of the zygote or the embryo. And I note in passing that under the bill only 2 techniques, namely maternal spindle transfer and pronuclear transfer, are permitted for the clinical trial licence phase. Of these 2 techniques, which are permitted if the bill passes in the forthcoming future, new pronuclear transfer involves the destruction of the zygote or the embryo. Accordingly, my concern, Deputy Speaker, is about the destruction of the zygote or the embryo, one of the lines of techniques which would be permitted by this bill. Accordingly, I foreshadow that I will move amendments at the detailed stage to remove from the bill the techniques that involve the destruction of a zygote or an embryo. This would allow the research to continue using gametes. Given the experimental nature of what is being proposed, the absence of any data from the UK and the lack of any evidence that these techniques will achieve what is being proposed, it is entirely reasonable, I submit, to ban the deliberate destruction of the zygote or the embryo at this time. Moreover, we are told that the early stages of research could take a decade. If so, there is a case for the less destructive techniques to be explored first. My second reservation relates to the provision for the availability of sex selection under this bill. Under section 28Q, if after attending pre-treatment counselling, a patient and her spouse, if any, can request to have only male embryos selected for implantation where it is deemed safe and practical to do so. This is notionally because it is said that there is a less chance of transferring defective mitochondria to a male baby. An admission I note in passing in itself about the experimental, uncertain nature of these techniques. I note that the UK legislation does not appear to allow sex selection, and accordingly I propose in the amendments being circulated to remove that provision from the bill. My third area of concern relates to reporting requirements. I believe in something as significant as this, where this is undertaking research which has not been undertaken in this country before, that's possibly only been undertaken in the UK, that there should be some annual reporting to the Parliament about the research which is undertaken. I don't believe that a review simply after 7 years is sufficient to inform either the Parliament or the people of Australia as to what's occurring in relation to this research if it occurs. And my fourth area of concern, Deputy Speaker, relates to a technique being proven before it's used in general clinical practice. And these matters are contained in the amendments which have or will be circulated. However, I understand from discussions that I've had today that 2 of these areas of concerns will be addressed in government amendments, namely the concerns around sex selection and the concerns around the reporting. If that is the case, when we reach the detailed stage of the debate on this bill, then obviously I won't proceed with my amendments in relation to these issues. However, I foreshadow that I will move to put the other amendments in relation to the other matters, and if these matters are not addressed by the amendments tomorrow, which the government is proposing, well then obviously we'll put to the House all 4 sets of amendments in relation to this matter. Like other speakers, Deputy Speaker, I've given much consideration to these matters. Indeed, it's not the first time that I've considered some of these matters, and I was here as some members were, some almost 20 years ago, when this whole area of cloning and stem cell research was considered by the Parliament. Indeed, I chaired the committee that looked into it prior to the legislation being passed. My position is consistent with that which I held at that stage. It's one that, if these amendments were passed, would actually allow the research to continue, but without the destruction to embryos or zygotes, and in a way which would not permit for the first time in this country sex selection to occur. I commend the amendments to the House.
Order. And there being no further speakers, I call the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move now that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that debate be adjourned until a later day. All of those that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. Debate is adjourned. The House stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.